was doing some stretches, opening up my chest, you know, getting ready to speak. Yeah, I'd like to thank you all for coming out. Prior to Bobby coming on and speaking, I know we've been waiting a while, but I have a lecturer who's going to speak before Bobby, who is, she doesn't have a reputation Bobby had, because she hasn't been out there on the circuit. But every time I talk to this young lady, it's just a casual conversation. She just started dropping science, you know, and she's not trying to, but, you know, she's studied and she's done the work and she knows stuff, you know. And I've always been concerned about the fact that up to now, I've only brought in men lecturers, you know. And there are plenty of women out here who know just as much, if not more than men. And it's aggravated me that I haven't been able to connect with any women who would make a presentation, you know. And so I'm trying to think of what women I know who, I was talking to Allison one day and she started dropping science on me. I said, damn. I said, you gotta speak, you gotta open up for Bobby, because this is just, you know, when I'm talking to an accounting conversation, I don't want to ask too many questions, you know. And I only might have like 5–10 minutes anyway, because we have a conversation. And she can never fully explain what she's talking about. And sometimes I walk away and I ain't clear on it, you know. So, I get some clarity today, and so will you all. I asked her what was she going to speak on, and she gave me various subtitles, but the main title is Our Need to Expand Our Consciousness. So, without any further words from me, I'd like to introduce Allison Jackson.
Hello. No, we're all waiting for Bobby Hemmitt, who is coming very soon. I started reading too many books, so I got confused about what I was going to talk about. But all of the books, I was reading a book called How to Ascend to the Fourth Dimension, and then another book, Zachariah Sitchin's first book, in the first book of the Earth Chronicles. So I was thinking about the creation of the universe, and I said, well, that's, you know, doesn't really have something to do with where we are now.
Can you speak up a little?
Oh, can everyone hear me? I guess that's most important.
You know, just step out to me, you know, maybe a little closer.
Okay. I have to take my quote with me. I was just saying that I was reading several books before coming. So I thought, what am I going to speak about? Because at first I told the team, I'm going to speak about this. And then I started reading, I was going to first speak about Lilith, because my study in astrology was recently taking me to study other asteroids, some of the minor asteroids. And so I was recently reading about Lilith. And I usually like the story in the Bible about Lilith having an attitude with Adam and leaving him, and kind of in the garden to mope and whine until he found Eve. And so, and there's a big new I guess it happens every once in a while that the word Lilith will come up, like Lilith Fair. And while reading the book, How to Ascend to the Fourth Dimension, there was a lot of talk about expanding consciousness and change, and how the earth somehow, somehow was kind of given a promotion, we can say, to be able to exist on a higher wavelength. I think the third dimension is 7.2 centimeters or long, the wavelength, and so the fourth dimension would be higher than that, basically, the higher vibration. And some things that exist in the third dimension, like the spirit of Lilith, for example, which would be, they call her the dark goddess or the black moon. because what she does is show us a reflection of our most disturbing selves, so we can kind of climb out of that and become better people and more progressive spirits. And that's the same thing that the third dimension is asking of us, to know evil or negativity. And basically, knowing that there is good and bad. Like all of the folks that, I don't know if they've been to the fourth dimension, but talk a lot about it, say that there's no negativity there. And would make sense, because that's a higher vibration, and possibly there's no need for that kind of growth. There's another opportunity to grow where you don't have to kind of be like Saturn kind of throws you into making a decision whether you want to or not, because it's just the spirit of that energy that says that, you know, I'm here to teach you this lesson, and you're going to bump into these obstacles until you get it. And so the only way, this particular book that says how you ascend to the fourth dimension says that you can get there is through expanding your consciousness. And by doing that, the authors were saying, or about 4 authors saying that you would want to first open up your heart, because the heart, well, opening and using our heart. In a lot of ways, I think when I was studying music, there was a lot of anxiety around musicians, thinking that maybe the listeners don't understand what the song is trying to get across, or what the musician is trying to get across, maybe because they are maybe too preoccupied with a lonely heart or a longing heart, or something that keeps them from accepting what they have to offer. So the first thing that the book was saying was open up your heart. And the other thing, I think, being a philosopher, that's what I studied in college, is to free your mind. And we hear that every day, that it's important to look at things in new and interesting ways, and to see the best in things, and to try to learn from everything, because even the hardest things are the best things, which is what Lilith was trying to teach Adam around the apple. And that was what, just that information really hit me, because I thought that just doing that will take us further than having to go through a lot of the experiences that sometimes we can completely avoid if we just rethink what we're going through and open up our hearts to it. And that was really important. It brought me to my favorite science fiction writer, Octavia Butler, who describes God as change in her book. This is Parable of the Talents. My favorite. But her book, yeah, it's her new book. There's a Parable of the Sower was the first book of this series, I guess, and that was all about problems. And the whole book was a big problem. It was sort of the same hysteria that we talk about when we think of the Y2K silliness, I think. But when people are just stealing things and running around and trying to kill you because you have a piece of cheese, and I mean, just crazy stuff. And so the first book reflected on that and how she saw the problem. And she was saying that her problem is she didn't think that people thought that God is change, that God is not static, and we're also a part of the change, and we're part of God. And in this book she says was supposed to be a book of solutions, because you don't want to just, you know, throw out all these problems and not have solutions, because that's hopeless, and we should always be hopeful. So she instead started with the Parable of the Talents. And in this book, she has a lot of, I guess, little parables. And one I wanted to share with you because it really helped me to think differently about just how I look at things, for example. In this one, it's called The Earth Seed, the Books of the Living, because of course, when there's a big cataclysm, or when things happen and people are dying all the time, and people are getting things taken from them, and they're depressed, and all this is happening. This is from the Books of the Living. These are the people that survived all those problems.
Somebody would call it
A cleansing, yeah. And so, this is one that says, God is change, and in the end God prevails. But meanwhile, kindness eases change, and love quiets fear, and a sweet and powerful positive obsession takes the pain away, diverts rage, and engages each of us in the greatness of the most intense and of our chosen struggles. And so, I mean, in all of her books, there's some message, whether it's good or bad, or something that we'd like to accept. But in this particular book, all the parables kind of sit like that, you know, that there's hope. And even in the Y2K scare, which I've been reading articles on that, and it's just a lot of fear, basically, that people have, that what they have with them now won't be with them, or how that their comfort level will change. And then you have, you know, books like How to Ascend to the Fourth Dimension, so you have people that are thinking about changing everything. They don't even want to be on this vibration. They're like, forget my luggage, I'm going, you know. And they're just taking, you know, themselves, and they're going. So it's really it's important to find different ways to look at and who we are and where we are, especially in these times, because they are, you know, changing times, you know, astrologically. We're at the end tomorrow of the Grand Cross, and so that would be, it's just like a cross in the sky. It's not in our sky, but it would be in the heavens, and it's basically it's. Let me see if I can get it. Uranus's energy is facing off against the north node of the moon, and so Uranus would be unexpected change, and the age of Aquarius, basically. So that's an all for one for all kind of energy against something that's mutable or changeable, which is the north node of the moon, which is what receives energy. And the other part of the cross would be Mars facing off against Saturn. So Mars has all this energy, and it's a warrior. It's a warrior of the universe. And it's set off against Saturn, who says, you know, I'm not. It's status quo, basically. That, you know, what is now will always be, and that's it. The rich are rich, the poor are poor. Get over it. Then you have Mars that never has the energy. I mean, always has the energy to never give up on this spirit of change. So after the cross is over, that's tomorrow, the planets are going to line up in the sky about, can't remember the degrees apart, but all the planets except the Earth. So the Earth has to make a decision whether they're going to step up or we're going to step up. And in a universe like ours, you don't really have a choice. If everybody's lined up, you know, to go, you have to go with them. And that's why there are so many books coming out on this new idea that we would have the choice, because we always have choice. That if you want to stay in this 7.2 centimeter long living, then that's fine. But at the same time, if the energy increases, then you have to learn how to deal with that. You have to have a consciousness that can exist in not only the age of Aquarius, which is all for one, and that everybody has to be a productive part of a group, whether it's the whole group that we call Michigan or the whole group that we call our families, or else. And so there are a lot of choices that we have to make, and I think the biggest choice that we can make is to find a way to expand our consciousness, whether it is reading, to gain more information. Just today, earlier, my husband Christopher and I were at a little event. The mayor, who's not my favorite person in the world, but he was giving a little something for parents, and that was good. And so we were speaking about Ritalin and to parents, and we work for a cooperative, and we were kind of trying to get them to come and see some alternatives over our way for natural ways to help the children to calm their central nervous system. And I just thought that if it was possible, and I don't know if the book has it, but a way to help people to think about health in a different way, that and expand our thinking about that. Because if you know, or if even if the parents knew that that every organ, every cell replenishes itself, that they would have a new stomach in 30 days. And so their ulcer didn't even have to be there for 15 more days. But I'm not sure what it takes other than just kind of educating people. If you know about whatever you know most deeply about, help other people know so they can expand their thinking on that. And just to know that the world that we live in, because we create these worlds, and that we can create something better and something different. And the best way to blast back evil would be to have more knowledge on what is, and to also open up our hearts. Because living in that way, I think in the book there was a lady that channeled somebody, like not a body, but a community from the Photon Belt was one of these books I was reading. And they were saying that when your heart is open, that your vibration is so high that it's really impossible to kind of knock down the spirit with when you're vibrating at a really high level. And so, that's all the safety I think that we need, and we don't need to be so fearful of things like Y2K, and because even if the things in the universe happen, if the planet makes a decision, and the decision is that they're going to be a step up, transformer and move to a higher vibration, and even split the vibration, saying you could live here or you could live there, then the Earth, it's possible that the Earth will go into a state of darkness. That has nothing to do with the Edison at all. That the state that the planet can't transform, existing in all the light, So that all of that's possible. And even if we have, 50 pounds of grains that know that all of that is fixed, as vibration is fixed. That if like, we'll say if we're 7.2, we'll say it's 9.4 or something. If we go to a 9.4 vibration, everything we see here would be there. Because everything that can vibrate on a wavelength can also exist on any wavelength. It just would have a different vibration. You're right. And it would, of course, be a different atmosphere. Let me make sure.
You fine. You fine.
Because I'm so excited about hearing Bobby Hemmitt. I remember I went to college in Atlanta, Georgia, and I have a friend named Cosmo Miller. And when I first learned about Bobby Hemmitt, he told me, he said, you have to hear him, and if you don't, you're really not taking care of yourself, you're not doing things for yourself. And I just thought that, what are you talking about? And one day he picked me up and he said to my friend Ivy and I, we're going to hear Bobby Hemmitt, and I'm paying, and I don't care what you think. And so we went and we've all been hooked ever since. So I'm glad of that, and I'm glad that he's back. Are there any questions on anything that I've said? Yes.
I say that we came down here to do something, and I would say now that it has been accomplished, and it's not so much achieving the heights again as much as it is the coming to the understanding that we have
Yeah,
accomplished.
that we're already
And
there.
once we collectively come to that, we automatically be there.
Yeah, yeah, the realization, which is the
Realization.
expanding of
Yeah,
consciousness.
that's the whole.
Yeah, to self-realize,
Yeah.
most important. Yeah.
What's the name of the book again?
How to Ascend to the Fourth Dimension, or this book right here?
Yes, that
Oh, The Parable of the Talents by Octavia Butler. She writes out of Los Angeles, and she's really funny because she uses a really old telephone because it's really heavy, so she won't talk on the phone long. And she refuses to drive a car, and she's like the tallest black woman I've ever seen, and I felt like her only fan. It's like, come on, get your sign on my books, you know? And everybody else is like, who is she? And so all of her books are really wonderful. She has a series called it's Wild Seed. It's one of her books, and Pattern Master and Mind of My Mind. And it really helps to understand telepathy and the power that we have already inside ourselves to communicate mind to mind and things if we choose, because we always have a choice. Right.
Yeah, what does ascending to the fourth dimension mean, as far as what's the result of it?
Well, there's the understanding that, for example, in the Bible, when they went back to find Jesus, and they were like, where'd he go? You know, everybody was amazed. Where did he go? Well, some people feel like he's an ascended master, that he actually decided to just get up out of here. Like, I'm just going to the next. Every dimension is supposed to be 90 degrees apart, I believe.
Perpendicular.
Yeah, and so so we exist on the third dimension, but we also exist with all other dimensions. And it wouldn't be heaven, but it would be another vibration. Everything that manifests here manifests because it vibrates within a wavelength that this dimension can sustain. And so the fourth dimension would just be a different wavelength, which is 90 degrees away from this wavelength. So it's possible, they're saying, instead of death, I have no scientific research on this, but my readings, that if you choose, you can decide to, instead of dying, if you wanted to leave, you could step up when the window is open to go to a higher vibration. And on this vibration, it's said that negativity, there's no need for negativity, and that there's possibly no need for currency. And I mean, we don't know about the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh, you know. I mean, there's all kind of stuff, like Melchizedek, which is also in the Bible. Jesus inherited his order of Melchizedek. He's supposed to be residing in the fourth heaven, so that's even above the dimensions. So it's complicated.
Yeah, you're saying when you die, you go to the, you have a choice whether you go to the fourth dimension, or you refer to
Well, this is what the people that are talking about, the ascended masters, that instead of death, they chose to just go to another reality. Like, oh, you know, for example, the body is regenerative. So there's no reason that your body has to fail. For example, in the hospital they'll say that most people don't die of old age. They die of kidney failure, or they die of some neglect to the body, that the body is sustainable for the most part. And therefore, the spirit that lives in the body, as long as it decides, it can decide to, you know, reside there. And your consciousness is also directly connected to your thinking about health. And if you feel that you have, I think Louise Hay wrote a book, You Can Heal Your Life, and everything she deals with is how you feel about your disease. You own it. Is it really true? and how did you create it when you admitted it? You know, that kind of, you know, mental work around disease and stuff like that. So it's also how we think about our bodies. And maybe, for example, if you went to the fourth dimension, the foods that they eat may all be, you know, living in sustainable foods.
So you're saying the human body will keep going? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, I believe so. Yeah, in its most optimal state. I mean, if it's compromised, then, I mean, for example, like children, how do you expect them to pay attention in school when they're on a drug called crank? You know, there's just no way. Their central nervous system is already compromised by their diet. Then you give them a drug to totally, you know, calm their central nervous system, but instead it, you know, takes out their brain cells. So that's not optimal at all.
And that's the fourth dimension is just really basically the human body just keep going.
Sure. Until you
Is
decide.
that the same body we're talking about, a reincarnation cycle?
Oh no, these are all physical planes. Possibly the fourth heaven you could only be in the spirit sense there. But these would all be physical planes. It's possible. It's possible for you to be physical there. You know, in your physical body.
What plane is dreaming?
Dreaming like
Like
some,
is dreaming, sleeping and dreaming? Can you ascend to the fourth plane in that state?
some people astro project or astroplane and kind of feel themselves out of their body and kind of just flying around the universe. Yeah. And I've never done that. But I'm sure that you can experience yourself outside, you know, completely outside of this, because when you leave your body, it seems like you'd be out of this vibration. And if you're into the universe, then, you know, that's fun.
If you can't get back in that body, you're gonna die.
You can't die.
You will cease to breathe here, because I've been there.
Yeah.
And I saw it too, but I never let my feet, the first time it came, I couldn't let it out of my feet.
So you're saying the spirit has a lot to do with your
I
breath?
travel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be done. But the question I want to ask you about was Lilith.
Yeah.
She was Adam's first wife, but
Yes.
they had no children. But she had some.
She had
Who are they?
It said that she was married to Lucifer or Satan.
Allow.
Who's
Or
it? Those were the
Hello.
children.
And-
Well, I know I saw that they said they
But there's
were
been,
demons or something like that.
yeah, there's
But
been
they
a lot
spelled
of,
it different than a demon.
yeah, there's been a lot of
And
kind of
that's
beating up
Lucifer.
on Lilith. Yeah, but I mean, she was very courageous. She was the first,
Yes,
the first woman to use
Stand
silence
up.
as a weapon
and stand up to a man.
and to stand up
make
and
them
say, you know what, I don't like your
equal
decision
to
making.
you.
That's right. But that's part of why she's so dangerous. That's why she's been debased
Yeah, for so
essentially.
long.
You're
Right.
being full of thought because that's what she did. And the
And
essentially
totally,
is blind.
yeah, and totally
She's blind.
sexualized.
Yeah.
When that wasn't, you know,
That's
her
right.
mission. Her mission was
That's right.
very much to help and to,
But that's who I call the Greek mother here on earth.
yeah.
Okay, for those of us who don't know, and I've only heard it once, I'm not clear on it. Could you explain some of what Lilith's relationship was with Adam and how that went, how she got put out or whatever happened to her?
Well, I'll try to make this really short. Adam and Eve were in the garden, hanging out, and so let's just say they had an argument, Lilith and Adam. And Lilith said, I'm out of here. He didn't kick her out. She said, I'm out of here. He said, no, you come back here. He said, I'm out of here. So she left. And so Adam said, I'll show her. So he said, hey, God, send me 3 angels so I can find my lady. And so that's what God did, sent 3 angels. And so the 3 angels went after Lilith. And Lilith, whatever happened when the angels got to her, she tricked them or they saw to leave her alone. And, and so there was no retrieving this lady. And so the angels went back to Adam and said, hey man, there's just no way. Sorry, we're going back home. And so what happens is she, looking for a companion, or decides to be married again, or to have a companion again, and chooses
Hello.
and they have children. And so it was supposed to be sort of like her curse or something, that she would have to kill children instead of help them. But we're not sure how that story really pans out. And it was said that she was the snake that went to Eve and said, and that's why the snake was talking, because it was Lilith. And it said, hey, tell him to eat the apple, you know. But there are many ways to interpret that. Because she could be saying, you know, to Eve, you know, look at how this cat makes decisions. You know, I'm talking to you, I'm a snake. He's taking your word. God told him not to do it. You know, so who knows? But in astrology, she is represented as an asteroid, which is we think a major asteroid, but in the category of a minor asteroid. And she represents, there's a book here called The Black Moon, in the Dark Goddess. And so her lesson, or her way to help, is to show you difficult situations or disturbing situations, so when you come out of them, you're a better person. And that's, you know, sacrifice, because that's what she did in the garden for the most part. She sacrificed, you know. She had to probably marry darkness to become a snake, to help out, you know, in that situation, because there was a major lesson learned. Now, I don't think it was always the lesson that we hear about. At first, they were naked, then they ate the apple, you know. But, you know, maybe there's a deeper lesson in just, you know, the garden story. That even if she was actually the snake, because even there's some talk in biblical works that say that Eve actually turned into the snake and talked to herself. So, so it's just women. We've got a bad rap in the garden, you know. And that's funny, because I was at work and there was a guy. He was talking about that there was a fruit in the Garden of Eden. I'm just saying, this is how stories get so messed up. And he said that Adam was supposed to kick over the fruit, and Eve was supposed to, you know, prepare it, and then they were supposed to eat it. And instead, they picked this apple, and that's why it's all bad. So there are so many stories that aren't even printed in the Bible that we take as true at times. But really, the spirit of Lilith and Jezebel and all of these women in the Bible that are associated with darkness, but really growth. That all these stories propel us to think about, well, one thing, evil. and is evil really evil? And is some, you know, evil for good? You know, it's about how we decide to look at it. And sometimes, in the case, I think of Adam even eating the apple and then, you know, throwing the blame back on Eve. You know, and that's all Lilith really needed to see to get giggly. I mean, you know, that's really what she was looking for. Like I told you so. You know, that kind of thing. So all of these forces are here to help us, you know, and make us, you know who we are, you know, like you said.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we all have to make our own decisions.
Oh yeah.
And it's like Adam, it was all him anyway.
Oh yeah. He could have said, I'm not eating this apple. You crazy? Yeah. He could have been like, that's my first wife. She's a snake. There's no way. So, are there any more questions? No.
What was the title of the book again? What's the title of the book again on Lilith?
The Black
The Black
Moon book. There's another book by
Is that Ephemeris?
Yeah, it's this is just the ephemeris.
Okay.
Yeah, would you like to see it? Dedra George is the author. She writes most of the books on Lilith. She has a book just called Lilith. And that one is the ephemeris for the black moon. I think we're ready to hear about the Hemmitt, the young master. And his topic is the Death Gate Rising.
You on, Bobby?
The first rulers on earth were women, and they were called queens, and the men were kings. And they were buried with those people in the Valley of the Kings. You heard of that? But that was before they had pharaohs and other nationalities going into Egypt, and they had taken over control. It was during that time that they wrote the Bible. They did not include those black people on that side or the queens. So this book here is for men. And men are in rule, because white lady got free in 1992.
Yeah, I think
Did
that
I get job? You know what they did to us, but they didn't even free their own women. And I don't think a black woman stay with a man, he was free and she didn't get free.
Yeah. I love that. We know there are 33 books missing. So there's something going on, but I think time is up for that. We can both be here. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Yeah. Y'all give it up again. Yeah. I knew her from somewhere. Cause when she said Cosmo, I said, yeah, okay. Then around I think 95, 96, Cosmo brought Steve Coke there, and I used to do a lot of speaking over at Morehouse and Spelman, and she finished Spelman, yeah. Supposedly, it's Spelman, right? Yeah, well, you got out of there just in time, because they got them on lockdown now.
Mental lockdown?
But I gotta face the crowd to get the energy.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, right over here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, right over here. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is take the table. What about?
Why one of you brothers have it set up?
No, I'm good to go. I can do it. Yeah, but I remember I knew the face, but see, I see so many people now, so I'm saying I wonder, is it from a lecture or whatever, you see? And but one thing is interesting though, by me being in a lot of different places each month, I find out that basically conscious people, there's no telling the difference between the conscious people here and the conscious people in Indianapolis, or if I even go down to Florida. And although we could always distinguish the North from the South based on the language or based on certain looks, I'm saying when it comes to the conscious people, it's almost like I'm in the same place all the time. The same place all the time. So which is still good. The interesting thing is the brothers and sisters up in New York, when I was up there in June the last time. I'll be there next week up in Harlem. They was like, everybody in the community, the conscious thing has gotten so disintegrated and degenerated amongst the people who didn't get into consciousness. Till they saying that the conscious people are saying now that the regular people or the dead people are now looking at them like they're crazy. Like you all are some type of clandestine type of real spooky and scared people. And that's also when you can understand the difference between two different dimensions. I might have mentioned this the last time. Whereas two different dimensions is when you go around a certain amount of people is dead, you have to suspend what consciousness you have and go into another dimension of ignorance, because by no way are they going to bear witness or, they want anything to do with consciousness. Also, we know that there's all forms of mind control, as well as we don't know what's down here, clones, mind control, all types of things. But one way that you can tell is you can take one of the best, a person that's really open-minded, and a person that's basically has a basic conversation on everything, and they can talk about automobiles, they can talk about finance, they can talk about the stock exchange, they can talk about all types of stuff. As soon as you get on consciousness, they get quiet. I've seen this happen. And that is because either something is programmed them to shut down, or there are clones, which also mean it's programmed for them to shut down. That,
single ring of
you see what I'm saying? Single ring, one ring of consciousness. So this is very interesting, but this is prevalent. Also, too, like I said, there's a Christian epidemic going on based on mind control also, too. And what I mean by that is I've even got some stuff off the internet where they're going up to people and basically saying certain words subconsciously, and these people will go back to their holy sanctified mode or whatever. And the next thing you know, they up in T.D. Jakes. Y'all heard of T.D. Jakes? Talking about woman art thou loose, and this kind of bull, you know. Woman art thou loose, you know. But this is but on that case, we must understand that the whole T.D. Jakes thing. They have Creflo Dollar. I don't know if you heard of him. Creflo Dollar, T.D. Jakes, there's a brother in Atlanta called Bishop Eddie Long. All those particular people, and I already got another guy that's real big now. But all those particular people are basically government operatives. What happened was the government looked up in the early 90s, and they saw that the only people who could draw mass crowds was basically the Minister Louis Farrakhan. And they found out that basically that people literally, with the Afrocentric movement, the people was basically finding out other things other than that same old time religion. And so as a result, they waited till the Afrocentric thing kind of died down a little bit, and then they basically reinvested into a new type of preacher, which is mind control, because all you have to do is just get a younger type of preacher, you know what I'm saying? And then here come the whole sexual thing, especially when it comes to the females. You know what I'm saying? You know, we've had that tradition going on for years. I remember when I was back in 1985 in my hometown, Mullins, a new black preacher came to town, and the church was packed. And this is one of the biggest AME churches they have. I mean, it's got a upstairs and downstairs balcony. It can hold about 200-300 people. And the church was packed for like three weeks. The church was packed, and on the third week he announced that he was getting married. And the next week, they didn't have no more than 25 people in the church. But they reinvested back into these particular young preachers, and basically gave them all of the airtime and the promotion. This is all a government thing. Basically to get people's mind off of what they're supposed to be dealing with right now. We're taking this stuff another a step further. And in so many words, with the woman art thou loose bullshit, excuse the expression, that also means that in actuality, it puts you back on that guilt thing and that subconscious thing that you are a wretch. You see what I'm saying? So all of this particular stuff is what's going on, but this is also government programming. So T.D. Jakes and all of that, the reason why you see this enormous amount of a Christian epidemic. You see what I'm saying? You know, I mean, he drew 104,000 people in Atlanta. And the day before that, he drew 70,000 women alone. You know, and everybody, you know, and one woman, and one, you know, and he touching on all the black women, all on the damn floor laying all, we going to the year 2000, and niggas is laying all on the floor, all so-called touched. And they all on the damn floor. And one woman had a heart attack and died. But they didn't know because everybody was all on the damn floor, about 200 damn women laying all on the fucking floor. So hell, they was cleaning up the goddamn place and found out this woman didn't get this shit up. She didn't get up. And kill somebody, you know. By the time they start to clean up the place, she's still down there. And kill somebody in Atlanta about 2 months ago. See? But that's, you know, it's crazy. They're giving $20 here and $30 here and $40 here and $100 here, and just tithe and tithe and tithe. You see what I'm saying? Now, based on what Honorable Elijah Muhammad said in the prophecies of the theology of time, and hopefully this won't come true, because it said in actuality that in the last days, these particular charlatans are supposed to be killed. And it said there'll come a time when they have to cut these doggone preachers' heads off. Yeah. And that's a prophecy based on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's theology of time. You see what I'm saying? But I mean, it's gotten ridiculous. But what we want to do was, first of all, for the people that never heard me before, I have to preface certain things. You know, I curse and all, but what we want to do is to try to get out of a certain amount of mind control, and everything is a form of programming. Now, first of all, there's only really one curse word that you know of, and that's damn. And isn't it funny that the only curse word that you can actually say is the one that people get the least offended on? I mean, you can say it on TV, you can even get away with it in the church. You know what I'm saying? But everything else is a form of British slang or European slang, and we get all offended and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So basically, there's no such thing as a curse word and all, and I prefaced that before. That's all a form of mind control. That a person can train you from a child to react to certain words, and you take it so offensive until you end up killing somebody. You know what I'm saying? And when someplace on another part of the planet, you go to the Aborigines and curse them out, they would want to know what the hell is happening. Even if they can understand it, the whole concept of you trying to actually say something against them that's supposed to anger them is probably not even a part of the culture. So we're talking about getting rid of a whole form of all types of forms of programming. You see, programming. For the other people that never heard me before, I gotta have a disclaimer as well as, and I apologize because at this particular time we are at the aspect of the knowledge. This is like my seventh year speaking, but almost, let's say, about 10 years of research. So therefore we are on the ends, the end of the actual cycle, or we are on the latter part of the cycle of this particular research. So at this particular time, this stuff is very advanced, and I've become to the point where I'm very exclusive, as well as dealing with real advanced ideas. But then again, I had to make up my mind because they say, you know, you can't tell everybody everything, you know, because people they won't understand it. But I'm like, well, hell, when we deal with black people, shit, we could be here 2,000 years trying to play catch up. You know, trying to play catch up. And we will never catch up. Hell, we haven't even been able to fit into American society. You see what I'm saying? On a grand scale. You see what I'm saying? And now you got the little Mexican boys coming over here doing shit better than us. You see what I'm saying? Because whether you like it or not, they ain't got no shoes on, but I found out one thing about them. They know how to behave. Seriously.
Behave?
Behave. What I mean by, and I'm not talking about behave as far as the system or something. I'm talking about, man, when you literally see them interact with each other. I mean, it's amazing, the camaraderie of the racial thing. You see what I'm saying? Although they might be from all over Latin America. You understand what I'm saying? But basically, we're talking about a certain unity. You see, and I see it all the time because I'm saying, I mean, literally, we got almost 70% since 1989. It's almost 70% Hispanics is poured in all across in Atlanta alone, but we're talking about almost like 80% in the whole United States. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about whenever you go places that's in the north, someplace in Connecticut, and you got a whole big Hispanic shit looking like down El Segundo, you know that this particular thing is based on literally putting one race of people and basically getting rid of another. So for every Hispanic that you see, remember there's somebody that's dead because of that particular person. So basically, and we'll get into the science on that also too. But what I want to do is, I guess we'll pour libations, and basically how we'll do it this time is, we don't necessarily need the water. The water could also be your voice, which is energy, the spoken word, which is also words of power. It could also be your voice. And they had a little bit of that in The Mummy, the movie The Mummy, which was all right, but they made two mummies. They made one, the British made a mummy during the same time that they was making the mummy here. But once they found out that Universal had picked up the mummy, they knew that they couldn't compete with Universal. So one went straight to video and one went to the theater. The one that went straight to video was the real deal. It's called The Tale of the Mummy. I'll get the name of it in a few minutes. That's the one you want to get. The Tale of the Mummy. The Tale of the Mummy, and that's the one you want to get. So, let me see. I need me some water also. Yeah, just give me a little cup or a jug or whatever you can find. And we'll just pour the libations.
For sake of putting on tape about libations, could you explain about how it lines up your energies and your ancestors?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I usually do in most of my tapes. And there's so many words in actuality, which I'm going to explain also too. Each person consists of their own universe. And what you're going to find out is that when your ancestors die, they don't go live in the heavens. They go live in you. There's two systems that we need to understand, and we're going to get into those two systems. They become a part of you because we're just talking about energy. And in so many words, you'll see it on the movie Highlander. When they quicken, when they cut off the head, the one gets the other one's energy and he quickens. Especially in Highlander 3 with Mario Van Peebles, because he went to kill the Highlander. He said, "Oh, you got a lot of good magic here. Can you teach me that?" And the guy said, "No." He said, "Don't worry. When I cut off your head, I'll gain all your magic." That's Highlander 3. So basically, they become a part of you, your energy. So when you literally pour libations, you're not just paying homage to the gods or your ancestors. You're actually lining up the energy inside of you. You see what I'm saying? And so what we're going to deal with the next 2 days is to worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior to yourself. That's the first page of the Message to the Black Man. And I don't even think, he put it in there, and I don't even think the realization of what was even being said at the time of the first page of the Message to the Black Man, I don't even think Elijah Muhammad knew it. But it was something that was supposed to be something that you're supposed to get now, and that's what we have to do also too. So like I said before, I gotta apologize because if this stuff seems demonic, evil, and basically blasphemous, horrible, hideous, satanic, or whatever you want to call, be sure to note that it is. You see what I'm saying? But then again, I must explain to you what is that and what is that particular science. You see, outside of the physical realm, outside of the physical realm of what you know as evil, as immoral, if there's no physical realm, then what the hell are we talking about? You see what I'm saying? What would evil be outside of the physical, social, economical, political realm or religious realm? You see what I'm saying? And why is this taught against? So the next 2 days, we're going to really get into some advanced information based on that now. So that's the, now this is my libation, or that's theirs. Is this?
This is all for you to pour the libation in.
Okay, right. Okay, yeah. This is my cup of water. That's the one.
You want water? That's for the libation.
Okay, cool. Okay, I'll tell you. Y'all want a cup, so we're just gonna pour it in here like this now, and give them this stuff, you know, straight up. I'll shake it. Okay. Then we will go and do the libation. So I gotta get pumped up. Like I said, I don't get up till 10 o'clock every day. So getting up at 7:30 is like getting up at 5 for me. You know, getting up at 5 for me. So you know. So you line up your own energy when you pour the actual libations. You actually, and when you redirect the energy from going to some mystical outside into the inside, that's when you start literally manifesting and in actuality taking care of business where things will actually work for you. As remember, I suggested the last time to get the book The Magician. Anybody got that book? The Magician, Philip Cooper's book, The Magician, Studies in Effective Magic. That particular book, Studies in Effective Magic, The Magician, is basically tells you that, oh, that's mine. Oh, man, okay, you pull out all the stops there, man, yeah. You know. Okay. Basically, that nothing works for you not unless you convince your subconscious mind. So let me give you an example. One brother, we used to stay up all night in the early 90s, 90, 91, discussing the black problem, just all night to the break of dawn. So I didn't see this brother for I didn't see him 4 years, and then I saw him in July. This nigga up here going to TD Jakes. I'm like, what in the hell are you doing going to TD Jakes? You know, this is the brother responsible for bringing Naim Akbar, Syracuse University, Rochester University, a whole lot of things, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? But see, this is where things being redirected and things that not understood can happen. Basically, and what happened was that he had 2 children that actually died on him. So the 3rd child, his wife went to T.D. Jakes, and he supposedly anointed her, and she had the 3rd child. So now this nigga is all convinced that T.D. Jakes had something to do with his child being born. And see, what he didn't understand based on the actual spiritual realm was, his wife grew up in Mississippi and her ass is still down in Mississippi. So the only archetypal image that she ever knew was Christianity. You understand what I'm saying? In the book, Philip Cooper's book, your subconscious cannot produce anything for you until you convince your subconscious that it is real. So by her, Allah, Obatala, Amin-Ra, Osai, that wasn't going to hit it for Miss Mississippi. She needed the iconology in which she grew up with. That was her reality because she was taught that way from a child. So I even gave her some magic before. And the magic didn't work because Miss Mississippi, she ain't down with it because she hadn't convinced her subconscious, or she hadn't programmed her subconscious that the shit was real. You see? So when T.D. Jakes came, the same energy that applied if doggone some brother on the planet, if a Yoruba master would come and anoint somebody, basically telling the person to open up and let the energy flow. You see what I'm saying? That person would get it. Because she only knew Christianity, the only thing that was going to apply, not unless she got some severe deprogramming and other knowledge of greater other realities, the only thing was going to work was good old Jesus.
She let it happen through the church.
So she used the iconology of a system to program her own flow of energy that her subconscious got and cured whatever was wrong for her that was blocking so she could have the baby. You understand what I'm saying? And they had shit to do with cornbread eating ass T.D. Jakes. You see what I'm saying? But that was the way that she was programmed from a child, because the subconscious can only deal based on what it is being programmed. It's the same thing based on I got a friend named Brother Basisi up in Philadelphia, and his wife died, I think, last October. But she lived 10 years with cancer. And she became the ultimate vegetarian. He was a vegetarian years before her, in the 70s. She became the ultimate vegetarian. She was even, would even wash with spring water, cook with spring water. I mean, literally. I'm talking about the literal, I got a brother, I'm talking about the real fanatic aspect of it. But she still never got rid of the cancer. That is because she didn't convince her subconscious mind to get rid of the cancer. So it didn't matter how much she cleaned the vessel. You understand? The cancer is all based on the psychological aspect anyway, and there was some things that she was not letting go. You see what I'm saying? And that's all it was, is a blockage in the first place. You dictate what the cells do anyway. So based on that, going back to this, he's thinking it's T.D. Jakes. You see? So based on that, I'm saying also you line up the actual energy, because it is your energy that you're lining up. And at this particular time, look for no God to lift you up but yourself. And what we're going to deal with the next 2 days, and I hope you stay for the next 2 days, is you have an enemy. And unfortunately, your enemy is all what you think is divine and spiritual. And we'll get into that type of information also too. And we're not just talking about, well, this brother is coming up with some just crazy ass concepts. No, we got enough scholarship here to understand this, and we will point out a lot of references on the way. So let's deal with the libations right now. Sophia, I say Diana, I say Oshun, I say Lilith, I say Lilith too, I say Layla, and I'm gonna break some other stuff down with Lilith. First of all, Lilith is nothing but the great mother. So there's some other things that what the rabbinic lure cuts off, because the whole Lilith thing is not indigenous to rabbinic, what you would call the Hebrew lure. It's a Mesopotamian deity it has its origin in Babylonia. Babylonia. So basically, it's the great mother also too. So the reason why some things, by the time it gets to the rabbinic lure, or when it gets to what you call the whole Judeo-Christian thing, she's considered second class or whatever the type thing is. And but now don't take her from out of her divineness of being evil. She is evil. Depends on what you understand what evil is. We did to line this thing all up too. So I'll get into some other esoteric works of the Lilith thing and also give you some documentary. If you, it's a good book you need to get on this, which is a serious work on it, is Raphael Pates, P-A-T-I, Raphael Pates, Hebrew Goddess. Which, if you heard of the sewing Barbara Black Couture, have you heard that book, the Book of Lilith? Her book is coming from his book. The main crux of her scholarship is coming from Raphael Pates' book, Hebrew Goddess. So that's the one that you want to get. That's the real serious work. And the Couture book is actually good too. You see what I'm saying? But she has many names, but basically, and it's interesting you said it because we'll go also to go into some other stuff about the whole Lilith thing and show you her great mother aspect. You see what I'm saying? See, the thing is, the female in Hebrew mythology has to become second class because they want you to believe that the father is alone and didn't have a mother. You see what I'm saying? Didn't have a mother. You see what I'm saying? And in actuality, you know how you have asshole children or brats? You know you gotta, no matter what you do, the motherfucker just ain't gonna never be no good. The father that would reduce her down to being evil is that asshole type of child, and we'll get into that stuff too. You know what I'm saying? That's literally male chauvinist and ultimately a homosexual deity. As above, so below. Same shit you got, they got up there too. And we'll deal with some of that stuff too. A lover of men. You call him Yahweh or whatever. But that's how that whole thing, and we'll break all this down too. Now for the people that think this is too bizarre, all I can say is that we just don't have enough time to convince people. But what we can do, this, which is better than most groups, is we will give you enough information that you can study on your own. Now, if you don't go and do the work, that's up to you. You see what I'm saying? That's up to you. But it won't be from a lack of scholarship if you decide to pursue any of this particular stuff. You see what I'm saying? And that's the good thing about why I think it's safe to well, I can put it this way. The reason why I say that it's safe to basically take what I say as a form of gospel, because the simple fact I take it out of me and literally put it in your hands and give you a series of things to study, because in actuality, I am not a master of shit. I'm always a student. And that's what I loved about the Afrocentric movement that was supreme. The reason why I stuck to a certain realm of scholarship, because we would all say, no matter how much in the Afrocentric community, how much we would say, oh, these great scholars, they would always say we are all students. And that's the difference between having some master or some cult leader or whatever. We are all students. Study to know thyself approved, that the Bible says, as well as it says, blessed are those who read. That's in the Bible. I'll think of it in a minute.
It's in the Quran.
It's in the Quran too?
Yeah.
But it's in the Bible too. Blessed are those who read.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So Master Farad Muhammad, one of the only pictures other than the mug shots you got with Honorable Elijah Muhammad standing up is whether he has a book. He's standing there with a book in his hand. One of the ones you see, the one, you know, he got that little Jerry Lewis looking hairdo and whatever, is he got a book open. And that's the key. So what we're dealing with is we are able to say what we want, and we're able to express the most hideous things, because the simple fact that this is a realm of scholarship. You must understand this. This is not a type of religion. It's not that type of thing. And I have to draw the lines. We're talking about research here. You see, we're talking about, and we're basically doing what white people have been doing for like the last 140 years. And that's what we're talking about doing. And there's not enough of that now. You see what I'm saying? There's not enough of that. And I'm noticing now that there's even a lot of so-called masters out here, and they will come and they'll pump y'all up, but they will never tell you where they get their shit from. They won't give you a whole lot of sources. So that's what I'm saying right now is, I suffer the consequences for not getting paid a whole lot of money, because I could have me a cult right now. You know what I'm saying? 3, 4 women and shit, cooking and stuff, a woman every night. Because our people are here to be taken advantage of, because that's what happens to our people as an oppressed people. All kind of charlatans come and take advantage of them. So because, you know, I really don't want to see your ass after tomorrow, you don't have to worry about me coming back and shit with no prayer cloth. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get no damn money from your ass. You see what I'm saying? So therefore you don't have to worry. So it lines up to be more safe. You're not joining some type of cult or whatever type thing. And for basically what I have to say the next 2 days, God knows you don't want to follow me nowhere. You see what I'm saying and all, you see. And I will say also too, that if you are scared of what I'm saying, feel free to go back to the church. Please do. See what I'm saying? Go back to the church and call me the devil, which I am. And you have the right to believe that. That's not the point here. The point is not to try to get you to join something. If this stuff shocks you and this stuff is literally wears on you that you say, I can't take it, then go back to the church. You see, like, it's interesting. I know I'm on the road, but this is the way we got to do things and all. Y'all get your water. The other day I was this sister, she was faking the funk. Oh yeah, I know all this so-and-so, you talking all that spiritual stuff. And I said, yeah. You know, and she was talking, I thought she really did, you know. So she said, what's that on your chest there? This is the Baphomet goat, which you know of has been used as Satan. I said, well, it's the Baphomet of the Sabbatic goat. That's been used, later on is used as Satan. She said, yeah, what you doing with that? I said, well, did you look in the Bible? Do you see any iconology that say that Satan, they depict Satan a certain way in the Bible? Is there any iconology that they specifically say, this is how Satan looks? She said, no. I said, okay then. I say, so basically somebody took an ancient symbol of Christ and turned it into Satan. She said, okay, I can buy that. You know, I can buy that. I said, no, I ain't letting you off the hook. I said, I'm not letting you off the hook. I said, what about if I told you that Christ and Satan is one and the same? And then all of a sudden, all her little fronting just went out the door. She went straight back to the damn church. What in the hell are you talking about? I said, now I know that's ridiculous. I said, because you probably never heard no fool ever tell you that before in your life. I said, you know, she said, yeah, and she said, what are you talking? And then she stopped for a minute and her rational mind took over. And then she started, the wheels started turning. She said, wait a minute. She's in her aspect, she said, well, you know, well, Satan is a form of destruction, and hell, God is destructive too, in somewhat by. And then she got scared again. Nigga, I want to know what your experiences is, because they tell us not to just them words and all, and you got to get away from all this philosophy and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to know, you know. I see a few minutes ago you was getting ready to tap in until that same old religious fear kicked in when somebody taught your ass a long time ago. You see what I'm saying? And so therefore she ran. See, we was in this health food store, and it's on the bottom floor of this building where all these people go to work in the office and stuff. She took her ass and ran back upstairs. I gotta get out of here, you know. That whole 9 yards. But my point is, we will deal with those particular things also too. Believe me, this is but on the other hand, we need to draw the line as far as defining. There's 2 different dimensions, and you need to understand exactly who you are, as well as the other side, what it is. And we'll get into that. I'm going ahead of myself, but let's deal with the libations right now. Oshun, I say. Olakun, I say. Oshosi, I say. Babaluaye, I say. Arunla, I say. Oludumare, I say. Nakumpa, I say. Umbelenga, I say. Yiminya, I say Arisha Elku, I say Oya, I say Ishu, I say Legba, I say Olaroon, I say Adam Gwerti, I say Ogu Farelli, I say Erzuli, I say Edo, I say Laka, I say Lakshmi, I say Dinsiya, I say Damawalawedo, I say Marasha, I say Bapama, I say let me get some of this. Lilith, I say Amin-Ra, I say Segment. Segment is also Lilith too. Heru, I say Awas, I say Ivas, I say Ovas, I say Thunderdog, I say Sunbear, I say Kachidi, I say Samuel, I say Melchizedek, I say Sutek, I say Shutan, I say Shaitan. Ooh, you getting scared now. Shiva, I say Anunnaki, I say Shakti, I say Da, I say Yesed, I say Frigda, I say Zaka, I say Brahmin, I say Demawalawedo, I say Agungu, I say Mars, I say Belda, I say Omitutu, I say Mojo Oko Igatu, I say Mojo Borisha, I say Malku, I say Tayamat, I say Tahuti, I say Osea, I say Raheru Kahudi, I say Heru Raha, I say Har Sefi, I say Pataneta Unra, I say Tayit, I say Tayang, I say Legba, I say Sekmayat, I say Asura, I say Rudra, I say Vetra, I say Anu, I say Nilahotep, I say Olakun, I say Tekun, I say Shakma, I say Had, I say Tiburon, I say Helios, I say Sangal, I say Vishnu, I say Marasha, I say Atha, I say Rhea, I say Alapi, I say Omitutu, I say Anitutu, I say Kosika, I say Kosi Opo, I say Mercury, I say Raheru Kahudi, I say Newt, I say Abbott, I say Apep, I say Bass, I say Ani, I say Maya, keep on going louder. You got the few more. Prometheus, I say Prometheus, I say the Titans, I say Sutek, I say Anpu, I say Ares, I say Hera, I say Oya, I say Apep, I say Bina, I say Nexet, I say Anpu, I say Abatala, I say Cthulhu, I say Shinigara, I say Hastar, I say Azathoth, I say Azazel, I say Magameta, I say Makali, I say Bridget, I say Silk, I say Oguparelli, I say Moko Balapi, I say Tutu Ilimba, I say Kosi Kalamasi, I say Babawaya, I say Bumona, Cat, I say Kasi Andana, I say Metatron, I say Melanin, I say Apep, I say God, Osmoles, I say Bass, I say Behutit, I say Celeries, I say Typhon, I say Leviathan, I say Latiaphon, I say Damawalawedo, I say Gargo, I say Gargan, I say Latri, I say Melectos, I say Melocene, I say Pan, I say Dionysus, I say a few more Sutek, I say Sutnesi, I say Sut, I say Sutnubit, I say Supe, I say Tammuz, a few more now, Ilitutu, I say Sahu, I say Adon, I say Aram, I say Azazel, I say Visible, I say Balel, I say White Buffalo, I say Dagon, I say Amma, I say Naama, I say Nobo, I say Yubaru, I say Demogorgon, I say Hete, I say Manin, I say Nomo, I say Siva, I say Pakwa, I say Shutan, I say Bob, I say Ka, I say Neverest, I say Apollyon, I say Apollyon, I say Apollo, I say Perseus, I say Hercules, I say Belber, I say Behemoth, few more now, about 3 more, 3, 4, 5 more, Thunderdog, I say Chemish, I say Dogon, I say Emio, I say Kali, I say Valzepin, I say Naza, I say Yin La Yang, I say Rimin, I say Naja, I say, and I'll give you the supreme great mother in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, where you have your Layla, which is the supreme great mother in Islam. Layla is also comes from Lilith too.
Yeah.
Lilith, Lilith. Also, you get the word Allah Ma Yin. That's the supreme great mother in the Tibetan Book of the Dead that they tell you is the most evil spirit. That's Lama Yin. Always, the great mother is always evil. And not that she's good, and they're saying she's evil. No, she's evil if you know what the hell evil is. You see what I'm saying? And we will explain what that is. And so evil is good, like it said in the Vampire in Brooklyn. Evil is good. Which you will understand, I'm going ahead of myself. But as we do, before we get into all that, I need to get into the first aspect of the hard copy. So the people who The people who didn't come the last time, I still have some more of those Titan books, which is very interesting. I want to show you this particular picture. I should have Xeroxed some of these. But like I said, I had a hookup. You know how you got a hookup? Well, brother, you know, Black America was built on the hookup. Some Negro working up in some place, he hooking you up. So I had a hookup at Kinko's with a brother. Last time I came, I had a hookup with Kinko's. Brother up in there, the brother's like, look, come in and get what you want. And I was doing like $100 a copy every 2 days. You know how the hookup is. He said, all I want you to do, he said, I'm off on Friday, but Wednesday and Thursday I get a little broke. You know, the hump day. So all I want is my lunch money. And my lunch money consists of like anywhere from $3 to $5. I'm like, shoot, you know, yeah, I'm handing them 10s and, you know, whatever, you know, 5, you know, cool. I'm saying, well, yeah, great. You know, because you hooking me up. You know, I'm doing $75 worth of copies. But, you know, I wouldn't abuse. I tell her, I don't want to abuse it now. I'm going to come like once a day. I'm going to come once a week or twice a week, and that's going to be it. Now, I just knock it all out at one time. But he was over the whole front, so, you know, he's over the whole front. That was his station. So, basically, the white man back there said he got it. So, here it is. Just like you got the hookup. You got some nigga they done put up in there, thinking it's his stove. But this is the problem that gets me is this. There's this other brother coming. You giving away all the copies. And this is where you know it's either got to be some agents or some mind control. The other brother, the brother that was tripping is a brother in his early 20s, like 19 or 20, and from Philadelphia. So he wasn't, I could see the nigga from Mississippi, you know. And he's, Jesus, tell me to guard the white man shit or whatever. Nigga from Philly, grew up in the streets. And I couldn't figure it out. I said, you know, he all hip-hop back, but yet he acting like damn Gomer Pyle. I'm like, what the fuck going on here? But I said, oh, I get it. Oh, you the agent up in here. See, even something as small as that, they'll hire a certain Negro to do a certain thing. You see what I'm saying? So here come the brother bust up the whole hookup. You see what I'm saying? So I wasn't able to get my copies like I used to until I found my new hookup. You know, they come every so often, every 6 months, every 2 years or whatever, you know, and all like that. But here's a picture here that I got. This is coming from the Boston Museum. This picture, as you can see, and I want to pass it around if the people want to see this particular thing. I want to put it on the camera first. This particular picture is a picture of the original Greek, the Etruscan.
I thought you said Etruscan.
It says Etruscan, which is the original Greek people. But as you can see, this brother don't resemble no white man, as you look like Isaac Hayes. And you know a nigga is, you know, I don't know, one people got this kind of lips where the lips so big till they fold in half. So this is a picture of the original Greek. That goes, and this bears witness to what the brother Hakeem Bey was saying, that most of those Greek statues you see was built about 100 years ago, where they had this Renaissance period where they went over there and got rid of all the black statues and put up these white statues. And I think I was here the last time I told you that they had the statue, the University of Ohio bought this big statue they fished out of the Aegean Sea over there, and they bought the statue of Zeus, and basically when they carved and dated it was 1970 or 1971. So these crackers literally made a statue, went over there and buried it to authenticate history. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the actual Jews have been doing. There's a book called The Invention of Ancient Israel. I'll get the name. There's a book called The Invention of Ancient Israel, and this book in actuality by Keith W. Whitelam, W-H-I-T-E-L-A-M, Keith W. Whitelam, Whitelam. The Invention of Ancient Israel, in this particular book, shows how these white Jews, which are the fake Jews, you know, converted into Judaism in Spain, literally their whole job for the last, let's say, 700 years, and especially for the 20th century, was to try to authenticate themselves into history. Now, there's a brother down, when I go and speak down in Indianapolis, the brother was saying that they got these Jews, and every time the sister will put anything historical origins of the Jewish or the African origins of the Jews, they get some white people to go up in there and buy all the copies. The Jews will send their own people up in there to buy all the copies, so that they don't want the rest of the people in the area to get this particular information. So this book, The Invention of Ancient Israel, it says that this is what they're doing to authenticate themselves. And remember I said the last time that I was here that they didn't even, before World War II, the prophecy in Psalms of a people that would suffer only lined up with the slave in the diaspora of black descent. Up until after World War II, they became the suffering people. You see, and that was all made, and it was all planned by the Jewish head of state that put Hitler up in there to do that. Say, well, we're going to allow the German Jew to go through the Holocaust. You see what I'm saying? So it can authenticate us in the history. So they do the same thing throughout history, and the whole Greek thing, which you see the white statues and all, is all black. You see what I'm saying? Which they did about 100 years ago. You see. Now, so something else I wanted to deal with is a brother by the name of, you know, when they had the Afrocentric movement was pumping up recently in the early 90s, late 80s, they had those Negro people that the white people would go and get these Negro scholars, and they would come up, you know, they pay them to come up and talk junk. And why you all want to say that you all Egyptian? We are from West Africa. We're not Egyptians, we're from West Africa. This is what the Negroes were saying, you know, in the argument. There was a brother by the name of Theodore Ford. Theodore Ford that wrote a book called God Wills the Negro. He wrote the book in 1939. He went to the University of Chicago and he studied Egyptology. Black brother. I mean a brother. And he wrote the book God Wills the Negro. Theodore P. Ford. Anyway, the book stayed out about 2 years, but you know how it is. You know, back then, hell, we probably, if we didn't read, we couldn't read. You know, I mean, we had a lot of people, although we did have a scholarly community, but then again, you know what I'm saying, that was not the type of stuff that we was into. Hell, we didn't get into this until recently anyway. So therefore, the book stayed out about 2 or 3 years, maybe 2 years, and then the government came in and confiscated all of them. And the only people ended up with a certain amount of books was a few people that was in the area of Chicago. You know, and I found the book because a brother gave me a beautifully preserved copy back in I think a couple of months after I left here, and I think in May. And the reason why they confiscated the book was this. Apparently this guy had done research and had found out a certain amount of information, and it makes a whole lot of sense, and I'm going to give you the information on what went down. When you had your last invasion of Egypt, or Hemmitt, where you had your Arab invasion, you had large clusters of Egyptians that left by the thousands, and they migrated over to West Africa, maybe by the millions. You know, and the other ones got pushed on down in Nubia. You see what I'm saying? Pushed on down in Nubia. Now, you know they buried 200 temples up under the Aswan Dam because they found Hebrew writings up in them shits. They found just about all Hebrew, Greek, and all that stuff that the Egyptians was doing, and they showed that the origins of all that stuff came from one single library. You see what I'm saying? Plus all your Typhonian stuff, which is your pre-dynastic stuff, which really gets into some stuff, and the stuff I'm going to deal with the next 2 days. They didn't want the people to understand that stuff, so basically they covered over those particular temples. 200 temples, even Dr. Ben talked about it in '91. 200 temples. Now you know the white man don't cover up shit. He want to know everything. But basically they took them, basically what they did is they worked for maybe 100 years between the time of Napoleon. They just went and Just copy everything off of the temple walls. They don't have to decipher it. Just make sure you get everything. And they copied all of them. Once they got it all copied, you see,
There's one down.
then they ask one down, they cover it over. So anyway, some of them got pushed back into Nubia. The other ones had a large migration over into West Africa. Now, the scene shifts to the time of the slave trade. Now, two aspects. Number one, the slavers is coming up in there, the Arabs as well as the white boys or whatever, Portuguese or whatever. Now, two things happening. Remember, these particular people, Africans, because they don't know but one color. So what distinguishes you is your particular civilization or your tribe or whatever, or your nation. You see what I'm saying? So now if the slavers are coming in, the king has to make a choice. He is bound by the law to look out for the people that he is ruling over, or his kingdom. You see what I'm saying? So if you're going to choose who's going to go get on the slave boats, you best believe I'm going to try to hook up my homeboys to stay. So therefore, the Egyptians or the Hemmites being homeless, because they didn't have a home because their home was in Egypt. So they had thousands of these homeless people settling in the area, which they had several migrations. They came during the time of the Dogon, you know, and the whole thing with Timbuktu and all that type of stuff. So basically what they did is the Africans, the West Africans gave up the Egyptians. And so your major influx of people that came to the West are the Egyptians. So that's why when you look at them fucking hieroglyphics, something happens to your ass. You remembering your own self when you were living in Kemet. The other thing is based on his stuff is because the Hemmites was a very advanced people and sophisticated people. They had some other brothers and sisters over on the other part of the planet or continent that got jealous of them. And that also added into putting them on the slave ships. Either way, this brother's scholarship must have was accurate. It must have was the same scholarship that the Europeans came up with and came to the conclusion, because if it was false, they wouldn't have came and confiscated all the books. You see what I'm saying? So obviously the brother was on point. You see what I'm saying? Which also breaks this thing down to who we are, and we'll get into some other information based on the whole Camelot thing. We'll get into some of that particular information in a few minutes too. But I wanted to put that particular information out. The book is called, it's called God Wills the Negro by Theodore Ford. Now, if you can't get a copy of it, I do have a nicely preserved copy that won't take anything. I didn't bring it with me, but I have to just ship it back up to Brother Tiba, and basically you can get a copy if you want to, you know, however you want to do this particular thing. Just want to get into a couple of things, you know, before we deal with this thing. Go get the movie Johnny 2.0. The movie Johnny 2.0. Because this movie is going to be dealing with cloning. But the movie is going to show, in the movie, it's going to specifically show that the clone does not suspect itself to be the clone. You see. And so get the movie and all, you know, this, the guy who was dealing with the genetic engineering himself, who was Johnny, literally got hit in the head. And when he woke up in the hospital room, he come to find out that it was his clone. His clone actually woke up, and the real Johnny was still living. But he had like gone off freelance and was on the run, and they had to activate his clone after 20 years to try to track him down, because the clone would know who he was, or the clone basically would have the same type of thoughts on how to track him. But basically the clone actually thought that he had woken, he was awakened from the night he was knocked out, which just so happened to be the real person got knocked out or got hit in the head 20 years before. So it basically shows that the clone does not suspect itself to be the clone, which also goes to this particular information that there was this sister down in Atlanta was talking to me about 2 months ago, and she was saying that she has a cousin, And the actual cousin came and told her he was in prison. And he said, you know, they came and got me one night. And she said, well, what did they do? She said, I don't know, there's a bunch of white men showed up at my cell, and they came and got me. She said, you know what happened? She said, all I know is I ended up back in my cell the next day. So in so many words, this clone that's talking to her didn't suspect himself to be a clone, but the original host was killed. You see what I'm saying? So that's very key. Like they said, please stay out of the prisons. Also, too, one of the key things, and they're going to be doing this a lot to the so-called upward mobile is, and some of you might know this and they might convince you to this bullshit, that basically, if you're working on a job, that basically they can preserve whatever drugs or whatever you own. It's best that you give you a strand of your hair other than your damn urine. Don't give nobody your damn hair. Because that means if you're giving somebody your hair, it's more than likely, like the old people say, your ass wake up dead. And somebody else be in your house look like you cooking the dinner and screwing your husband. See what I'm saying? So don't give nobody your hair and all that. So this is going to be mandatory. Very big that's going down in the next couple of months, years, or whatever. So they're going to convince all the Negroes, but then again, we don't have to worry about it because we already know that black people are going to do what the damn white man say anyway. You see what I'm saying? But that's one of the keys. Don't give anybody your hair. So some people saying, you know, well, man, you know, brother, we need to just get over this stuff. You know what I'm saying? We need to get over the past. But look, I'm going to ask you something here. And here it is that it's interesting that the European has, and this is what mind control is. He has such a power to define. So he can define a certain reality that he does, and it's acceptable. When you try to do the same thing, it's something different. Now this is the key. They tell you to get over the past. But yet, basically when this white man deals with you and deals with anybody in this society, if you really look at his system is comprised of keeping a record on your ass. You know what I'm saying? From the day you born to the day you die is a series of records. Right now, you 50, going to get some loan, and they done found some shit you did when you was 12. Now, how is it, but you say it's valid. You accept it as law. Might even accept it as being righteous. But how is it that this cracker constantly can keep a record on you?
Of the past.
Of the past. But yet you can't keep no record on his ass when he's been hostile to you 99.9% of the time your ass been here. See the form of mind control? Everything that he does is a damn record. From your credit, like I said, if you go to Radio Shack, you see what I'm saying? Like I think I was here the last time I told you, went to the cleaners, and the address that I was at before I moved showed up on the actual computer, and they say, McFarland, that's your girl or something. I say, how the hell you know that? She put some clothes in here 4 years ago. I'm like, what? Y'all tracking niggas down based on fucking cleaners? You see, so my point is everything, even this whole internet bullshit, is all based on a series of records. But you can't keep no records on him, or you racist. And the key here is looking at basically the form of mind control, whereas it's going to the point whereas he has the power to define. You see what I'm saying? And you think that his definition is valid. You see what I'm saying? You think his definition is valid. It's very key that you understand that also too. Now, I don't know if I mentioned this book because if you're going to get into the magic thing, a lot of the books that you see in a lot of the books you see, those ritual books that you see, if you go to Barnes and Nobles, or you go to Borders and all that stuff, you see a whole bunch of books on magic. The reason why the government put those things out because they don't work. The reason why they don't work now is because those books, a lot of the spells was written thousands of years ago. And basically the energy and the time cycle has changed. So based on the time cycle being changed, a lot of that stuff don't work. The stuff that works is the stuff that you conjure up yourself because that's your own energy dealing with it. So there's a book called Your Book of Shadows, How to Write Your Own Magical Spells by Patricia Telesco, T-E-L-E-S-C-O, T-E-L-E-S-C-O, which basically, I've known this for the last 4 or 5 years, that basically any type of system that you want to see, if you still want to deal with the magical aspect of this stuff, which is basically the scientific part, the best spells you do is the spells you make yourself. So then here's this book that they put out called Your Own Book of Shadows, which is dealing with that. See, even the word itself, the book of shadows. The shadow is your innermost self. That is the dark side that Steven Spielberg and George Lucas put $1 billion campaign to tell you to turn away from. Telling you to turn away from the dark side is to tell you to turn away from the supreme essence of your own nature. And that's the difference. So we're going to deal with two schools. There's the right-hand path and the left-hand path. Your path is the left-hand path because you so happen to have a shadow. That's the difference. We're going to get into that the next couple of days. So this cracker's telling you, ooh, stay away from the left-hand path. And you don't understand that the left-hand path is your own essence. Your essence is the damn dark side. You see what I'm saying? That is who you are, the Osirian realm. So to go to the fucking light is to go to get screwed up and to go to get duped. You see what I'm saying? Stay a fucking away from the light and accept the darkness.
What's her last name again? Patricia?
Telesco, Telesco. The reason why we say that is it's always good to have some type of magic to conjure, just on this realm, just to keep the crack off your ass, even on the job. Or, you never know. You know, we have to work through a series of things, but every now and then some shit will come up abrupt. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Shit, you know, get ready to get sued, or, you know, you get ready to take the car, whatever kind of stuff. So it's good to keep, but see, a lot of that stuff that they put in, you know, the cracker ain't gonna put no shit up in the stove to damn fuck up his thing. But basically what we're talking about is still teaching you to use your own energy. You see what I'm saying? Use your own energy in this particular cycle of this particular realm. You see what I'm saying? And so that's an excellent book also to deal with. Also, I want you to get a book called Becoming Osiris. It's a book on death, which we're going to get into deep today, is to deal with this whole death thing, because death is the ultimate mystery and mastery. And that's what we want to deal with also too. So I'm going to explain some of the left-hand path the next couple of days, because in actuality, when I go into this and all, it'll make a whole lot of sense, because it took me years to unravel the actual pages and the mysteries to try to understand some things. How the yogi masters and all, I couldn't understand how Yogananda could come over here with 100,000 white people, and yet they got thousands of untouchables and all them starving to death in Bangladesh, and this cracker over here calling himself God and dealing with the mutant. But then again, I understand what's going on right now and all, and he was teaching them a form of their path, the right-hand path, which means it's some light shit so you don't get fucked up and all right. But then again, on the other hand, it's nothing but just another illusion that you get caught up in there and all, and although you get a little bit of freedom, it's still only an illusion. So I'm going ahead of myself, but I want to deal with some stuff. Let me go on. Here's a picture here. We're dealing with the stuff that's going on right now. Here's a picture of some brothers right here that paid, I think, a couple of $1,000 to get this picture of Tupac Shakur painted. Tupac Shakur painted. I'm going to put this on the film. You know, some brothers, you know, they got the gang symbols and all that kind of thing. Now, guess where this is? South Africa.
Wow.
You thought it was a continent? No, South Africa. South Africa is where this is. Now, this is also a form of mind control, too. You see, in order to kill off a people with gang warfare, you have to introduce that element with the drugs and everything else that you can kill off the people with. So therefore, you get them into the element that coincided with our Holocaust that went down, you know, the gangster rap and all that kind of stuff, and therefore you can kill them off also too. So this is a form of mind control, as well as a form of basically setting some people up for genocide. You see, so therefore now they're over there killing each other off wholesale. All over the continent, but yes, all over the continent, they dealing with this shit here.
That's part of the civil rights movement.
You see what I'm saying? Well, see, the whole key here is also, too, you got to realize, although Tupac and Biggie represented some of the last good talent you had in rap, especially Biggie, man. If you really listen to it and all, you can literally see the talent compared to the Master P shit now. But the misfortune of the Tupac thing is he introduced the whole thug thing. So therefore, under that banner, they can use this as a form of a government system to kill off a whole bunch of people based on the thug nation shit. You see what I'm saying? So let me explain what's going on also with the whole rap thing now. Every time we create something, they will come in and take it. So now they announced about a month ago, because you know they got all these white boys coming up, you know, Eminem and all these stuff like this and all. But they say the new face of rap. But before, you know, we had people like Third Base, they kind of went over. Beastie Boys went over. They didn't accept Vanilla Ice with the one little track. The black person was singing until they got tired of this nigga. But basically, in order to go over on the rap scene and stuff, you literally had to be humble and be down to the T, have some real good talent to be a white boy. The House of Pain thing went over, that first little thing, jump around or whatever. But basically, they had a hard time breaking into this thing because it was left up to black people whether we accepted them. But now, since the white children are the 70 to 80% of the buyers of rap, they don't necessarily need the black audience no more because they're going to get supported anyway because the majority of people buying rap now is white people. You see, now, this is the key. First of all, I don't really even get into thing whether they take it or not because you introduced it and stuff. I mean, shit, the Eminem shit was smooth. I mean, hell, you gotta be true, but I'm like, this shit, it sound good. But then again, I'm gonna tell you what happened. This is the key on what's going down. Basically, what they did was, they found that this rap force was a huge economical maker and an actual zone that was sweeping the whole world. Chinese motherfuckers rapping. Shit, you know, Japanese on the continent. So they say, no, we gotta buy into this thing. We gotta get our children to make some of this cash. You see. So basically what they did was, is after Biggie and them, what they did was, if you notice, your boy Bout It came out in like June of '96, and by September of '96, they killed Tupac, and then they killed Biggie in that January of '97. So they got one of the major forces out, and they put the actual Master P, and what he did is he directed people into a whole nother area of rap. Whereas it doesn't even resemble the stuff prior to it. You know, the early '90s, the mid '90s, where it was real deal talent going down. You see what I'm saying? This stuff here is just straight up hollering and, you know, I got all this money and look at my car and all this shit, you know, just insanity. Meanwhile, they pumping up the white boys and they saying, no. Now you go back and we're gonna produce the good shit. So they call in Dre, they call in a whole bunch of people. And so if you listen to their shit, their stuff sounds real good. Like the Eminem thing, I was like, yeah, white boy, I said, man, this thing sounds pretty good. You see, and so what it is they're taking the basic elements in what built rap, you see what I'm saying? The stuff that made it popular, the stuff that made it a phenomenon that it was, the rudimentary elements, and basically they're telling the white people, confine yourselves among these lines because this was the real talent. You see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, they got black people off into some whole other shit. See what I'm coming from here? You see. And basically, so what they would do is, they got several of these white people scheduled for the next couple of months to come out, and basically they can create a whole avenue. It's just like you had all kind of good dance music in the 80s and stuff, so now all of a sudden the Britney Spears and all these Backstreet Boys, they jamming out the same shit that you was jamming in the 1990s, and all of a sudden they came back in because they don't have the talent. They done reactivated full force in the boys, which is the black people that couldn't get no jobs because niggas always abandoning their shit. They got all these black people that was making money in the 80s, they going and working for Britney Spears and all these white people, and they done took that from them. Same thing that they did when it was all rock and roll in the 60s and the 50s. You see what I'm saying? And then they phased the shit out and took it from you, and they call it rock. And rock became basically a white thing. But before the 1970s, it was rock and roll, which was basically a black dominance. You see the origin of this thing. So they are able to take certain amount of things, and basically that's what they're doing with the whole white thing right now. But let me tell you, the shit, when the white boys gonna come out, although they might not have the talent to rap as good as the blacks, but the actual basic basic concept that go into something, even in rap that makes it good, they're gonna have all that shit, so it's gonna sound better than the black people shit. Black people stuff just gonna be this juvenile shit, you know. Back up that ass. You know what shit? Back that ass, back that ass, back that ass. Crazy shit. And the white boys have got some stuff where it's basically an advanced folk music. So I'm just telling you how they do stuff like this. You gotta understand what's going on. You see, so they're able to take stuff just like your boy here. He all of a sudden now he come and pop. Next thing you know, he'll be singing some fucking Al Green or Garth Brooks. Oh yeah, he country. Next thing you know, he be jumping with some Al Green and shit. Sound like Junior Walker and the All-Stars on your ass. Talking about Rock Me Baby. See? That's how they do stuff. This is Garth Brooks. He done got his hair all down, got the black shit. You know, got a little stuff here. You see, getting ready to go into the funk. Look like Prince. He done got rid of the man. You see what I'm saying? Next thing you know, it'll be Do Me Baby. Garth Brooks. And you will think that Garth Brooks invented this shit. See what I'm saying? This is how stuff goes. You gotta understand. Let me show you something else. Now, basically the whole object is to supplant one race of people with another race of people. So in so many words, wipe out the underclass, and I've been talking about this since '96, where I suspect there's about 20 million black people that's dead in the United States since 1990. And replace them or supplant it with another group of people, which is the Hispanic thing. So in order to do that, we got to bring up more stars and more things that appeal to the Hispanics. So therefore, all of a sudden now, Jennifer Lopez, she making the damn song. Ricky Martin and all this shit here, all that stuff there, that's all because they have a greater influx of them coming, and they already got 2 Hispanic stations. Now this shit is smooth. You know, they got drama. They got, I mean, this stuff is just like doggone HBO, just like you know, Lifetimes, USA Today or what, USA Channel. Our shit is that same old ignorant shit. You see, it's in BET, which is, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you in your right mind, you know, you shouldn't even be watching this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's insane. Okay, what? Okay, fine. You still got, we've always had entertainment, but to have a station all day with damn entertainment and rap or whatever kind of stuff, and these people, they even got dramas and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They got 2 of them. That's on a level that's more sophisticated, and the BET shit, it can't even go off on a commercial without fucking up. You ever see that? Can't go to a commercial without messing up. You know what I'm saying? Taking them 2 hours to get back on the air. See, but you know, all that's by design. So now all of a sudden, the Latin USA. See what I'm saying? This is what this whole thing is about, to replace you. That's one of the keys of this thing. Let me show you something else. Then they came out with this. Good news for Black America. Good news for Black America. This came out on June 7th, 1999. Good news about Black America. But why aren't blacks celebrating? So they're trying to tell you that you need to be celebrating. The reason why they're telling you that you need to be celebrating is because you don't understand they have basically wiped out about 20 million of your people. But it's because, like I said before, based on census, you was thinking it was 30. Like I said, they came out in 1975 and said it was 30 million black people. Then they came back in 1997 and said 30 million black people. You see what I'm saying? So obviously your ass didn't have no babies whatsoever, but every black woman I see carrying around a damn baby like rings on the finger. You see what I'm saying? So we know niggas is dropping some seeds. But the point I'm trying to make here is, the reason why they can say that is, if you kill 20 million people off, you can supply the rest of the niggas that's left behind with a few crumbs. You see what I'm saying? So they're saying that the state of Black America economically is the greatest it has ever been. Unemployment is low. Now you know, like I said, you know 18 niggas with no jobs. You understand what I'm saying? But yet, the key is this, and let me explain what's going on here. Your boy's book, Dunbar, something Lawrence Dunbar? What is it? Paul Lawrence Dunbar, which wrote the book Our Kind of People. Now what this is Our Kind of People. wrote the book on the, you know, the elite black elite in America. Let me explain this shit to see so you can understand what's going on. This book is not just a book of some person that's trying to chronicle a history of the black elite. First of all, he's a Boule member, so we already know what that is, a Negro Boule. Let me explain what this thing is. This book is an intelligentsia. You know what an no, this book is a manifesto, what I'm trying to say. You know what a manifesto is? This is an announcement of a certain declaration or a catalyst for a stage or a plateau that the goals and the objectives are trying to get to.
Yeah.
So this is the manifestation, or this is what is a manifesto of the Boule from, let's say, the turn of the century. This is the Boule's dream that we want what's left in America to be an elite group of black people, and we kill off the so-called subpar class. They put in the movie Ants. You know, they have one group of people in the movie Ants that want to kill off the other ones. So this was a manifesto of what the Boule, so this book is introducing to white America that we are here and we are elite. Willingly elite. You see, and also too, you know, Betty Shabazz is a Boule member too. Yeah, go get the damn book. Go get the book. Her ass up in the book.
Yeah.
The links. The links is the male, the female aspect of the Boule. Her ass on the front row of the links. Betty Shabazz. And you can understand how her behind died an awful death. Oh, she just didn't get killed right then, you know, she out of the body and said, I'm free. No, her ass suffered for about a month. Lips all burn up and all this kind of stuff here. Because they say for whom much is given, much is required.
Yeah.
No lukewarm shit. Now you know doggone well, I know your husband got killed by maybe some brothers or whatever. But my point is everybody in here has pondered that the FBI, CIA, and all them was behind it too. So you know damn well, if you pondered that, you know she had 30 years to think about that shit too. You see what I'm saying? But she, right up in the front row, they got her name down there, Betty Shabazz, in the book Our Kind of People, by the Dunbar Cat. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, getting back to this particular book is a manifesto of the Boule's dream in which they were actually came into being to do. You see what I'm saying? Instead of the trickle-down talented 10th, it's just the talented 10th. You see what I'm saying? With no damn talent. Just imitating the damn white man. The key here is, this is what this, you got to understand. See, you got to realize, you got to understand, things just don't come out. Things just don't come out by accident. Around the year 2000 and all that kind of thing. You see what I'm saying? Certain things come out for certain reasons. Now, based on the West Africans say, because we all had prophecies. So one of the West African prophecies was, because they said, well, why is it that when the white man came, you just laid down and just died? They said, well, that was a part of the grand plan. We understood that certain prophecy had to manifest. You see what I'm saying? This is the manifest destiny. We got manifest destiny too. So our manifest destiny was to basically go in exile from our kingdom. That was prophecy being fulfilled. But they said, well, what? They said, well, we would be in exile from our kingdom for 2,000 seasons. That's the West African prophecy. We will be in exile from our kingdom for 2,000 seasons. So based on the white boy saying, well, if these Negroes going to be around in the 2,000 season, they're going to be elite. And even if you are not a part of the actual structure, we're going to hook it up with you so you can be elite too, by easing the finances on the ones that's left behind. Meanwhile, we'll still be trimming the fat and cutting and isolating the rest of these people and killing them off. You see what I'm saying? Now let me give you some other science right now that's going on. If you notice white people, just watch them. You notice white people don't drive no old cars. Only time they drive an old car is, that means it's a classic. You go in the black neighborhood, you got your old beat up jalopy and shit riding around, some fucking Impala from damn 20 years ago and stuff, you know what I'm saying? But white people don't drive old cars. Now let me explain what's going on with white people so you can understand this, because this is just stuff, we're going to get into the science, but you need to understand what's going on in the world right here so you can understand the Europeans right now, they're getting paid a subsidy for I think it's about anywhere from $20,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 a year. So let's say if you're making $50,000, you get an extra 20. If you're making 20, you might get an extra 30 or 40, and it varies. Now the reason why you don't know about this particular thing, and they're doing it not necessarily just because they're doing it basically if you are a citizen, basically. Just for being a white citizen of this particular, we're not citizens, we're property of the United States government, basically. But that's basically what it is, you know the laws and stuff. But basically by them being a citizen, or being a descent from some type of clan or whatever the deal is, they get paid. And the reason why you don't know about it because they put it in their bank account. So you know how white people just seem to just do all right, period? I'm saying, you see them get fired on the job too, but you know, they don't end up living in no goddamn car. And if they do, it's because they was outside of the loop.
Thoroughly trifling.
You see what I'm saying? Outside of the loop. Now this is what the deal is now. What it is they get about $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 based on their income added to their annual salary. Now, if you're making $20,000 a year and somebody will come and put an extra $10,000 in your bank account, your ass will be able to maneuver pretty good with $10,000, right? So what you think about somebody putting an extra $20,000 in your bank account? The key is they can't tell you about it. Because they tell you about it, they immediately get cut off and they can also get killed too. And one of the stipulations also too is that they can't have any interracial thing because they can't have no nigger or no sister getting this money. Number 3, they got to pay the taxes or whatever, they get cut off too, because that's all a part of it too. But on the other hand, it's not necessarily them paying the taxes. How they are able to do this, you say how are they able to stifle this? Because everybody that's not a citizen, and because they are becoming the minority as far as the amount of dark-skinned people, if you want to say it, I'm just talking about something that's non-white in the country. When you pay taxes, your taxes go to them. You see what I'm saying? So whenever the Hispanics or whatever, no matter, I don't care if they're even making, $25 a damn week. Whatever taxes you pay by being from soda or whatever you buy in the store, whatever taxes from income taxes to sales taxes, that money automatically goes in the pool, and therefore they can subsidize the stuff because literally you're paying for the shit. You get how it goes? It's not unbelievable if you understand how this thing goes on. The other thing here is this. You ever notice how these buildings are downtown, these banks, and these banks just make money year after year after year? And you're like, damn, what's all this for? These banks also, they get tax breaks if they also put into the actual fund or the pot too. So the banks, the corporations get tax breaks and all this basically by taking some of the money and funneling it also in the system to give to the actual citizens too. You see where I'm coming from? And basically this is what's going down. And they're not telling you. You see what I'm saying? But us, we always think that everybody, and these people will tell us things because we always think that everybody our goddamn friend. You see what I'm saying? Also too, if you are not at a certain standard of living as a certain cracker, and I'm talking about as a group, like they got a group in Baltimore, Maryland. They got a ghetto, a white ghetto in Baltimore. Anybody ever seen this shit? They got literally a white ghetto. I mean, blocks after blocks of white people. Just like Good Times and shit. But you don't know that. They got one in Atlanta called Cabbage Town, but it's become smaller over the years. But they have a huge one in Baltimore, Maryland, of them Appalachians crackers doing the migration like we migrated from Mississippi, and they right there, but you don't know that, based on perception. But my point is there's a certain group of them that's considered Negroes too. You understand what I'm saying? That somehow didn't go up the gene pool based on proper breeding or whatever, and didn't get that hillbilly out their ass or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And so this is what actually happened. Now, but they get paid money. So therefore, the reason why they're saying, another thing also too, This is, so you remember how all of a sudden, you know, in the 70s, all these white people was liberals. It's cool to be the liberal. And all of a sudden they became conservatives. Because they told them, listen, if you chew the fat between the Reaganomics era, or the Reagan era, because you know, there's a whole bunch of white people that became homeless in the 80s. Then all of a sudden, them motherfuckers disappeared. You see what I'm saying? You still out there and shit. They said if you chew the fat for like 10 years until we get this system set up, in the 90s, we'll start paying you all money. You know, they do it over in some places in Saudi Arabia, where they have a lot of oil money and everybody lives in the particular city for free.
That's why, like in the late 1980s, they started the subsidized era when they had the HUD housing. It's because of the white trash, the white lower class, they needed housing and subsidized incomes and stuff. The people that didn't have jobs, the white population that didn't have jobs. That's what I read in one of those magazines, like I think it was Ebony or Essence, that's where like the white population came to have subsidized, and then after all the white people had their little subsidized housing and hood housing, that's when they gave the rest, like the leftovers, to the black population.
See, that was probably to pull this whole homeless thing up, but they had to chew the fat. They said if you could chew the fat for 10 years, you could get subsidized, you could get a stipend on whatever you make, but you gotta have a job. You see what I'm saying? You gotta have a job. You see how the whole key goes? So the whole thing, so all of a sudden, in the 80s, I mean, 79, they liberal. You know, these motherfuckers voted in Carter and shit. 80, these motherfuckers conservative. You see what I'm saying? But see, they have meetings. They come to the meeting. It's not like over the gradual time. No, these crackers, they go in and have a meeting. They said, no, we gotta chew the fat. Don't give no niggas nothing. So what they did was, Reagan came in and he skimmed off all of the so-called government spending. You see what I'm saying? And he, you know, and until now, even your so-called Democrats are basically neoconservatives. You see how this thing goes? So they skimmed off all of that so that this lottery can go to the masses of the actual people. And so that's what the whole, all of a sudden, it's conservative, it's conservative. And the reason why they skimmed off all of that and they talking about this conservative, because these crackers is getting paid about this shit. Now a few more things on the hard copy. Let me go into some history, because certain things need to be documented. You see what I'm saying? We go into the part of the 21st century or whatever, and hopefully we won't make that, but if you know what I'm talking about. But my point is, because I don't never want to wake up the next day and see nothing this round here, period. But the key here is this. I want to go into a little bit of history of the Klan. I want to show you some stuff on the Klan. Basically, the Klan, I proved it last couple of times, that the Ku Klux Klan was an advanced secret society organization. It wasn't no chewing tobacco crackers and all that stuff that you think it was. That's some stuff that got out of hand. It was an advanced secret societal organization that started with the Albert Pike, which is Scottish Rite Freemasonry, Southern jurisdiction of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, started the Klan. Also, do you know that the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, was a Confederate organization that formed based on the slave-owning Jews that was to fight against the Union? And the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, as well as the Jewish Defense League, as well as the Br'nai B'rith, all started out of Charleston, South Carolina, and later on hooked up with Albert Pike, and they started the actual Klan together, which also led to your Spingard brothers, who started the NAACP. All that shit is Klan organization. So the Ku Klux Klan was an advanced organization that also had their own military force, or their own strong arm, or what you would call your public policing force, which basically became the police force that you know of in the country, which also your FBI came from that, your CIA, and all that come from the same organization. Then you can understand why you lose, thinking everybody is your goddamn friend. So what happened here is this here. In doing Reconstruction, it was an advanced secret society. That's why you couldn't draw the parallel. It was an advanced secret society, you know, that also had the Egyptian dress and all that. Because I'm not talking about no man riding on no horse with some holes cut out. I'm talking about the real Klan uniform. I'm talking about that shit with the cape and the red and the cross. That's African shit. And the cone-shaped hood, that all comes from Kemet. That's the Moorish science and the Moorish thing, and that all comes from Kemet. You see what I'm saying? That's their advanced organization. Now, how did it get to be the redneck thing? When Reconstruction came out, when the whole Reconstruction thing came about after Emancipation Proclamation and the whole Reconstruction era, the Klan, in order to doggone force this Jim Crow and the beat niggas over the head, they opened up the doors and became an open door policy for all of the redneck crackers to join the local clans because they needed them as the muscle and the force to go and hang niggas and do the whole beating over the head. But it's a pyramid structure. The bottom part is they had an open door policy for all the doggone redneck crackers, and they started their own little branches and running around and stuff, you know, burning up places and stuff like that. That was all a part of the whole, to destroy the whole Reconstruction thing, and also become a form of the policing force for black people. You understand what I'm saying? The newly freed slaves, which later on led to your regular police force nationwide. You gotta understand, this is a structure here that's more united than what you think it is. It just, what happened was, around the 1950s, after they had basically gone to another level and they had already started the police forces around the country, and they were all unified, because you know they even showed the movie Gang in Blue with Mario Van Peebles. When they tapped into the police force, it was a sub Ku Klux Klan organization. Remember that? So around the 1950s and 1960s, they no longer needed the redneck chewing tobacco cracker. So the top elite part of the elite part of the same Ku Klux Klan turned against its lower echelon, the lesser repertoire of crackers, the lesser brand of cracker. So basically you had the same organization having a weeding out process, and they used their particular law branch to do it based on the FBI came in. The CIA, and they came in, and the same society used the same law branch under the behest of them to wipe out the lower riffraff and to clean them up to the point whereas by the mid-70s they reestablished themselves again as neoconservatism and conservative, and the appointment of Ronald Reagan was the dream realized. So therefore they became neoconservative, Christian coalition, and all of the functioning body of the United States government, Democratic and Republican, was nothing but the new purified version of the Ku Klux Klan to rule your ass on an advanced level by getting you part of the goddamn process. See how the whole shit goes? And this is the history of this particular stuff right here. And basically this is also to try to show you another reality that on one hand you sitting up here thinking that in actuality we are all free and everything's all right, and all of you don't understand, they all in on it together. You see what I'm saying? They all in on it together. And that's what you must understand at this particular time. So now, let's go into some other stuff. Let me give you this type of stuff here. Back in 1993, I met a sister. I think I showed this the last time I was here. Did I show this? Yep. Well, let me give you some more update on this thing, because this was supposed to be their Messiah. You see what I'm saying? Back in 1993, there was a sister who was at the AU Center, real conscious, all into the black conscious movement and all of this, a sister from Harlem. So she left Clark Atlanta University and went back home to Harlem. So when I would go to speak in New York, I would always see the sister at all the black conscious movements. You see what I'm saying? And believe me, this sister here is the quintessential fine-ass black woman. When I say fine, I'm talking about fine. You know, waist like a waltz and ass like a horse. Fine. You know what I'm talking about. She's so fine till when you walk down the street, your goddamn girlfriend turn around and say, "That's a fine-ass woman." And I ain't even there. Prototypical, I mean blue-black too, you see. So, I mean literally. But anyway, this sister, I just had a damn, you be all right. I just had a damn glance of how fine this mother was. I had a flashback and shit. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, she went to New York, and I used to see the sister off and on. In the spring of the year, I saw the sister. She moved back down to Atlanta. All of a sudden, I'm seeing this sister with 4 or 5 Bibles. And the sister, but she kept saying, she said, look, I got an implant in my arm. She come up, I saw her about 2 weeks ago. She said, I got an implant in my arm, and I believe I'm a clone. Serious shit. She said, look, she said, I got burnt one day. She said she was studying to be a Yoruba priestess. And she said she got burnt one day, and she had to go to the hospital, and that's when they put this implant in her. And she said she was working on Wall Street, and she said all the jobs started disappearing, and she started getting fired from all the jobs, and she couldn't keep no job. And she said she looked, and they had all these records and stuff on her, and she saying, well, what's going on? Why they gonna implant me? You see what I'm saying? And so she said, I'm sitting here, and this sister telling me all this shit. I swear. But every now and then you speak on things, and every now and then the reality of it comes around. So it was spiritual, because she said, well, she said, you're the only person I can talk to about it. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm saying, yeah, and I'm going to talk about this shit in my damn lecture too. But anyway, because you got to understand the real conspiracy, why I have to tell you what went down. So she said that I've been having problems with this thing, and she said my mother came up and said, don't be surprised if there's another you out there somewhere. She said, why would my mother say some shit like that? She said her mother just said it, and she said her mother said, you know, you were a part of a government program from the time you were born.
Oh, shit.
She said her mother told her that. And in so many words, I said, well, damn, I said, well, I mean, what do they want with you? I mean, you know, hell, you know. And then it all started coming out. She said, look, I've been sent back here. She said, because they've been grooming me because I'm supposed to hook up with one of the King boys, one of Martin Luther King children, and have this child by him. And then so I said, oh, okay then. I said, I heard a brother from ITC, the International Theological Seminary over there, which is the black college thing. And a brother told me back like in '91, say, yeah, you know, Martin Luther King was a messiah for white people. And I said, wait, I said, why did this brother tell me this about, you know, things always come around spiritually. So why did this brother tell me this? You know, and I said, oh, okay. She said, yeah, I'm supposed to have a child by Dexter King. That's the youngest one. I'm like, well, damn, I said, well, can't nothing good come out of that shit. I said, because quiet is kept, I mean, the word around Atlanta, and it's not like a word, like a rumor, common knowledge around Atlanta is that nigga gay.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, you know, hell, unless you're going to do some artificial insemination and shit, you know, he might have a nigga you might hook up, you might introduce him to a guy or whatever, but I say, you know, it's interesting that he got 4 children, ain't none of them married, and none of them got no children or whatever, and I say, that's not by coincidence when none of your offspring had no children. See what I'm saying? See, it's one thing to say, you know, you got a person don't have, because like I told you before, not everybody's supposed to have children, but not the whole fucking offspring. He got 2 males there. You see what I'm saying? And the youngest one, man, this nigga can get, if you ever saw him and shit, you know, this nigga can get any woman he want. You see what I'm saying? But even if the old one, I don't give a damn if the old one look like damn fucking Festus Hagen. Hell, he Martin Luther King's son, shit. You know, I was Martin Luther King's son, what kind of rap I have on this? Shit, you couldn't tell me nothing. Shit, I have here a string of them, shit. You know, but got a nice, the younger daughter, she look pretty decent, you know what I'm saying, and all, and, you know, but I'm just saying, anybody, you know, and then the nigga say, you know, a nigga like, I'll hook up with, I just say, I'm married to one of the King, you know, ain't got no problem, and you mean to tell me none of y'all can't find nobody? You see what I'm saying? But see, that's all based on a conspiracy. So the sister was saying, you know, I'm supposed to hook up with him. And this sister was homeless when I saw her. And a few days later, this babe was up in the upper echelons of the Ebenezer Church. And they real, you know, you don't get up there now unless you're a dignified, a dignitary, or whatever kind of nigga. She was up in the shit. She said, come on, walk with me. I walked her ass to the front door of the church, and niggas coming out greeting her. I said, you hooked up. She said, yeah. She said, you know, not only that, she said, you know, I got guys. She said, I'm living with people. They got giving me the whole free ride, and I don't have to give no sex. I said, that's truly amazing, looking at your ass. But the key is and so I saw her a few weeks ago, and she said, you know, she said, I still do believe I'm a clone. But my point here is, for this sister to be conscious and all of a sudden end up back in Atlanta, and literally, we walked from Peachtree Street down to Auburn Avenue to the King Center. And I saw it with my own eyes. I'm at the front door and mugs coming out greeting her, and she go in the damn room with them in the little place where they got some study, some Bible study or whatever kind of thing, you see what I'm saying? But these people coming in greeting her and stuff 2 or 3 weeks after she came to town and was homeless. You see, and my point is things are very mysterious, and you must understand that basically I think that basically they're going to try to front that whole thing as a messianic line. Because you notice that's all they still, you would figure that hell, Martin Luther King was the only person that ever did anything, period. You see what I'm saying? Did anything, period. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me tell you something else happened. You know the Coca-Cola shit that went out there and the crackers got sick over there in what, Switzerland or Belgium? What happened was that some shit doubled back on them. What happened was that Coke was meant for a third world country, or what you call a first world country. It's supposed to go to Africa. You see Australia, you know, to the Aborigines. So it's supposed to go to some people outside of the European aspect.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Could have very well been here too, but my point is they got their own division on how they fuck niggas up over here. Yeah. But it was supposed to go, I'll explain something to you in a few minutes what happened also too. But I think it was supposed to go to Africa, and some shit got switched up on the truck. Yeah. And it went over there and fucked them crackers up and got them all sick. Yeah. But then again, that's also telling you if they got all sick, that means in actuality you don't supposed to be messing with it. But let me show you something else too. Also, because you know Jack Felder, the black biochemist out of New York, originally from South Carolina, said that you know he was doing the same thing happened. He was working on vaccines after getting out of the service, and so they had a red box. He would go to the black community and the vaccines in a blue box to go to the white community. And one day they switched up the red box to the blue box, and he said he don't know what was in it, but it took 2 damn helicopters and a whole bunch of damn trucks and stuff to hunt that red box down that was going to the white community. You see, so this whole thing that went down with the Coke shit was based on that. Now let me explain something else what happened. There was a brother that comes to a lot of my lectures, down in Atlanta, and he's like a personal trainer, exercise trainer. And he said that about a year ago, remember I don't know, it was all over the country they were selling these on Wednesdays. I know it was all down south. On Wednesdays, the McDonald's was giving away these free hamburgers, like a 99-cent hamburgers. But he said one, he only eats fish, he was a vegetarian. He said, but he still eats fish and he said he don't know why the hell he's going to eat some fish from McDonald's. He said well, that day they had a double, 2 fish,
Same here.
two things, 2 fish sandwiches for $1.99. And he said that the spirit told him, don't eat that. Don't go in there and eat it. But he overrode the spirit and went up in there anyway. And he said he ate it, and he said and his lips started getting numb. And he said, wait a minute, he said, I remember this someplace. And then he said, then his throat started draining. He said, wait a minute, I remember this someplace. And he said what happened was, when he was down in Mississippi, he said he had a first cousin that used to sell damn cocaine. This was before the crack thing. He had a first cousin that used to sell cocaine, in like the early 80s before all that shit became crack. At first they freed up the cocaine. And he said, he said that he didn't used to take it or nothing. He said, but what he used to do, he said he remembered one day taking some of it and putting it on his tongue. And he said that his lip got numb and his throat started draining. You see what I'm saying? The throat started draining. Now it's interesting he said that because me being the asshole that I am, one day I'm walking down the street and I said 99-cent spicy chicken. Like I said, Yeah, I'm on sabbatical about 2-3 years from vegetarianism. I don't eat no red meat. I'm going up in there. Some say, don't eat that shit. That's it. And I went up in there and my throat, I ate it and I ate it and I walked from here to the back of the house, up the street, and my throat started getting sore and started draining. The same way. So what I'm saying is this here. See, now you see, I told him, I said, brother, he told me this thing Wednesday. I said, brother, you know what you just did? I said, you just broke one of the keys to this whole crack thing. See, the key is they got the people hooked on crack through the fast food, and then they had to have a damn craving. And being Negroes that we are, we gonna try something for the first damn time. And what happens is most people tell you, I got hooked on crack. I tried it for the first time and I was hooked. You see what I'm saying? Like one sister, her husband died about 2 years ago, and he said this brother was like a Muslim. This brother eat to live, never did anything. And he said one day he just went somewhere and he tried crack for the first time, and he called up and said, I tried crack for the first time. I won't be seeing you no more. And he was hooked ever since, and he died later on. But my point is they got him hooked on the shit through the fucking McDonald's and all that. Because you know McDonald's and Coke, they all one and the same. See what I'm saying? So let me tell you something else happened to show you what's going down. Remember when I tell you that basically all the stuff based on the melanin in us is based on if they can dehydrate you, they can keep certain things down. We're going to go into some other science like that over the course of the next 2 days. But what happened was on the day of the summer solstice down in Atlanta, they got these Kroger, they call it Kroger. You know, that's the supermarket down there.
Yeah, we got one there.
Well, the #1 selling Kroger in the country is on Cascade Street. These niggas buy more food, more grocery than anything down there. Well, you know, that's black people. The day of the summer solstice, which was like June, I don't know, when was the summer solstice? June 22nd. 21st or whatever. I walked in, and I said, well, damn, it was something I had to go do. I had to go buy some candles or something. And I said, all the stores, I said, let me go up in Kroger. And I walked in the front door, and I'm like, damn, what's all these people doing up in here? Because I think it was like a Wednesday or whatever. And I said, well, hell, it ain't no Thanksgiving. You know, or something, you know, the lines be jam-packed. And I looked, and I swear to you, they had cases of soda. 12 packs. This high, stacked off the ground, like, looked like helicopters brought these shits in. On each end of the damn store. The 12 packs for 99 cents. And it didn't even have like the color on the box or whatever. Like, you know, the store-bought thing, it even had like Kroger and it had the different colors or whatever. You know, the method. This shit had big white boxes, say soda, grape, orange. And it was packed up to the ceiling, and niggas had like 12 packs. You see what I'm saying? 12 packs. One person had like 30, 12 packs. One person bought 2 basket loads full of this shit, 12 packs. And I said, oh, this is what's going on. You see, that's the whole D. If they can dehydrate you during the summer solstice, they can shut down the melanin because the melanin works through water. Water is the key. You see what I'm saying? And our water is the key. You see that in the movie Doom. The melange, which is the melanin, then you have the water of life. That's the connection. You see what I'm saying? Hydra, sulfate hydrolith, sulfate hydrolith, the stone of water. The Christ stone is called the stone of water. And so basically, that's how they do stuff based on the dehydration. Plus also too, you know that everything in the water dehydrates you also. But it's just interesting that also happened. Let me give you a couple other things that went down. That went down. Also, if you can distract the subconscious mind, if you can distract the conscious mind, you can leave the subconscious mind wide open. So all these damn shootings and killings you had, that's all government shit. You know, this summer, all the shootings and all that stuff, that's government. Also, even that earthquake over in Texas, in Turkey, that's all government. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, they got a movie out now called Storm with Bruce Perry, where the crackers came on the movie and told the people we started Hurricane Andrew.
Yeah.
They showed the shit where they got this electromagnetic pulse thing light something, they can create a storm.
Yeah.
And so Luke Perry broke into the secret, and the black man ended up killing himself, or he got killed. They told him to stand down. It was a black man that had a conscience, you know, because they always got niggas working on it. As a matter of fact, it was the brothers' research. That's how it always is. It was the brothers' research that they benefited from in the movie. This shit is real now.
I'm gonna tell you about that.
In the movie, and I think it's gonna be on all whatever. It's,
Yeah.
you know, it's on
Channel, cable.
cable. Yeah, you know, whatever. Anyway, if you can't get it, I got a copy because it's interesting. My girlfriend works at the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, which is the main white paper. Should be the Atlanta Journal and Prostitution or whatever. Niggas ask for years. But I got the first cassette of this thing before it aired. And then I sent one to some brother, and then she ended up getting another one. I said, I'm supposed to spiritually have this, but in the movie, your boy Martin Sheen in the movie says, he said, what is this all about? He said, look, we ain't gotta have no nuclear shit with no nuclear mess. We can pull a first-class storm up to somebody's ass and put the storm on them and stuff, and basically, in so many words, he's saying, and we can move in the next day. No mess or no nuclear mess or whatever the deal is. But they're showing and telling you if they got that, it's the same electromagnetic force field. They can do the thing with the earthquakes too. So the whole thing with Turkey, huh?
I was gonna say they have 4 of those. They're called harps.
Yeah, I know it's a harp.
Yeah, okay. From Turkey, you can draw a straight line through the pyramids down to Cameroon where they got one.
And I'll tell you something else too. In Turkey, one of the Moorish bases. See, you gotta realize when you see, anytime you see somebody wearing that fez, you know that was basically a hub of Moorish installation. You see what I'm saying? So that whole thing, you see, all that stuff is related. The same time that happened, if you trace it a year before, it was Kenya where they blew the shit up. Everything is all related, you gotta understand. But also a form of mind control also too. You see, one guy, he walk in the building, white boy down in Atlanta, shoot up the whole damn building, get there. Walk out the building, go to another building, they still ain't caught the cracker. He gonna shoot up another building, then walk down the damn street and get there. Now you know damn well that shit, if you drop some paper on the ground, they got your ass. You can't even get down the street and drop some damn paper. This cracker walking all out down the damn sidewalk, done killed up a whole building full of people.
Cameras everywhere.
See what I'm saying? All that shit, and then you... the guy, the Ku Klux Klansman in Texas, the thing that just happened the other week, all that shit is government mind control. You gotta understand what's going down. Including the major ritual that went on also too. Because the same time that was going on, they had a major ritual. Let me explain what this major ritual was. You must understand that the book Messianic Legacy, this book teaches you that the white boys take the same Jesus Christ script and they run their whole system based on that. So your president is your Messiah. Well, they got that shit from Egypt because the Pharaoh was the Messianic embodiment. But you can either do it to raise the people up, or you can do it for mind control also too. So basically you look for Clinton to say, to change your life, make your life better. So therefore he is the Messiah. It's all in the book, The Messianic Legacy. So in so many words also too, they also got to have, in the Christ thing, they also got to have a crucifixion and a sacrifice. So what happened was, is why you don't realize this, is they chose these Kennedys, starting with Joe Kennedy, the oldest son, years before he, the other one, John F. Kennedy, even became president. And basically what you do is that they choose a messianic family. Number one, they're from Ireland, so that's already your black link. Because get the movie Secrets of Ruin-ish. Remember I told you to get the movie Secrets of Ruin-ish? Well, I don't know, you know, you can find it in Detroit somewhere. It's about Secrets of Ruin-ish, and basically it's dealing with the African origins of Ireland, as well as your book, Everything is Under Control, Robert Anton Wilson, and look up Bob Quinn. And Noble Drew Ali up in there and look up Bob Quinn, and you'll see the whole African origins of Ireland. And that whole 9 years, I explained that the last time I was here, the first time I was here, well, the last time I was here before Christmas. But my point here is you get the Irish thing, so that's already the nigger element. See what I'm saying?
Irish jig.
You see what I'm saying? Right. So the key here is, you know what I'm saying, They got that whole thing going down. You got this family, and you kill them off during the cycles. See, they understand that in order for them to get to a certain cycle of the Europeans, because this is all Masonic, in order for them to get to another cycle that they can extend their time on the earth, they got to kill somebody on a messianic line. So they killed Joe Kennedy one time before. They killed his damn sister. You see what I'm saying? They killed John F. Kennedy. To get through a cycle in 63, 68, they killed Bobby Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy. You see what I'm saying? Then they just took the other one where they stole him in the river with the Chappaquiddick shit. You see what I'm saying? Did that whole 9 yards. Then, in the 80s, one of the guys killed himself. Remember one of the brothers, one of Bobby's sons died with an overdose. Right. Now, then the other Bobby's son, he dies 30 years to the day, almost. He died, he got hit by, ran into the damn tree with the skiing accident, right, and gets killed. 30 years, he got killed in 1998. His daddy died in 1968. You see what I'm saying? Well, what's his name died in 1963, Robert F. Kennedy, but 3 and 6 and 9, it's all the damn same. So the other one died in 99. You see what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from here? So it's a big ritual that's going on. So now you got to understand what was going on in this whole thing. This was a ritual to get through the summit of the whole 99 thing. Now what happens is this. First of all, he died. He was missing on that Saturday morning. These crackers wait all the weekend. They done beefed up the bill. The bill was like $10 million to find this cat now. All these agencies. They wait until what? Tuesday or Monday?
3 days, whatever, 3 days.
They waited 3 days, from Saturday, Sunday, Monday, to raise him from the dead. Now, let you know, raise his ass dead. Meanwhile, you take 3 days to find somebody to bury in 24 hours? Yeah. Come off the dumb shit. Right. Now, the day before, the day that he was missing, early that morning, the reports for a certain amount of time, his instructor was with him. His instructor was with him. He was with somebody else. But all of a sudden, the instructor wasn't with him all of a sudden. See what I'm saying? Now, his license says that you don't supposed to fly at night because he got a restricted license, and you don't supposed to fly in bad weather. So this nigga gonna fly at night in bad weather with a fucked up foot. And then to make it more senseless, he gonna throw his wife, which was supposed to be pregnant, that came out a little bit too. Yeah. And his sister up in there, her sister up in there. Right. So he's gonna put 2 people's life in danger. Right. And he also admitted that one of his things on his test, and he got problems landing. So wait a minute now, this is some good rational shit. I can't land a fucking plane. But yet I'm gonna throw my wife and her sister up in this shit. See where I'm coming from? You see?
No, man, it don't make no sense.
So, no, then it gets even worse. They find him, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you never heard this shit before. Oh, it's okay, the Pope say it's okay to cremate somebody. Where the hell this shit come from? Now, up until his death, the captains don't supposed to cremate nobody. Now, the day they find this nigga, they say, oh, the Pope says it's okay to cremate somebody. But let me show you how the concept of elitism is. Even if the Pope said it was okay to cremate somebody, most elite people are traditionalists. They just don't jump on the bandwagon and do everything everybody else does. They stick in old age tradition. So traditional-wise, his ass getting buried. See where I'm coming from? But all of a sudden, the Pope come out and says it's okay to cremate somebody. But this is the other thing to get me. Oh, he's done enough public service to qualify for burial at sea. Now, wait a minute. What the hell going on? Okay. What, John, he started magazines? Oh, he fed some people and all kind of bullshit. Okay, fine. He is the son of the president. You can bury him at sea. But wait a minute. What about his damn wife? Okay, well, she is married to him. Okay, we can put her in there. But what about this asshole sister? What she did? Gave up some ass in the dormitory somewhere and shit? You understand the concept in all 3? Then you got 2 different families. One decided to burn up somebody. The other family might go, I don't want my people burned up. But all of them get burned up at the same time and get buried at sea. when only one of them qualified to get burned up and one of them qualified to get buried at sea?
Ritual.
It's a damn ritual going on. They get buried at sea. Isn't it convenient that they got buried at sea at the eve of the summer of the meridian point of Leo, July 23rd, which is the highest point of the summer solstice, is the meridian point, which is the apex, which is Leo the lion, which is also the Christ name. See what I'm saying? They got buried on the eve, the 22nd, and the next day is the 23rd. And a couple of days before Sirius rising, it was coming up, I think on the 14th or something. You see, all this is in the same thing. Okay, but if that don't convince your ass, these crackers came on the news the day of the burial and says, here go this word again, the arcane ritual of being buried at sea. I said, wait a minute, I didn't even hear this shit. I said, that was CBS. I turned it, NBC, they say it again. The ritual of being buried at sea. You know, all come on 6:30. I said, no, I gotta wait till 7 because that's when the ABC shit come on. I turn on there. Peter Jennings say, the ritual of being buried at sea. I'm like, what the shit? The one on CBS say first, the father was buried by horse carriage. Then, the brother was buried by train, when they put Bobby ass on the train. Then the third was buried by sea. I'm saying, this shit is a ritual. Then to top it all, they go and play a tape recording of John F. Kennedy talking about how we all came from the sea, and the salt that's in the sea is the same as the salt in the blood in the body. I'm like, look at this shit right here. Yeah. They got the magazines going, they got niggas crying, they got a whole summit, you see what I'm saying? A whole summit to match, because they're called the American Camelot. Right. To match the British Camelot 2 years ago with Diana. Fucking ritual going on. Sacrifice. All during the summer solstice.
They've been killing people.
You see what I'm saying? All during the summer solstice. You see, that's what this whole thing is about. You got to understand this whole ritual shit. Meanwhile, they got all the magazines and it's a big summit. You see what I'm saying? It's going on, and that's what this whole thing is about. You see, but my point is, you saying, well, what? Now, just like my brother said, man, I heard you talking on the radio about Diana. What the hell she got to do with us? I'm like, wait, don't you understand that this John shit? Well, first of all, let me get some other thing too. On November, no, excuse me, a couple of nights after he died, CBS came on and said, the Kennedy mystique and the Kennedy mythology, the Kennedy myth. Then they said, explain what myth is. They explained the shit in the dictionary. They explained what mystique. I said, what is this? Then they kept saying, America's son. Who the fuck John? Nobody didn't know who his ass was until he started fucking with Daryl Hannah a few years ago. America's son. See, that's the S-U-N-S-O-N, Son of God. America's son. They were sacrificing. We love the world so much we give our only begotten son. They kept saying America's son. America's son. So now I'm saying, what does this got to do with me? Look, Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you will know the end when the elite turn on each other and there's infighting amongst the elite. You got to understand that these people got one up on us of studying stuff. They've been studying this shit since the Moors left them in charge. So they know when certain things gonna go up, where this is the bridge where their ass is getting ready to get taken off the planet. You see, where they got to throw in some shit and throw in the towel. Or they got to sacrifice somebody, just like the Mayans had to do.
Virgin sacrifice.
You see what I'm saying? You got to understand the science. So my point is, this shit is major anytime they got to go kill John. We ain't talking about, then on the other hand, John getting ready to turn 40 and already start talking about running for president.
39.
You know, he turns 40 in 2000. And it was already talking about if he didn't get it this time, because that would be too late. If John said he running for president, every damn hoe in America. That shit would be hands down. Especially all the black people, how we love Kennedys. You understand what I'm saying? How we love damn Kennedys would be Princess Diana on the picture. You know what I'm saying? John on the picture. You know how that shit, and maybe Tupac or Biggie or one of them on the side. Maybe Tupac on the pic with the rag around his head. You know they had the two Kennedy boys and Martin Luther King on the picture in somebody's damn bedroom. So you know it'll be hands down. Niggas love some Kennedys and shit. They got black people all up there crying for this nigga. You see what I'm saying? But you gotta understand, see, what we don't realize is, as you say, what does this got to do? This is major shit. This is major. They say basically you can understand what's going on. You just watch the elite where they got to go shoot up a place every day. You see what I'm saying? They got to shoot up a place every week. They got to keep something going. This fall starts this whole Hallows Eve, the Thanksgiving thing, All Saints Day, gonna be some major shit going up into Christmas. Just wait on this thing, it's gonna be big. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna be real big. So let's go into some other stuff.
Who is they? You say they.
We're talking about the ruling elite. When we say they, we're talking about the secret societies. The names I wouldn't know. I'm just talking about the elite, the people who run the world.
Federal government.
Yeah, because there's no such thing as no individualism and no by the people, for the people, and of the people. You understand what I'm saying? It's a group of elite people that run everything and all. And so basically when they start shaking in their boots, that's how you can detect when the stuff is getting ready to go down. We are right in the mix of the stuff. You see what I'm saying? Meanwhile, this whole shit going down with the eclipse getting ready to go down in the eclipse code with the Grand Cross on what, the 11th? That whole thing that went down on August 11th with the eclipse. All that is in conjunction with this shit. You see, all that. Nothing is out of order. So they had to give up one in the middle of July, because when did July he died? And then they say 7 months from the sky will become a great king of terror. Well, they had to ward off that stuff. And meanwhile, they just announced in the Nexus magazine that they done found another fucking comet in April. I ain't telling nobody. They got another comet, the Comet Lee. This astronomer named Lee something from Australia found this comet.
Head this way.
And it's supposed to doggone show up in November.
Oh shit.
You see what I'm saying? This is some serious stuff that's going down. You see, real serious stuff. You see, and so don't just think that they're just doing shit out of their pocket. You see, this is real major. You're going to see all the killings and stuff and all the stuff you're seeing, all of that is a whole part of the whole damn thing. You got to understand what's going down. Right before the Kennedy thing was about to die down, this guy goes in Atlanta and shoot up the whole building. Then after that, the guy shoots up the place in the Jewish thing. Then the guy shoots up the church shit. See, if it's a random act, you would see these things in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. You would see them always occurring. Because all of a sudden it becomes a major trend, that's government. You must understand what's actually going down at this particular time. Y'all all right? Yeah. All right. Let's deal with some stuff. Let me get out some more notes. I got so much. I got so doggone much, but let me, Hold on 1 minute. Y'all bear with me. Let me get out some more notes. I got so much stuff.
I also heard that Mrs. Clinton was holding that spot in New York for him. She's involved in some kind of way too, but I think they were using it.
The Kennedy boy?
Kennedy boy was killed.
Yeah.
Have you noticed how she's changed since she didn't plan to be a governor?
You see, all that stuff is all a part. You know, they got to keep people in this thing. Now, you need to go if it's still in the theaters. Every now and then the white boy will come out with a historical piece. Now here you go again, the little man with the 3rd grade education. He said all this shit. Now the white boy got another movie out. You got to go see the 13th Warrior. Now, you got to see the 13th Warrior. Now let me break this thing down so you can understand. The 13th Warrior is based on, whether you know it or not, the Moors going up to civilize the caveman. You gotta understand, they will put one actor in there, Antonio Banderas, but he's representing the whole Moorish nation. Remember now, he's originally in real life, he's from Spain. Right. But he's playing an Arab. Spanish Arab what? Moor. Omar Sharif is his teacher. He's originally from Egypt. He's playing an Arab. Egypt Arab what? Moor. See where I'm coming from? Remember the 13th man, they said the 13th man that has to go up into Europe to fight off these particular people, it's got to be not from Europe. He has to be somebody from the East or Africa, whatever. But he kept saying, I'm of a noble ability. And you know, the Arabs ain't nothing was noble about their asses. The noble people was the original Cushite Muslim or Cushite Arabian. That's the noble house. That's Moorish. That's black. He said, I'm of the noble people. And remember, he could read. In the movie, he could read and write. Hell, everybody in the ancient world couldn't read or write. Not even in Hemmitt. That means you had to be of a higher order. You see what I'm saying? So what? He goes up in Europe in this movie. Now there's a semi-barbaristic people which is up from Vikingism. They're a little bit, you know, they're trying to be civilized. But they were filthy, you know, they were nasty. He kept saying, ooh, you all are filthy. But they, you know, that's the white man of that time period. But they represent the minority. The rest of Europe was these cave people that their main diet intake was human flesh.
Cannibal.
So they were cannibals and they was getting ready to wipe out a little bit of so-called semi-barbaristic people. You see, because they were cave people. And if you ever saw the caveman they show you on these little shows, you know, when you see this mug in here, it's terrifying. That's the real deal cracker. And so when you see the cracker in this movie, that's the cracker that you fucking around with, not some of everybody. See what I'm saying? Your ass, that's to teach you some shit. See, the movie is just a historical movie. Yeah. But when you see this, it ain't just no little caveman, no, you know, with the little best, no, this small kid. When you see this shit here, then your ass will know the person you fucking around with now, that's the same cracker with some goddamn Brook Brother suit and some fucking Fahrenheit Christian Dior cologne on. Same shit, he just shaved.
Cut the smell down.
But when you saw this doggone cracker, he was black looking. Why was he black? Because the dirt had grown up into his skin like a thick black tar. And when they found out where they live and they went into the caves wasn't one of those cave place about big as this room. No, the caves was a mass underground empire. And when they went down up in there, they saw just thousands and thousands of skulls and bones that they used to eat. Then you get the word skull and bones. They're still doing this shit in at Yale, your top cracker school. But the whole thing was based on the Moors civilizing them and basically had to civilize one group of people from the cannibals. You see what I'm saying? And that's when you go see that particular movie.
They had to kill 90,000 of them straight out to be able to civilize.
Exactly. So, because they were the majority.
Yeah.
Very key that you understand that. You see, very key that you understand that at this particular time. Okay, let's go on to some other things I want to get in before we deal with some stuff here. Here's a book, which is a comic book, The Nephilim. And it says, ages ago, you lived many times before. They're talking about you. Your slaves built the pyramids in honor of your death. Well, whatever. You died for your sins of Jerusalem. You lost your life in your head, suggesting that they eat cake. You are the Nephilim, a demigod, prophet, saint, magician from the mystic past. They're talking about you, the Nephilim. That's you. Those who came down. Again, you incarnate to continue your ancient struggle against a struggle for enlightenment against those of occult societies, which is the secret societies, who seek to enslave you and steal your magic. The magic that they're talking about is melanin. You see, now this is the book where they go in and they say, well, who are the Nephilim? They say, well, you'll find the Nephilim, which is black people. You'll find them in the jailhouses. They say, why? They say, because subconsciously they done been on the planet so long until these younger races come down. They don't really have allegiance to their particular laws because they've seen laws change over the course of millennia. So even they're talking about subconsciously why you rebel against certain things. But in this particular book, it also bears witness, because it also, in this particular book, it also breaks down about, they say, for example, let me give you some things what it says here. The Nephilim, okay, it says, now, if you are the Nephilim, which are black people, learns that history is conceived by the majority of humans is incorrect. Perhaps most all historical events have their origin in the mystical world of the Nephilim, or black people. Human history and books describe the surface of things and live by individual groups who are unable to comprehend the true implications or simply refuse to face the truth. Furthermore, secret societies have fabricated false historical and scientific truth to protect their influences and activities. These deceptions have been accepted as truth by the most of humanity. See, right there, here go the crack again. Telling you that basically white people, the secret societies, fabricate all the history that you know of as true. See, now here it is, they bear witness to this stuff right in the comic book. Now look, a blatant example is that of Darwin's history and natural selection. Incurably curious, Darwin discovered the Atlantean documents, which is ancient African documents, which hinted the origin of human development, African development. During the numerous travels, he was eventually initiated into a Masonic lodge with the aim of bringing humans and Nephilim together. What he also say too, I think this has something to do with the whole humans and Nephilims. We are the Nephilims. This is talking about the Moors. But when he learned the origins of humanity from this lodge, and the destiny of the Nephilim are black people, and our destiny in the future on how we gonna rule again, Darwin destroyed the observations which had brought him to enlightenment, and afraid of being betraying the Nephilim lodge to the other historical societies, then guided by the Nephilim, which was also the Moors, Darwin built a coherent system of biological evolution to further obscure the track. And also, basically, in so many words, what they're saying is Darwin basically, based on this whole thing, to cover up the history of the black man, he basically put this whole shit about the apes thing, which is the standard for all academia in the Western Hemisphere, or in the in Western education. So that means even Charles Finch in his book, even when they had to go and deal with this stuff in the Afrocentric thing, they talking about that Homo habilis and Homo erectus and all that shit ain't got nothing to do with us. Well, some people say, well, they got all these bones. How can you say this stuff don't have anything to do with us? I'm not saying that these particular bones and all that kind of stuff didn't exist. I'm just saying it don't have shit to do with us. So Charles Darwin is correct in one aspect that this has something to do with the white man. But it don't have nothing to do with us. That's the key. His history is not our history. You know, at one time before we knew stuff and all, unless you was real religious, you thought that all people came from the caves.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I remember, being growing up, and I asked my mama one day, I said, hell, how the hell are we going to come from the cave and come from the garden and eating at the same damn time? You know what I'm saying? Asking these questions. But my point is, this whole thing is to throw people off. And even the Afrocentric scholars, even to explain this shit on the academia level, they had to include all this Grimaldi and even start talking about Nubian Grimaldi. We ain't never come from no goddamn apes and shit. In that case, why the hell we ain't got no apes around here talking to the hey, I just learned how to talk. Dumb shit. See, my point is, hell.
Somewhere on the lab.
We got internet, we got all this shit here going on, artificial intelligence, and all kind of stuff and stuff. But yet, we got damn babies growing damn titties at damn 6.
Yeah. Chemicals and stuff.
And all kind of stuff going down. I'm just the way it is. But yet, you ain't see no apes coming up talking about, hey, I just learned how to talk. Let's go play some damn chess. Come on, man. But anyway, this particular book is dealing with this, but this is a book that's sold in the comic book stores.
You got that recently?
Now, I had this since, I think, 96. Nephilim, Nephilim. You'll see it in the,
That's down the comic book?
No, I'm saying, this is a Chaosium industry out of Oakland, California.
Oakland, California.
The Nephilim, what biblical passage?
Nephilim, that's in Genesis 6.
Right.
6th chapter, the 3rd verse.
Yeah, so
the fallen ones.
This is what we are, the fallen ones. So first of all, that's another thing. All this thing about you want to know who the fallen spirits? If you have a physical body, you are a fallen spirit. See what I'm saying? Otherwise, that separates you from the gods. Is you was cast into a physical body. So Satan was cast down and bound for 1,000 years, or will be cast. It was bound. Satan was cast down and bound. You was cast down. Satan fell into a physical body. Remember I told you Lucifer is the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? It's the pineal gland. You gotta also, when you study esoteric thing, you gotta also understand terminology and the origin of the terminology. Lucifer is the pineal gland. And like Alvin Boyd Kuhn said, one of the main keys of the Conference of Nicaea was they had to take out the amount of times the word Lucifer appeared in the Bible. They had to take out that many, the amount of times it appeared in the Bible based on the amount of time Christ appeared in the Bible, because you could draw the goddamn parallel. Yeah. When they say, well, Lucifer fell like the morning star, and then in damn Revelation, Christ said, I am the damn morning star. Yeah. Then you'll understand that Lucifer and the Christ is the same, light bringer.
Lucifer one time.
You see what I'm saying? So they had to take out the amount of times you hear the word Lucifer, you understand? Because you would draw the damn parallel that Satan and Christ is one and the same. And we'll bear witness to that also, going on into some other stuff also too. But I want to deal with some stuff also. Go and get the movie Ghostbuster. Let's put it out again. Ghostbuster 1 and Ghostbuster 2. Now we get ready to beef it up because we get ready to go into some esoteric stuff. We get ready to go into some esoteric stuff. But I want you to go get the movie Ghostbuster 1 and Ghostbuster 2. Because the god Gosa, remember when the woman appeared on the roof? And she come up to them and all, and they say, who are you? And she said, are you gods? And they said, no. She said, then die. And blasted them. And then the black man came and he said, the next time she said he gods, tell the motherfucker he gods. You gotta understand what they're trying to tell you in the movie. The black man had to say it. He said, wait, the next time she say that shit, tell them we gods. Because you know, that's what we are.
Well, he was the only one legitimate to say it.
He was the only one legitimate to say it.
You can fake it, though.
Now, in Ghostbuster Part 2, it's very key you understand this. And I will back all this stuff up and stuff. In Ghostbuster Part 2, the whole thing was based on, they had so much negative energy till this slime was building up under the city. And that slime got out of hand, and the next thing you know, it started destroying the city. That slime, my brothers and sisters, is melanin. And that's how this shit works. I'm going to get into this advanced alchemical studies. The difference between the left-hand path and the right-hand path. So you say, well, that don't coincide. How can you say to be peaceful and all this kind of thing here and all, because there's two sides. So I hit on some of this the last time, and some people say, oh, that nigga that crazy. But I'm going to go deeper into some stuff also too. And we will line this stuff up, I promise you that also too. That particular stuff that you saw was melanin. And that's how melanin works. You see. And I'm just going ahead of myself, just bear with me until we get to that particular part. So we can get to that particular part. Now, in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, no, not the Tibetan Book of the Dead, in the Upanishads, which is one of the ancient texts out of Vedic India, which is the, you got your Rig Veda, as well as you have your Upanishads, you got your Mahabharata. These are all ancient texts from the ancient black Indian before you had your Indo-Europeans coming in, which later on led to your yogis, which is a bunch of con men getting rich off white people. Fuck them. They about as much ascended masters as my 40. Now, you see what I'm saying? Why ain't they helping the Dravidians? Because the Dravidians is the real deal shit. Fuck some old goddamn slick-head bastard coming over here half white, talking about he a descended master. Now give me the damn real shit. You see what I'm saying? That's like some nigga coming, some white boy out of the ghetto, some white boy out of damn, out of Connecticut going over to doggone England and saying he the original hip-hopper. He Tupac. He from the hood. That's like that Native American you see now that always tend to be white looking.
Caucasian.
And always nice to the cracker. See what I'm saying? With all the feathers on and shit. That's just a cracker with feathers. You know what I'm saying? Now, we will deal with this stuff in a few minutes. Just bear with me. Bear with me. So in the Upanishads, it tells you in the beginning, before all existed, there was death. So that is what you must aspire to. Death. That is the ultimate reality. We'll back this stuff up in a few minutes. So you can understand this thing. Death is the light in the other room that's getting ready to get turned on. Let me explain this to you. You got a cycle of life. And that cycle of life, it has a cycle. But as that cycle of life is strong in the beginning, the death cycle lies dormant. As that cycle of life wears down, the death cycle becomes to life. But that, what you call death, is nothing but it was a dormant aspect of our alternative existence of life, and it is now coming alive. But it is against the entire universe and the gods.
Antimatter.
Antimatter and the whole 9 yards, and we're going to get into this particular thing also too in a few minutes, but just bear with me so you can understand some of this stuff. Y'all all right? Yeah. But I want to go through some things quick. First of all, the movie Stigmata. How many people saw it yet?
Yeah, beautiful.
Because what the movie did do, you know, they had all the stuff, you know, with the blood and all that, but basically the movie was talking about how the Catholic Church, basically, when they found the ancient scripts, which they say was Aramaic, but basically at the end of the movie, when they found the Nag Hammadi Library in 1945 in Egypt, they denounced it as heresy. So the movie is basically talking about how the Catholic Church, they found some original teachings of Jesus in the movie, and basically the Catholic Church saying, well, if these original teachings of Jesus, wouldn't be no need for no priests.
Destroy our church.
And basically they destroy our church. We'd be out of a job. So we got to suppress this shit and kill everybody around it so we can still have a job.
Yeah.
Because the main key was that the kingdom of heaven is within. That was the whole movie. The kingdom of heaven is within. They stressed that the whole time. The kingdom of heaven is within you. So therefore, what the hell, you need some cracker to tell you some shit to repent and die out. So the movie, and so now this movie is also, I got a newspaper article around here that right here that it says the demon seed Hollywood versus the Catholic Church at war. Hollywood and the Catholic Church at war. So the Catholic Church is all mad about that shit because they exposed them.
Tell them, yeah. Tell them.
You see, they exposed that whole thing that went down.
Who did the movie?
I don't know. It's just that, you know, you never know. They just got to come out with shit now.
Giving each other up.
You see, just like the movie, go take the movie Bowfinger. Go see the movie Bowfinger. Now, see, you think, see, sometimes you have to see, this is how you do some real deal research. Sometimes, just based on who wrote the movie, will tell you a whole lot. First of all, Steve Martin wrote the movie. So, in the movie, Eddie Murphy is the biggest star in the world, and they have to film around him because he didn't agree to get filmed, and they have to make a movie when he walking through his car and all. But in the movie, at the beginning of the movie, he's explaining something. He says that the only way you get an Oscar or Academy Award is you got to play a slave role. So we all know this. You know, niggas talk about this all the time. But guess what? Steve Martin is the one that wrote the movie. So that means Steve Martin is validating destruction. You see what I'm saying? If we would say this, you go, well, we already know that. But what Steve Martin is telling you is, because I'm a white boy, I'm telling you, this is policy. Then in the movie, they got the white girl, they breaking it. They got the white girl, and this white girl will sleep with anybody to get to the top. So she was like, who in charge? Are you in charge? Well, you go to ass. and so at the end, when Eddie Murphy finally agreed to release the movie because they found out he did it, what happened? She was right with Eddie Murphy and shit. Then while she was at the review, she found some damn white woman. Say, shit, I'm going to get with this white woman. So it was showing it all basically, but she got to realize, we've been talking about this with Steve Martin. They're giving this shit out, saying, you know, this is the reality. You see what I'm saying? Just like they're saying, this guy is this trainer that does all, you know. Anytime you get into a certain business, you learn, you find out about people in the business. So this brother that I know that come to my lecture, he's a trainer, and he said he trains a lot of rich white people. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, he says, not unless they're a real brown skin, like an olive color, he said, they got to work 8 times as hard to get muscle mass. He said the brown color one and the black, you know, it ain't nothing. They can get muscle mass like it ain't nothing. They can build it up like that. He said, but them real pale ones, they got to work 8 times harder. He has to put them through 8 times the conditioning to get muscle mass. He said the only ones that get it is an olive color, and that's that gene pool thing. That's what also too, I'm finding out too. Not only was they shooting the white girls in the ass with the melanin, but now what's happening is you seeing a lot of white girls with booties because the gene pool It's been saturated so much, there's a lot of nigger up in these crackers, man. And that booty coming out, that's the first thing. That goddamn booty is coming out. And I'm going down there, and I see this white girl, and her waist like this, and this white girl had a booty, man, that damn near knocked over 4 or 5 seats. And I'm like, what the fuck going on? I said, this crack ain't elite enough to go get some shit. She looks stupid. I know she ain't had no goddamn melanin shots. That's that damn booty coming out. And that shit is coming out based on this damn gene pool. I'm gonna tell you what's going on. What's happening is that they letting the earth run wild because the elite motherfuckers is up on that damn space station. They got up in space. Go get the movie Contact. Remember on the movie Contact? Yeah. When they went to the rich motherfucker, he was on the space shuttle. Right. He was about to die, but that nigga was out in space. Yeah. He said, I'm beyond the fucking earth. Yeah. He was out in space. So what it is they dumping all these Mexicans and shit up in here because they up on the fucking space station. You see what I'm saying? By the thousands. And what they have done is they have replaced the duplicates down here to run the show, and you still thinking it's the regular America while they up on the fucking space station. Now, when the shit go down, they're gonna kill everything in the universe that ain't a part of the shit that's outside of the universe. We'll get into that advanced teaching. But my point is, that's not the point. They done abandoned this shit. Remember, even the Steve, my man produced he took a film that was suppressed in the 1970s, Bill Cooper, about how it was called Alternative 3, on how they was going in and they was taking these white scientists all in the early 70s was disappearing. Right. And they was taking them up to the space station. They was building that shit from the 70s. But these things are big. I mean, these things is huge. They can build a football field out here. These things are like countries. You see what I'm saying? They might show you one little piece of the space station out here. You know what I'm saying? About like the armrest. You see, ooh, that's a big old space station and shit. You just looking at the damn armrest. You see what I'm saying? So they got their duplicates down here. But see, also, but everything down here is a whole, with white people. That's the white genetic annihilation that Francis Cress was talking about kicking in. You see what I'm coming from? All that type of stuff is also kicking in. But going back, this damn white girl, they got all this gene pool and they got all these booties going on, coming up. A lot of shit going down. You gotta understand what's going on. So go get that movie Bowfinger, very key. Go. I mean, it's in the theater, so go see that particular movie, Bowfinger. Now, the Star Wars movie, the one that came out, you know, they had it was, I think that he opted the storyline and putting a lot of real deal stuff in there because he got $1 billion for the toys, so the more characters he had, the more toys he could make. But anyway, they did drop on the Chloramidians. Remember he was talking about what are the Chloramidians? And in so many words, the Chloramidians were these little civilizations that was inside of each Jedi warrior. You see what I'm saying? And basically that's what the melanin is. And that's what we're going to also go into also too. The civilization that is inside of you. When I told you, I said when your people die, they go to live inside of you, they become a part of you. But that's where they are. So therefore they're not up in heaven. Also too, and I will back this stuff up too also the next 2 days. But you must understand, for those gods that did not take on a human body, fuck them. That's why Elijah Muhammad say, to worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior than yourself. So all the ones that you're thinking up there that didn't take on a physical body, damn them. That's why the ancient Africans say deal with the ancestors. See, we couldn't understand this science. Why would a person worship the ancestors? See, there's a separation. There's a superior class of deities that was replaced by an inferior class of deities, and the superior class of deities became human. So therefore, if they didn't take on a human body, they're not only are they inferior to you, they are your lifelong enemy. That's what you got to understand.
They do what they're supposed to do.
The angelic realm is your enemy. We will define these based on scholarship. Fucking angels is your enemy, and they pull in this thing. As a matter of fact, I will say, based on the text that I've uncovered, that the God that's up in heaven and the angels say, we have, this is what they say, we have no desire to raise them up. As a matter of fact, they say we will keep them down here worshiping us and thinking that they will be raised up forever, because as long as they think of us as the superior, we exist. They only exist because of you. We'll go into the ancient science of that. You see, because you turn inside out and you're worshiping them and not worshiping your realm. There's two systems going on. We need to break this thing down. There's two systems going on. You see what I'm saying? Now the yogis can ascend and they can go to the different astral planes. But what they're not telling you is those different astral planes are different levels of illusions also.
Beautiful.
You see, the reason why you see Hemmitt are the Egyptians or the Kamites, and when you see the Egyptians or the Kamites, you will find out that when they deal with Osiris and Amenta, the underworld, they were the ones that got the shit right, and that's why all the other religions started calling them evil. You know, so the heaven realm is not up there, it's down there. That's why the pharaohs would build, the more noble you were, the more you built your shit closer to the core of the earth. You see what I'm saying? So it's backwards. The Christ rises out of hell. Didn't Jesus go down for 2 days and 3 days and rose that went ascended into hell?
That's part of the ritual.
You see what I'm saying? Ain't shit out there.
No.
But a bunch of faking ass people is about dead. You gotta line up the shit. So you can break through the physical matrix.
Yeah.
This is all an illusion.
Yeah.
But when you break through the physical matrix, you're only breaking through the illusionary form of the physical.
Virtual reality.
But when you go up on the other planes that you think is freedom, they are a form of illusions too. And the only way to override this thing is you got to destroy the whole universe. That's why they say that Christ redeems the whole universe. The whole universe is fucked up.
No more rejection.
You see what I'm saying? So this is what's going on. See, this is a different, and I'm going ahead of myself, but let me just deal with some stuff. I will get back to that particular part also too. You know, so the chloromidians that's on the inside of your body that they was talking about is the extraterrestrial civilization is inward. You see what I'm saying? Inward is just that you directed out here and not directed in here.
Drained down, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They say the kingdom is within.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, when you get the movie Never Ending Story, that inner world fantasia, the mystery of when the little boy was reading the book, he was only tapping into his own subconscious. And what was going on the inside of him. Even when they got to a point crossway, when the little hero in the movie, which was his inner self, looked in the mirror, and he was looking in the mirror too, and they saw each other looking. He said, "Oh, this shit is strange now." And the girl said, "The emperor needs a new name to save Fantasia," which means you got to make the reality down here. They say, "But the little boy, he don't understand. He can just simply cannot believe that an insignificant kid like him can have the key to this whole thing. The whole thing is based around him." That's like us. We cannot believe that a little old black ass niggers, that everything is based around us. But then again, on the other hand, the gods have slipped in and got you praying to them. And you make them live by praying to them. We'll get into this particular part also too. Once they tell you that God lives through you. Through the existence of man, God is able to live. So fuck him. I'll explain. I know you're saying this shit. Yeah, that's right.
This is the Bible. What you talking about is all.
Yeah, it's what you call it now. God is able to live. See, you got to turn this thing around. Now, I know it sounds a little crazy, but we can back up everything. Now.
So you see the Buddha on the road slaying.
The Buddha on the road slaying? Ain't that something? Now. So now, when you see the movie Doom, you will see these Fremens. How many people saw the movie Doom yet? Go pick the movie Doom. They got these people, it's these desert people.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
The Fremen. When you see them, they'll all be dressed in black. When you see them. They'll all be dressed in black. That black represents melanin. You see what I'm saying? That black represents melanin when you see the whole thing. The word, I'm just going through a couple of things to line up some stuff. The word Jew also comes from the word jewels. And the word jewels also means, when you study melanin, you'll find out that melanin is every stone in the world glorified is called the jewels. And the word jewel is another name for the word melanin. So these Jews is talking about, even that word Jew, it's an ancient symbology. It comes from alchemy. It's another word for melanin, because melanin is the composite of stones, the philosopher's stone, the stone that the builders reject will become the cornerstone. So the word Jew comes from the word jewel also, and the word jewel also means melanin. That's what the word also means. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, these white people, these particular white people that's calling themselves jewels and don't have the melanin, that's all fake. But also go back and get the movie Dark City again and look at the movie Dark City, because Dark City is part 1 to the Matrix. Oh. See, what they do now is they take these movies and they'll put different movie companies and different release dates and all, and they be part 1 and part 2. Just like when you go and get the movie, like I told you before, you go get the movie Demolition Man, it's part 1, and Judge Dredd is part 2. They're all the same movie. It's just like you got the movie, I said the last time, you got the movie, what's the movie? Total Recall is one, the movie, no, not the one, I'll tell you the movie. The movie Running Man is part 1, Total Recall is part 2. Yeah. So that's the way they do sequels. If you go back and get the movie Dark City, is part 1. It's talking about the same stuff, and then you go get the movie Matrix, and the same thing. To show you also it's the same thing. Remember in the movie The Matrix, when he receives the telephone and he says, "They're coming for you. You need to get out of there." So when you see the movie Dark City, he gets a telephone call because the policeman that woke up said, "They're coming for you. You need to get out of there." So you're seeing some of the same aspects of the same movie. But when you go and also get the movie Dune again and compare the amount of stuff in the movie Dune and the movie Matrix, Dune had a guy that portrayed them. Remember they had the guy, he was real close to them and he portrayed them? But in the movie they got the same Judas in the movie also in Matrix. You'll find there's a lot of stuff. Remember in the movie Matrix, when they told them all to be quiet because this thing it seeks and destroys? Oh yeah, tearing it. Well, in the movie Dune, he's in his room, Paul Atreides, and this little thing comes in, and he says, "Call a hunter seeker, and I need to be real quiet because it's seeking and destroy." You'll find that they borrow a lot from these same movies and all also too. But see, in the book of the law, which is the ancient book, which is the extension of the book of coming forth by date, in the modern time in 1904, the book of the law, you'll see it in the third chapter. They say, "Oh, be ye against the people my chosen." Be against the people of my chosen. That's not even talking about white people. That's just talking about people in general, including your own people who are not a part of the consciousness, because they are deadly and dangerous.
Black on black betrayal.
Yeah, basically. So remember in the movie The Matrix, he said those people, although we're trying to free them, they're still a part of the Matrix, and they'll be looked on as the enemy. Yeah. Because they all can be a potential agent. All can be a potential agent. Also, I just want to get a few things out of the way. Let me know when you want to break. How many hours is this?
About 3 hours.
That's 3 hours already? Yeah, because that's also too. You had a sister too. I'm just saying that it's something that he got food. You got food in there, right? I don't want to ask Sativa what you want to do. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Do you want to whatever you want to break? I thought you had food or something. I don't know. I'm just saying. I just want to,
Did you see the movie The 13th Floor?
Yeah.
That's about to be easy time.
Well, you want to do it now?
It's good for you, yeah.
Well, it's fine, because I mean, it's 3 hours and I don't, like I said, so, I forgot that the sister came on before me. Yeah. So, that, I'm just saying. Yeah, we can take one now, because when we come back, we got to go deep into some stuff. And I got a lot of other.
Hold up, slow down 1 second.
5 hours.
Let me tell you a little something. On the fly, I said, well, Chiquita from Motif Naturals was going to prepare the food. Well, she and I weren't able to get in touch with each other for the last 2 weeks. So I just had to just go and do something else, And my mother prepared some food, so it's still cool,
Oh, yeah, that's no problem.
And we haven't hooked up. We got like 3 dishes in there, some chicken drumette, some vegetarian spaghetti, and some vegetarian chili. If you get 1 dish, it's $3, 2 dishes is $4, 3 is $5. We have a fruit bowl, it's $1, and we have some sodas that's $1. And it's all right in the kitchen, you know, so you can go in there. I have a Minkara and Neffer going to help me out, and Yolanda, and handle that, you know. So just go in the kitchen.
Well, y'all go ahead and do that, because I just realized it's 3 hours and I don't want, you know, because I got a lot to do. Like I say, I'm on page 1. Also, for the people that didn't get my book the last time, I got some copies here.
13th floor is part of the 13th floor.
Yeah, did you get it?
3 different.
Yeah, I got 2 books.
Well, more because you didn't know who was real and who wasn't real. It was deep.
It was the end of time.
Like you said, nobody knew who the real people were.
Okay. So we back now. We got a lot of stuff to cover. First of all, to start back off, coming to find out that all your mind-based drugs, like Prozac, all that stuff is melanin-based. Coming to find out that just about everything that they use now for any type of psychological remedy for white people, all of it is based on the synthesization or synthesizing of melanin, in so many words. Just about everything that you can think of, Rogaine for the hair, all of that type of stuff, the hair stuff, all of that. As a matter of fact, what we're understanding now is just about 98% of most healthcare now, in the advances within the last 20 years in all types of pharmaceuticals, has something to do with melanin based. You see what I'm saying? All coming from the Human Genome Project. You see what I'm saying? So basically, literally, we were the guinea pigs for all of this. And so it's not just basically melatonin, and like I said the last time with the Viagra, we all know that that's melanin based. And like you were saying that they was telling them to get off that Viagra because it's killing them. Well, see, all that type of stuff is melanin based, and basically all that stuff needs to be really monitored with them. Or it's like Richard King said, if they use this stuff, they go crazy in 48 hours with the wrong dosage of this particular stuff. But basically all of that stuff is, just about everything you have now, is most of that stuff is melanin based. I want you to go out and get the, it's in Blockbuster now, which is the animated series of Spawn. Each time they do the series on cable, and it completes this whole cycle of how many episodes that they run Spawn, they turn it into video. So this year's is now on video. And I want you to go back and study the Spawn animated series that's on video in Blockbuster now, especially Spawn 3. That's the one that there was, 97, 98, and the 99 Spawn 3 episodes. Those are the ones I want you to really, because that's when they are really heating things up. And in there, they mention that heaven, the heaven realm, is also doing just as much ruthless things to win this war as the other realm. So the heaven realm actually is actually battling the earth realm, which is our realm. Now, I want to say one thing, that remember, if the people who got my book the last time, I got a few copies left this time, you will notice in the Titan mythology that you will see in there that in the beginning, before there was a heaven, there was an earth. It wasn't a physical earth, but it was an earth. So basically, this is the center of the entire universe. And we are the people that it's centered around. You see what I'm saying? They show that in the Titan book, also in the Sirius Mystery, when the Dogon say in the beginning there was Sirius B. But then again, on the other hand, they talk about Sirius B, but in the Greek mythology, which is now Etruscan. Remember I told you that's all black now. The difference between Greek mythology and Greek philosophy, separated by 2,000 years, maybe 3,000 years. Greek philosophy was plagiarized. Greek mythology is black, brought by the Etruscans. We even find links with India, as well as Mesopotamia, and basically it is the black mythology of the ancient world, you see. So even, but with that, it's in the beginning, there was Gaia. You see what I'm saying? Which is the earth. It wasn't the physical earth, but it was the earth. In the Necronomicon of the Cthulhu mythos, that written by H.P. Lovecraft in the 1920s, of the great Cthulhu and the whole thing based on this group of people that rule where man rules now. These group of people used to rule before. In Arthur Thurles' book, Arthur Thurles' book, something, The Witch House or whatever, I'll think of the name of it in a few minutes. He even mentions that the war in heaven was literally fought on this earth in another dimension and time zone. So we're talking about basically pre-physical or pre-human civilization, before it all flooded into the physical. See, even the flood story, if I might have mentioned the last time, I don't know, that when they talk about the flood story, and all the ancient civilizations have a flood story, what they're talking about is, when they talk about the flood, they're talking about the physical realm flooding over the spiritual realm. That's the origin of the real flood story. If you get the Hebrew mythology, they said that the God brought on this flood to destroy a certain amount of beings. In Hebrew mythology, basically to shut us down to a certain level, the beings that were on the pre-physical earth were shut down when the flood came, and the flood basically flooded it was the physical flooding the actual spiritual. Other than water, it was literally the physical being, although they have other smaller flood stories about water, but this particular, because you also have your Atlantean thing of continental drift and you know that whole thing. But basically, when you talk about the flood in relationship to gods, you'll hear that in the Hebrew mythology, especially in the Greek myths the Hebrew myths by Robert Graves and Raphael Patty's book. The flood mythology is the physical flooding over the spiritual, flooding over the spiritual in that particular aspect. But that particular war in heaven was fought right here on this particular earth. But that was when the earth was on the spiritual realm, and it has always been here. So this has always been the central aspect of that particular aspect of you know, the Egyptians in the Hermetic text says that the heavens was transferred to earth, which means what used to be spiritual heavens literally turned into a physical earth.
What they talk about in your Ranford book?
They talk about that too?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, several places, even in Rudolf Steiner's thing, you get a lot of that particular information in Universe, Earth, and Man, and his book Cosmic Memory. So basically, the earth has always been here. It was in the beginning before the heavens. So in actuality, we are higher than the heavens. And in my book here, they will show the diagram of Gaia being first, which is Gaia being first, which is a diagram that comes from classical mythology. You see, classical mythology, they talk about that same thing of Gaia being first. But in this movie, in this Spawn thing, you're going to find out in this Spawn video that in actuality that the lines are not clearly drawn between heaven and hell or whatever. You got two forces wanting to win, and it's not necessarily good and evil. As a matter of fact, you're going to find out as we go the next today and tomorrow, that in actuality, that what they call the divas, we are the asuras. There's a difference. The asuras, you get the word asura, is also you get the word asur, Osiris. Osiris is what? Asur. We are the asuras, an older class of deities that was suppressed by a younger class of deities. The divas are the younger class of deities, is a solar divas, but anything solar only has a period of time before it burns out. So it's not forever. The asuras come from the triple blackness of space, or the dark matter, or the antimatter, ayin, antimatter, and that particular, those particular ones are older, they predate the divas. So the astral plane is called the Diva-Shanit plane. And this is the key based on, well, I guess I can explain it now on what's really going on here with the with this whole thing. There's a movie you need to go get called, it's called Eden, 1996. The star is a woman by the name of Joanna Going. She also starred in the movie Phantoms, Dean Koontz Phantoms. She was one of the girls that was in the movie. But she's in a movie called Eden. And in this movie, she basically has multiple sclerosis, and she's limping, and she doesn't have long to, before her body deteriorates. But she's walking and all. She's walking with a limp and all. And she's married to a guy. They like, they live on the campus of this prep school, and the guy's an egomaniac, like most white guys. And he's real conservative and real strict and all, and he literally takes the students through a hard time. But anyway, her body is failing her as far as she's going to get to the point where she has to be in a wheelchair and all this thing. But in the course of her sickness, she learned how to astral travel. So as a result, she gets to a certain point that she leaves her body for like a month or so, and she goes in this coma. And the whole time she's on the astral plane. She's on the astral plane. Meanwhile, while she's up there on the astral plane, she's witnessing the freedom of being outside of her body. Then she gets to the point, she said, I don't know if I want to return to my body, because it might be to the point whereas it will be so damaged or whatever. But she realized one thing about being up there for a certain period of time on the astral plane, because her body was laying in a coma or whatever. And she realized one thing. She said, I'm beginning to find out that I am literally being dissolved back into the fabric of the universe, and I will have no conscience at all. Now first of all, that's the difference between you and white people.
Oh.
Because it's a lower frequency and all, they just be dissolved back into there where they just become a part of the nothing. The nothingness. By us being the nothingness, which is the absolute, our consciousness or our essence is forever. Energy can never be created or destroyed. So she decides she's going to try to go back in the body, but it's so badly damaged, she's deciding, well, I might as well just get dissolved. But what made her go back was she found out her husband did love her, because that was one reason why she was in the coma. And so basically, when she found out that her husband loved her, he told her so, standing over her body, she decided to go back.
The name,
but,
the name of it is?
Eden. Joanna Going. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. And I'll give you the information on how this thing came about. I used to be a student of C. Freeman L. as far as meditation student. My other knowledge is basically my doing my research, but his knowledge is based on by the way of the meditation, and basically he was trained through the Yogananda or the yogi system, not just necessarily Yogananda, but all of the whole yogi system. But I saw the whole yogi thing as a form of contradiction, because I said, well, why is it that they fucking around with all these white people? You see what I'm saying? Also, I realized also too, we got all these hundreds of people meditating, and so-called Tibetans and the yogi people, and I say, well, hell, But all these people so-called meditating, and meditating is supposed to be the thing to turn the world around. And you got damn people in Tibet, and I'm talking about black people. It's been meditating for 40, 50 years, and ain't shit happening.
Right.
What the hell going on here? Then I'm like, what the hell going on here? In Bangladesh is one of the poorest places on the planet. Yet they're supposed to have all this. And then I realized that in actuality, there was a separation from the ancient Vedic system, which is the untouchables of the pre-Aryan, or what we would say, because the original Aryans are black too, don't let nobody fool you, but the pre-Indo-Europeans who later on called themselves Aryans when they got in touch with the original Aryans of that thing, which was black people. So the Indo-Europeans came down, merged with the original Aryans and started calling themselves Aryans. So the original Aryans are black people. And over the course of years, this whole thing got muddled as far as the knowledge got dwindled down into basically it's a more advanced religion, but it's a religion in the aspect that they are dealing with another system than the original Vedic people that inhabited that land, and that was your Dravidian people, which goes all the way back to the African thing. You see what I'm saying? The yogis and the Tibetans that do all of this particular, do all of, damn, this came off a shoe. I must have, whatever. A damn $160 shoe and shit fucker just as bad, you know, all of it is sale, you know. But anyway, the Tibetans, but I didn't pay that much for them, but I'm just saying, you know, with the cracker charge, you know. But the Tibetans, you know, got the hook up, but, you know. But it's still all just cheap junk, man. They just put them on the high price tag on the shit. But the Tibetans, they do all this particular meditation and all this system and all this yogi thing and all, and supposedly they're supposed to be ascended masters. Well, it took me a while to figure this out. If the earth was here in the beginning, what the fuck are you ascending to? See what I'm saying? All this ascension shit, this is all the white new age. Ascension, ascension, ascension. Well, if this is the command module, if this is the central location of all there is, what the hell are you ascending to? You see. And then you understand why the Egyptians or the Kamites and pre-cultures of before 2,000 years always talked about going to the underworld. You see what I'm saying? As well as its connection with death. So what we have here is we got two systems, one that was developed later on, and yes, they do descend. They do ascend, excuse me. And what we're talking about here is this, about the meditation things, and you must be clear on what's going on. They do all this meditation, and you know, like I said, I was a part of all this, but they do all of this, but they miss one thing. You can misdirect the energy within your mindset, and you can go from one path to the other path. And what's happening is this. They are able to break the physical illusion of the earth, which is the physical earth, and they ascend, and they go on the astral plane, but that particular astral plane is just another series of illusions, although it might not be physical. It's another series of illusions. So you might have these different dimensions and these planes, but it's only a plane of existence or an illusionary plane. The New Age movement is trying to get everybody to ascend. But the ancient royal art of ancient Hemmitt, which is alchemy, and the ancient mystery systems of the ancient Mesopotamian, Egyptian, and African world was always talking about a mentor, which is the land of Amen, the hidden god, is the underworld. So you got two different systems that's going on. Y'all getting this? One is a system that was put in place by the so-called divas. the divas, and I'm going to go deeper into some other mythology in a few minutes. And those divas put in place a astral plane. And the astral plane is these different dimensions of the existence of the known universe. But remember, this particular universe has an origin. And by it having an origin, because it wasn't in the beginning, ultimately it is not the ultimate reality. The left-hand path, or the underworld path, or the dark side path, is a different system which is talking about the overthrow of the whole entire universe to the original inhabitants, which in actuality, in a course of being shut down so long, it becomes new. So that's the New Jerusalem. The other universe has its own existence of different astral planes, but they were only in a certain amount of cycles as long as this universe lasted. A couple of billion years. That's over with now. So the New Age is telling all this ascension shit because they're still trying to find a way out. And there's no way out for the people that was not created outside of this universe. You see. So they only are comprised within this particular universe. Now, for the simple fact that you can go above the physical realm into the other dimensions, it doesn't mean that those other dimensions are higher, because it's not about ascension, it's about getting to the original core of what existed before this particular known universe came into being. In this particular case, it was the earth. And later on called a mentor, or Gaia, or torturous, which means hell. So the key is not to go up the astral planes to other illusions. And although you might not be in the physical realm, so basically in so many words, these yogi masters that are supposed to ascend it, they just go up on these other planes, and they might just be a part, and they say they have Christ consciousness, cosmic consciousness. Basically, all they do is they are basically outside of the physical realm, and they have another form of consciousness that's outside of the physical realm, but nevertheless is still a form of illusion. So they are still trapped in this particular realm, and they have done nothing of the sort based on the Christ consciousness. Now, the word Christ, because Christ consciousness is different. The word Christos is not a consciousness at all. The word Christos is when something crystallizes, it means you take something that's not existing like the existing universe. It is something that is crystallized and has made something totally new. And the only way you can crystallize anything is it has to be condensed and shut down into the most hideous form or the most gross elements. Any way we put it, when they say Satan was bound, then Satan has the only potential to be Christ. You see? Now let me break this down based on scientific. It's no different than oil. Carbon is trapped under the earth for thousands and maybe millions of years that crystallizes into a diamond. You know what I'm saying? That's the alchemical process that the Egyptians found out, that it wasn't about the heaven realm, it was about the hell realm. And because we were bound down here in a physical body and being governed over by a bunch of lesser entities, we possess the most power, because it was only the overthrow of the prior world that existed before this that became bound down into this particular realm. And that, my friend, is what Lilith is talking about. The Lilith thing is, Lilith was the great mother that refused to be a part of the new existence with Adam and rebelled against it and went back to her primal station. You see what I'm saying? They sent 3 people after her. The sister was talking about it first. They didn't have the power to overthrow Lilith because Lilith is higher than God. Lilith is the great mother. The God is just an abortion of a son that broke away and created this particular universe and is masquerading as the Lord and Master. Lilith, on the other hand, is the most primal essence of the Great Mother, and later on known as evil. That's why I say you must become evil. Eve, which is beginning, El, which is star. Primal star, or primal planet, which is the earth in its primal essence. You see what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from here? So in so many words, everything has been turned around. You're looking to go to heaven. You see what I'm saying? In heaven, the heaven that we're talking about, this particular heaven there's different names, but the New Jerusalem or the Zion, or whatever you want to call it, comes from a condensation of a nebula. Now, I think I mentioned the last time that there was a word that depicted Christ in the ancient world called chrysomelos. I might have talked about that the last time, and I said that the white boy is able to take certain words out of the whole language system and make them extinct. You see what I'm saying? By basically, the masses of the people only get what the ruling society tell them that they need to get. In this case, the secret societies take a word out, and this word was only used later on by the Rosicrucians, and the word was called chrysomelos, or chrysomelos. And it says, chrysomelos is born from the condensation of a nebula, and is the brother of the Lamb in Revelations. And what this thing is talking about here, the Lamb represents pure melanin, which is called condensed chaos. Remember, Richard King told you that melanin is also called chaos. Well, condensed chaos means that you're talking about a primal element that is a primal element that existed before this particular universe, that no longer exists in this particular universe, but one place, your black ass. See what I'm saying? And by it being condensed for so long, it gives way to the crystallization of it, and that, my friend, is the Christ. So the Christ don't come from heaven. It came from heaven, of that particular part of the universe, years ago. It fell as the Luciferian element. Only thing that can rise is that falls. That's what resurrection is. In itself, resurrection can only take place based on the fall. You see what I'm saying? Not being resurrected from on high. You see where I'm coming from? So the thing that fell was Lucifer. The Luciferian light in that aspect of what it is the only thing that can be resurrected. That's why the Hebrews say, never curse Satan. You see, the Kabbalah say never curse Satan, because he too will be raised up as a beacon, a vehicle of light. But meanwhile, they'll also talk about the God Metatron, and they'll say he's in heaven, but he's also on earth. So in order for him to be on earth and be in heaven, he had to fall. So Metatron is the same Lucifer. You getting this type of stuff, what's going on here? It's all turned around, and you must understand this, because the New Age is talking about all this ascension shit. That ain't nothing but white people trying to get off the planet. And all those, because what happened is in 1956 a group of white people ascended, and at first I couldn't understand how can white people ascend. But then again, when I understood the real concept, they didn't do nothing but go on the astral planes, and really ascension is not the highest thing. You see what I'm saying? They're not ascending at all if the home base that was the original planet of origin was the earth in the first place. That means that they're going deeper out into inferiority.
Illusion.
illusion, Maya. It's, although it's not physical, it's still a form of the same jailhouse.
Even worse though.
Yeah, it's even worse because it's even worse because most of the people that are sin still thinks that it is reality. Now in the Rig Veda text, which is the oldest text in India, it also says that this illusion is created by God. And it says this illusion, I want to get this thing, it says that Maya, y'all bear with me. I want to read this. It says that, if I get this right, hold on a minute, y'all bear with me. It says that God creates Maya, in so many words, and man is duped by it and ends up suffering because of it. One aspect is an Indian text about this Indian text is called the suffering king. Now this king is suffering because he kind of went insane. And when he went insane because he was brought to a certain reality. Now the reality in the Tibetan Book of the Dead says that your reality, enlightenment, he was brought to a certain enlightenment. Well, in the Tibetan Book of the Dead they say enlightenment begins. Man is enlightened when he realizes the unreality of existence.
Yeah.
So anybody saw the 13th floor?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what that whole thing was about and all. And there was two and three different dimensions they was going back and forth from and all. But there was only existence, which is a plane of existence, but there was all illusionary phenomena. So man's enlightenment, you are enlightened when you find out that this shit ain't real. They say the matrix is not real. What is the matrix? The matrix is what pulled over your eyes. A world pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. And what? You are slaves.
To
it. So, this king became enlightened. When he became enlightened, he found out that the kingdom that he was governing over wasn't real. It didn't exist. So he couldn't handle it and he went crazy. Everybody was telling him in the kingdom, why don't you act like a king and govern like a king? So his father found out about it and went and sent for a spiritual sage, which is a master or a teacher. And the sage came and told him, I understand why you're going crazy. And I understand that you're saying, how am I going to be able to face with the task of governing a people and a kingdom that does not exist? The sage had this advice for him because he understood that the illusionary realm was going to take another couple of thousand years before it peters out. Maybe 1 million. I don't know how old the story is. He said, go back and govern the kingdom anyway. But the king said, how am I to govern a kingdom that does not exist? He said, remember, you got one up over the other kings. You will govern the kingdom as it exists, but you got one up over the other kings because you got that one reality that they don't know. They don't know that what they're governing is not real. You see what I'm saying? You do. So therefore, if something fucks up or goes wrong, you have the ace in the hole to understand, oh, it ain't real no way. And you can handle it better. Whereas the other ones will go crazy thinking that somehow their being and their particular manhood or womanhood is based on the kingdom is being messed up, the kingdom is messed up. It's gone out? Oh. The kingdom is messed up. You understand what I'm saying? So in so many words, it's also a story that talks to us. All the fucked up shit we going through is not, it doesn't exist in the first place. So once you understand that and enlightened in it and is enlightened by that, you understand also that that's your way out. You see what I'm saying? So,
I got about 10 more minutes on this tape. So.
oh, 10 more minutes. So, now, going back to this thing, that's what the woman Joanna Goin in the movie Eden found out. That number one, although she thought that, you know, we are going to ascend to this particular universe, since she didn't exist no way, because only thing she is a bunch of energy, but she does not have the Christos melanin compound, which is the pre-Adamite substance that existed before this illusionary universe came into being. Ultimately, she couldn't do nothing but come a form of the same fabric of the same universe and lose. So her own consciousness was only on the physical realm. That also has something to do with the gods that created this, because they are an abortion and they do not possess that particular energy that is in the outer. Ultimately, they can only live through the minds of the people that believe that they do exist.
That's beautiful. Beautiful.
So once you stop believing that God exists and believe that you are the original being that was fooled into thinking that this particular person up here exists and his angels, you understand, he disappears. But we don't have to worry about all the people following religion and T.D. Jakes. The only thing we got to worry about is the people in this room, or the little bit of people in consciousness. And go by the same principle. To worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior to yourself. And that's why the Africans used to worship the ancestors, because they understood that the ancestors represented that aspect of the people who, if they were down here in a physical body, that means that they came from the realm before creation. And that was the only thing that was real. So ain't no sense of fucking with them gods up there. Deal with their ancestors. Even when it came to their African gods, they always used to say that they were once human like we were. Because I often wonder, how could a man worship another human? Then again, you don't understand what humans are. Humans are the one true gods of the prior universe, since our world is built on universes that existed before it. This world is built on a composite of universes that existed before it. And those composites of universe is those elements that's inside of our bodies. Is those particular prior universes condensed, and they call it condensed chaos. You getting where I'm coming from here? Now, this means that the only thing that is the essence of those worlds prior to this particular universe, they don't exist nowhere else in the universe and not on those particular gods, because they were created outside of that. Like an abortion, like a spook. Or as they say, they are a shade or an angle of light. Angels means angle of light, but not the real true essence of the light. So how did they get their light? They first came into existence because the other realm, they were able, this particular little small intelligence was able to steal a portion of the light from the pre-existence, or as the Rigveda calls it, the uncreate. And the uncreate is the fullness of everything. From the nothing you get the absolute. And they were able to steal a part of the light from the uncreate and go off and make this alternative universe that you call the universe. But meanwhile, because we fell, the original aspect that they had to topple to make that universe, in its fall, it ended up getting back that particular light that they created, and they were left with nothing but being a shade or a shadow or an image that's not even real, but only exists in the mind of you. You getting this? You're not getting it. This will be when the tape comes back, it'll be an awesome tape. Try to understand this shit. You see what I'm saying? You see. That's why the God of the Bible say I am the God of the living, not the dead. Well, if you're the one true God, why aren't you the God of the dead? After all, we all have to die, and death is inevitable. It is the only thing that is certain. And he is not the God of certainty. He's only the God of the living and not the dead. That's what the God of the Bible. That means he only comes into play doing only creation. In the beginning there was death. Remember I said the Upanishad says? And that's why Osiris is the God of the dead. And that's why in the Torah, the angel of death is Satan, the one true God. You get it? Same angel of death is this name Satan. Dracula is Osiris in Egypt. Two damn realms. One is a holographic realm that supports light, and an angel, it is a false light. The other one is the one true light, the dark side. And the universe was divided and separated between day and night. Now you got to understand where you fall. You got two aspects. The divas are those particular realms, that's that angle of light that stole a little bit of light, but as you know, any type of light, hell, it might be dead before you even know that it's burnt out. It might take 1 billion years for you to even know that that light has been dead. And it only survives in your mind because you perceive it to be real. Get where I'm coming from? Those are called the divas, or the diva-shanic plane, and that's the astral plane. The other ones are created at night. That's the night breed. There's a movie called Night Breed, Clive Barker. We are the night breed, the nocturnal beings. Because melanin is a night hormone. Because it is that death hormone. Go get the movie. How much time you got?
About 2-3 minutes.
Go get the movie, it'll come to me in a minute. It's a movie with Susan Sarandon and Catherine Deneuve and David Bowie.
Oh, The Hunger.
The Hunger. And Captain Deneuve and David Bowie, they put something in Susan's random arm, Captain Deneuve, and they say, you got an alien element up in you. That was melanin. And when she came, she said, oh, you turned me, you got this shit in me. She said, hell, I gave you everlasting life. It is because of that night hormone that you can live beyond the fucking daylight that is going away, because it's only a light that's been cast eons ago. And we are the only true beings. You getting this stuff? Go get the movie The Thirst, The Hunger. The Hunger. The Hunger. Catherine Deneuve, Susan Sarandon, and David Bowie. You see what I'm saying? David Bowie. And he turned old in there, but it took him, what, a couple of hundred? He was one of the older vampires. He's like a couple thousand years old. And he found sound that started, when he deteriorated, it took a couple of hours, but shit. Hell, he'd been on the earth a couple thousand years.
I'm going to change the tape.
Go ahead and change the tape, because y'all getting this? And they talk about when fallen bodies take to light. Only thing that can take to light is that which
Decompose and
decompose.
through the process.
It's called putrefaction, and from putrefaction you get illumination.
Yeah.
Remember I talked about in one of the tapes on how black people's minds are dwindled down. Even the ones out here are part of the whole alchemical process.
Falling apart.
Basically just falling apart, whereas even what we call good common sense and rational and logical thought with us is something abnormal.
Yeah. You look crazy.
Think about it. Abnormal thought when it comes to a lot of niggas out here.
We crazy.
Just regular common thought is becoming abnormal. Whereas we are basically functioning on a high level of basically the 5 senses. But remember, when something deteriorates, something has to kick in new. That's why they even tell you that melanin is it even works better in blind people. Because a brother I know, a brother named Marcus down in Indianapolis, I think he became blind when he was 15. I think he's like in his mid-20s now, late 20s. And because he started dealing with a lot of spiritual stuff, his eyesight started coming back. And every time his eyesight started coming, he knows that he can see if he wants to.
Yeah.
He prays. And he tells his consciousness not to damn send his eyesight back. Because the world that he lives in is on such a
More real
superior dimension
to the sight.
until he don't want his eyesight to come back. And I say, you know, I find that interesting.
Yeah.
Every time his eyesight comes back, because he's in the consciousness now, his kundalini energy is raising. And once your kundalini rises, it can purify and it can literally rectify everything in your body and all your cells. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm believing also too, because you know, I'm a walking process of this thing too. Now I'm down to, for a year, I'm down to 1 meal a day. But yet, I don't look like no nigga that eat no 1 meal a day. And I figured it out. Even the Buddha, once he tapped into the melanin stuff and the kundalini energy, Buddha started getting fatter. Because the melanin is fattening. Once it's functioning, because I'm down to 1 meal a day, and even though I was a vegetarian, which I really got fat from, but my point is, even though I was a vegetarian, because all the other shit, starches become your meat. You gotta literally be a motherfucker that don't eat shit. But now I don't eat no red meat, but still yet to the average person diet, that should be enough. 1 meal a day and no red meat to keep a person's trim. But to me, shit, I think I got bigger than I was last year. And I put two and two together. That that's why the ancients used to literally, because they didn't have a lot of fat people based on they didn't have the messed up diets. That's different now. But the ancients used to revere people that was getting a little heavy for the simple fact that I try to understand the whole Buddha process. You see what I'm saying? Because most of that is a mystical mythology that they put on a man. Basically, that shit all comes from Osiris. And so basically what you got here is you will understand that the melanin kicks in and provides the same amount of diet, and also you got to understand this particular part too. Most people on the earth, I don't care if you're an idiot, by the time you get in your late 40s or something, you got a lot more, still got a little more knowledge than the average person that was 19. Just by just being around here enough to just understand that a nigga 19 is gonna make more mistakes than a motherfucker 50. You see what I'm saying? So even that, but it's funny that it's time that you become the most aware that the metabolism thing so-called goes down. And I think it's a balance also too based on, one is pure energy, but it's physical energy, which is lower. Then another one taps into a spiritual energy, and then you start gaining weight. You'll find out a lot of these things in these particular mysteries and stuff, and the whole Buddha principle is a part of that type of thing. Because in actuality, we don't even, that whole thing about this historical person, a lot of the iconology that you're getting on the heavy thing and all that is based on a mythological character, esoteric character, and it's trying to explain something also too. You see what I'm saying? So I recognize that particular part also too. But this hunger that we're talking about here, we're talking about this night hormone, so we're talking about here that you have to reverse everything. I've been on this dark side and I know it sounds familiar, but you got to understand. You have to understand this because on the other hand, on the New Age thing, they're telling the people about raising up and all this type of thing here, but also too, which we have to also to get into is, and I hit upon it the last time, is these chloramidians that they call it in Star Wars, they are also called Melusine is one of the real names. Melusine, muses, is the Greek name for it. Sirens, mermaids, all these are terminologies for ancient civilizations that live on the inside of you. And basically, they become stronger and stronger as more of your people make it off of the physical realm. So the white boy's damn if he does, damn if he doesn't. One minute he kills off all these people to try to stop this energy based on the conference in 1986 that told him that by the 1990s, this Kundalini energy was raising in all the indigenous people. And in so many words, they would not be able to live on the planet. As a result, they became down with more melanoma skin cancer. That melanoma skin cancer ain't coming from the goddamn sun out there. It's coming from your energy. And your energy is killing them. So they had to limit the amount of indigenous people on the planet. So that's why they started killing the thing off. But on the other hand, it's a catch-22. Meanwhile, once they get a certain amount of people out of the physical body, Your physical body becomes stronger because they become living you, and your glorified spirit becomes even stronger because it wasn't that many in the beginning in the first place. As far as these the original ones that seeded the planet, even in the physical. The key is they're literally in trying to rectify something that's coming on to sustain their existence. They're actually speeding this shit up because that means that's the reason why they can't kill you now, because your energy is stronger because you have more of the ancestors that came before you. They talk about that in even Amistad. Well, these principles are metaphysical, and you go and see the movie Highlander, even on the first one, he said, well, what are we supposed to do? He said, we're supposed to be immortal and go through time until there's only a few of us left. And then we will have the gathering. Yeah. The gathering is taking place as we're dealing with right now. Number one is taking place with the masses of people on the East Coast. And as you go out west, it gets a little weaker, but still yet you got the ones that still spread out there because they tell you that's Hollywood. You know, the conscious niggas out there is really catching hell if you think these fools out here is bad. You see, but my point is, there's only a few of us in the United States and throughout the Caribbean. And as you go to Africa, it gets even smaller. You see what I'm saying? But the key here is, that is on one aspect, that is the physical gathering of consciousness. On the other one, there's a spiritual gathering of the energies of the original ancestors that does not share the body anymore, that's inside of you because they're broken the reincarnation cycle, and they found a way out by staying in the ones that's down here. So they come and live inside of you. Meanwhile, this particular energy is stronger and stronger and stronger. You understand what I'm saying? The key is, we have to understand what side we are on. We are the Asuras, which are the ones that is created by the night. That's why you have the Osirian thing. That's why you have the black dog Anubis, Anpu, and we're nocturnal beings because in our ancient mythology, we always share the mythology with the underworld. You always see the underworld in our thing. And ultimately, the underworld is the deepest part of our own subconscious.
We should be doing libations every day then.
I used to, but then there becomes a time when you literally, when I used to ask, how do we meditate? And they used to go every day of your waking life. And I said, I wouldn't get nothing done. Shit, I would be out on the street meditating. And then I realized what they were talking about. They were talking about a conscious thought process.
Continuously.
Yeah, take for instance, like I got a friend down there, man. The entities come and they write, and he writes all these pages and pages of this ancient shit that he can't decipher. And although he thought it was just great and all, I say, well,
what's it work?
The hell with that shit, and you can't read it. I mean, goddamn, all that shit there. And he could just be talking, and then it just come, and he just start writing. So he was thinking in actuality that he was on a higher level of energy, but he wasn't. Because at first I said, well, shit, why that shit ain't happening to me? But then I figured out what was going on. We got the same energy, it's just that mine is focused and harnessed to a degree that is becoming pure thought. That's how I get all this stuff. Whereas his stuff is coming and it's affecting his physical body. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas mine comes through channeled and spiritual knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas his is a whole bunch of energy that's wild. It's scattered because it's not concentrated. And what is the key pillar that creates all that is the penis, but not the penis down here, which we both have, clitoris, dick, all the same.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the physical thing, I'm talking about the penis of God.
Yeah.
But this is the thing about the woman. The pineal gland, which is no bigger than a grain of corn, resembles the clitoris than it does. Our head is an elongated, bigger version of the same penis, the head of our penis, but the pineal in the brain is almost identical to the clitoris of the woman. Like take for instance this particular goat, it turns around, but I want to show you this. I got this shit on backwards. No wonder it's turning around. This Baphomet goat, this particular goat, which is the goat with the 2 horns.
Yeah.
But when you turn this thing around this way, it becomes the reproductive organ in the woman. When you turn it around, the same thing, which is this, becomes the reproductive organs in the woman. And not only that too, you'll see symbols of the goddess with her hands up like this. That's still talking about the same reproductive system, as well as in ancient Greece and ancient Egypt, they used to have pots with 2 handles. You was a wife of turning water, know that that represented also the womb.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? The reproductive system of the woman. But on the other hand, the pineal is almost identical to the clitoris more than it is the penis. But we're still talking about that's a representation of it also too. As a matter of fact, in the Rig Veda, you're going to have a god named Rudra. And Rudra also hangs out in the pine forest. That's the pineal. In Greek, the pine is a god called Thyros. That's also the pineal. In other ancient cultures, the head of the mushroom, which is also the penis, represents the pineal. You see what I'm saying? Represents the pineal. So that particular part also. Now, but that particular aspect, that pillar of God, or that particular pineal, is what centralizes this energy of the ancestors of these particular civilizations that's inside of us. They come into order by the activation of basically the pineal gland. Because what happens here is that pineal gland is a central pillar and a magnetic force to draw these energies to one apex. So it's like the pyramid, which is also a pineal too. The pyramid also looks like the head of a penis. You see what I'm saying? And it draws it all to one aspect, and all of this particular stuff is synthesized, and that's what you get is called the Philosopher's Stone, which is the whole Christ thing. You see what I'm saying? Which is the whole Christ thing. So Rudra, which is a god in the Rig Veda, I want you to get this one by Wendy Doniger, D-O-N-I-G-E-R, Doniger. Wendy Doniger, O''Flaherty, F-L-A-H-E-R-T-Y. Her last name is O-F-L-A-H-E-R-T-Y. What's that?
Yeah, I checked with Borders. They don't have it in stock, but they can order it because it's in the warehouse. It'll take about 5 days to come.
If this is the one that I'm pushing.
Yeah, and just ask for it under Wendy O'Flaherty because it's not listed with the Doniger for some reason.
Yeah, Wendy O'Flaherty. This is the one I'm pushing because there's several Rig Vedas, but there's just the straight text. This particular woman taught at the university, or she teaches at the University of Chicago. She's really basically translated. You get the better translation. She really translated the best. So you want to get this one by her, and you also want to get Hindu myths by her. Now what we're dealing with here is I'm able to synthesize more information in earlier texts. They tell you that the older you go back, the clearer things are. Unfortunately, the dynastic aspect of Egyptian texts, and what I'm finding out here is, how the hell is it that you can have more monuments in Kemet than any place in the world, and yet you can barely ever find a lot of information on Kemet other than the same old little Book of the Dead and all this stuff, but you know, and that's for a reason, because they literally, as a rule, they have tons of stuff synthesized and already translated, but as a rule, they don't put it out to the public. But on the other hand, if you go to India and go to the Vedic stuff, you're getting the same Ethiopian Kushite information. So it doesn't matter whether you want to call it Osiris or whatever. The god Rudra is a form of Osiris in the Hindu myths and the Rig Veda. So I want you to get both of these books.
You said it was Red Veda?
The Rig Veda. This is the ancient Vedic, R-I-G-V-E-D-A. The Rig Veda are the Hindu myths by the same woman. These are both put out by Penguin Classics out of England. These are the two, and these are the ones that I want you to get. There's other books that's a little more complicated, but she's one of the best in synthesizing this stuff. You see, in synthesizing this stuff. And her conclusion was that the so-called gods that we worship, based on, see, if you get an older text, the ship turns. Because we still have the Judeo-Christian model in our head. So therefore, everything it's just like I was talking about at the beginning of the thing, based on the psychological aspect of the sister from Mississippi. So Mississippi, because she only was introduced to so anything spiritual by Christianity, that was the only thing that registered. Well, because that is in us, that's like a block or a cancer, or something that you see what I'm saying? You see, a drug, basically. You see. And so therefore, everything we do, even though we learn new stuff, it still filters in as the Judeo-Christian thought process. You see. Well, if you go back more ancient, and this is why the Judeo-Christian religion comes in and it rejects everything prior to its inception. And it rejects everything because if you go back, you will find out more of the truth. That the gods in the heaven are the God in the heaven. If you want to say it's gods or the God in the heaven, you'll find out in actuality is the enemy. And not only he's the enemy, he's not the God Almighty. He's only the God of creation. That's why you call him the Creator. You see.
Creation ain't a good thing, though.
No, creation ain't shit. Creation ain't nothing but a prison cell to trap the higher, most ancient spirits in. You must understand this over and over.
Yeah.
Now, vision comes in and it rejects everything prior to its inception. And it rejects everything because if you go back, you will find out more of the truth. That the gods in the heaven are the God in the heaven. If you want to say it's gods or the God in the heaven, you'll find out in actuality is the enemy. And not only he's the enemy, he's not the God Almighty. He's only the God of creation. That's why you call him the Creator. You see.
Creation ain't a good thing, though.
No, creation ain't shit. Creation ain't nothing but a prison cell to trap the higher, most ancient spirits in. You must understand this over and over.
Yeah.
Now, later on, see, there's different aspects of civilization. Later on, the Great Mother became attributed of the Creator because once we got trapped down here, the physical or the semi-physical person down here, because it was a barren land, literally had to create all of the ecological system. So they said that basically in the Gnostic script say that Isis created the entire ecological system with her menstrual blood. Everything down to the most minute gnat, beetle, bug, snail, and if you get rid of some of the motherfuckers, you start having drought. Because you wipe out some of these things. So the ecological system on into civilization, on into the animals, was all created by us. Certain things and all to create a paradise that we can live down here because we was trapped. And once something is trapped, until you build up enough energy to break loose from it, we had to create a paradise. So we created the first paradise on the spiritual realm, and he came and flooded that over with the physical. Then we would create other ones, and then he would have series of declines, or those gods would have series of declines of civilization because they didn't want us to get too far up. So the whole thing of the Tower of Babel, well, you have that as a civilization. One, see, these mythologies act as several things. One, they might act as a physical civilization. In Tower of Babel, not necessarily mean Babylon. It could just also mean, it could mean Atlantis in one period. It can mean Egypt in one period. You see what I'm saying? It can mean anything where the people are raising themselves to a higher level of going back to their original essence.
But you're talking about a cosmic Willie Lynch.
Basically.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's it.
So also, but also the Tower of Babel esoterically is the Kundalini energy that raises and build a tower to God to get to this particular realm. And so basically, once the Kundalini starts to rise, he made the physical body more dense to shut down that particular energy. But as the cycles go on and on and on, that everything here is becoming more dissipated, and to the point where as the Kundalini energy is shooting up at will. Somebody was going to ask a question?
Yeah, well, he also said counterfeit spirits as well as...
Exactly. This is what the key is. The counterfeit spirits, which later on resulted in the white man, because he's the one that's taking over the earth. Literally the same way the white man runs his civilization to keep us down is the same way these gods in heaven run their civilization to keep us down through deception.
Wouldn't that be a compliment to us? That they got to do all of this to try to...
It does in one reason. It does. Well, it's okay. In one thing, it keeps us. It kept us in a long cycle. But on another thing, it's just like anything that you get. If you get a cancer in your body, and you don't find a way to filter it, it eventually comes out your body, maybe even through sweat or urine. As long as it stays in there dormant, it becomes more powerful, till eventually...
What you gonna do now?
It becomes malignant. And it takes and kills the whole body. That's what the guy in the movie was saying, a virus.
Yeah.
Remember in the Matrix he was saying, I somewhat see what you're like a virus. But that's what melanin is like. It's like a virus.
It's around.
You see, it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger over the years. You see what I'm saying? That's why they call, in the vampire mythology, which also comes out of Greece, they talk about Nosferatu, plague carrier. That's all dealing with melanin and what we also dealing with, in the Rig Vedas, yeah. Yeah.
What level is considered to be
the true existence? Good question you asked that, and I'll give you the answer. I will give you the answer. In the Rig Veda, the astral levels are basically called the Devashanic plane. You can get the book, C.W. Ledbetter's books, the Devashanic plane, which is the astral levels. And although you can break the physical matrix, which wouldn't probably be so bad if you're in the physical, just to see through the bullshit. But just don't get hung up that you're still in a matrix. You understand? There's a book called Seeing Through the Physical World by June Singer. Which is not bad, I mean, to have the extra added, as long as your ass down, it'll have some little down, so you can maneuver around this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Hell, if it's just going to the next day and hitting them goddamn 3-digit lottery number or the fantasy 5 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We in a capitalistic society. Don't bullshit yourself. And basically that's what the yogis, or that's what the Africans used to do by manipulating the physical.
Get what you need.
By breaking through the physical matrix. But ultimately, because we're talking about in those particular methods and science were put in place because we had a couple of thousands of years down here. But ultimately, it is explained that in the Rig Veda, one thing is promised to the devas, which is that shining light, which is really only a glimmer or a shadow of something that is past, which is only being still cast in our minds. That particular, in the Rig Veda it says, the ultimate solution for them of that particular universal matrix is, there's one thing that is their fate, death. Now, let me explain it on 2 levels. Which I have to get into what we're talking about here as far as the death that we're talking about here. The death that I'm talking about here is in the Upanishads. It says that in the beginning there was death. The energy, the ultimate energy that we are dealing with is illumination through putrefaction. We're talking about crystallizing a seed. The white people are talking about going up here and escaping and going here. They're either going to do it physically by going into this space station, or they're going to do it astrally. But it's still a form of still trying to hang on to this whatever part of the universe that they didn't conquer. You see what I'm saying? You see, they want to go there, but our thing is we're dealing with the Osirian energy, which is the god of death, which is dead and a mental. You get where I'm coming from here? So, what is this death? Number one, is the Upanishad says, in the beginning, before anything existed, there was death. The Kabbalah, they show you before the light of Keva, which is basically the creation of what is called the world of appearances. They say that the Kabbalah says that the world of appearances, our world is created of several prior worlds, but you will see on the spiel of the Kabbalah, you'll see the word Ain, Ain Sarda Uda, and Ain Sarda. Well, Ain also represents I. The I is talking about the third eye, or the first eye, or basically the primal substance called melanin. So if in the beginning there was Ain, and in the Upanishad, in the beginning there was death, then what is melanin? Melanin is substance, a substance of death is inside of you. That's the shit that the vampires is talking about. That melanin is the death. Although it may seem dead in the physical world, it is only the dead, dormant substance of the prior worlds, the pre-physical world, the pre-existing worlds. You understand what I'm saying? That later on was recycled to make this universe and later on shut up inside of us. You getting this?
You die out of here into life.
Huh?
You die out of here.
You die so on one aspect, what we call death is a living entity and a substance. It's called death in life, and that's what we're talking about. Now, we're not talking about necessarily killing yourself. We're talking about an alchemical process that's going to take place in your body. It's happening now. See, let me explain something, because I always get this question in the lectures.
I like this.
You got to understand how the process works. If we're talking about a non-physical substance, then physical exercise ultimately cannot bring it about. Physical exercise can get you to physically exercise a certain method of the body to break through the physical matrix. But we're talking about the latent substance inside of your body has to be lined up by you just sitting down and trying to figure this shit out. See what I'm saying? Your figuring it out is the act.
Mental process.
It's a mental process. That's ultimately how the melanin lines up. It's a pre-physical substance. So therefore, ultimately, a physical act can't do it. The only physical act that we know that is really something that also was around in the beginning, that we know that actually coincides with it, is water. And like the brother said, we're not talking about saint water. Like I said, the whole thing on fluoride that'll kill you. But it's water. So we do know the water thing, because we also know that that's the stuff that the government came with the damn sodas this summer to dehydrate the people. So we do know it's water on one aspect. The other aspect is, and I know this is hard because most people, we are trained physically to work for what we want in some type of physical manner. But even if we're dealing with stuff subconscious, most of these books, Think and Grow Rich, it's nothing but a minute level of the same stuff I'm telling you. You can believe it, you can perceive it, you can believe, that, achieve it, and all that old shit, the Jesse Jackson shit. But what we're talking about here is, the Kabbalistic concept is the spear of Bina, which is Saturn. First of all, the key is this here. First of all, we need to break down one thing too. If we're not talking about the physical, then what would evil be outside of the physical? What would negative be outside outside of the physical. If the physical is an illusion, that very thing that is negative within the illusion has to be positive in the reality because it's reversed.
Yeah.
See what I'm coming from here? It's reversed. You get where I'm coming from? Remember I told you that the movie Ghostbusters 2? All that shit is put out by the government. Fuck the junk. You don't put shit on the cracker screen. Just running the shit. You know, not unless he wants you to put it on there. So that was put out by the government, excluding the Matrix. That the stuff that was breaking into the physical and taking over the physical on Ghostbusters 2 was this, all of this particular negative so-called energy of the people of New York.
Negative to them.
And this slime. So, moral religions of 2,000 years ago came in to shut down systems. And these particular civilizations that is inside of us, they manifest and fester through high acts of aggression. And it might not necessarily mean physical aggression, but it could just mean free thought. Because they tell you even in the Bible to even think of sin, it's just as bad.
Don't even think it.
Don't even think it.
Yeah.
So we're talking about, because we're not talking about a physical thing, although sometimes it takes a physical manifestation is nothing but the same aggression that starts, but we're talking about an aggression based on your thought process. You see what I'm saying? So the religion, so we're talking about mental alchemy now, how you line up this particular stuff. The religion teaches you that you must calm down, be obedient, and basically, you know, nothing that suggests, not even bright colors. Motherfuckers used to get killed wearing a red dress in damn Europe. Based on that religious shit got out of hand. You was a witch.
Set on fire.
Right. We're talking about, but at this particular point, because we're not necessarily talking about the physical aspect, we're talking about freeing your mind, because this is where the melanin is going. We're talking about everything that you can think of that is rule breaking and anarchy in your mind. That's what lines up this shit. Chaos. Pure chaos. The key is you got to train yourself to think like that, because throughout your whole life has been a series of programs to tell you not to. So the war that is going on is not necessarily the physical apocalypse, it's a mental apocalypse. But to erupt these latent energies, you understand what I'm saying? You must stop thinking like a human in human laws. Let me show you. Let me give you one right now. Look, in the Elric series. This is a role-playing book too, Elric. Dark fantasy role-playing, but you can actually get the actual books too. But I want to show you something here based on chaos. See, what happens here is this. They explain Elric. Elric is he's an Atlantean deity. And the Atlantis in Michael Moorcock's mythology is called Melanin Bonet. Get that word mel. Anytime you know the word mel on the beginning of anything means black. This means black core or black origin. Melanin Bonet. Huh? Yeah, illusion ends in chaos. But what is chaos? Chaos is melanin. So, the concept that you was explaining, you was dealing with on the phone and different stuff like that, it's all a part of that, but then see, we talk about just a amount of centimeters off. We're not necessarily talking about the exercises are wrong, even with the yoga thing and the meditation. We're talking about going, it's not necessarily the meditation and all that is wrong. We're not talking about that, because that's an old method. We're talking about, but somewhere in the process of the same practices, we started thinking, to be righteous, which is to be subservient to a level that entrapped us, enslaved us. The other part of meditation is to bring about a certain eruption of the latent energies inside of us, and those particular energies, they can only be tapped into, or they can only coincide whether you want to steal them or whether you want them to erupt. But the exercise of wanting them to erupt is to stop thinking like an obedient servant of God when your monkey ass is the motherfucking origin of the universe. That means whatever the fuck you want to think about, we're not talking about a physical act, because to make it a physical act, that means that in actuality you're still tapping into the matrix. We're talking about a mindset here because that's how the melanin lines up. Y'all getting this?
No.
An alternative to
I
all
don't know
of
what
it.
in the heck you're talking about. I'm paying attention. It's going right through my
Yeah.
head.
Okay.
Through this wall.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I understand. What I'm saying is this. The latent powers that's inside of us, because they are pre-physical powers, we're talking about the melanin, they cannot be lined up based on physical exercise or things that is obedient to the physical. So it means if something is logically, rationally, and beautifully put, the only way you have been taught to think is based on the area around you. So we're talking about to bypass that area, you got to think destructive.
How do you, what?
It's a mental thing. I understand where you're coming from.
What's the destructive thought?
Well, the destructive thought is, you know how your monkey ass, not you, I'm not talking about you. Get me wrong, I ain't talking about you now. Don't get me wrong. You know how, we're just talking about, this is a gesture. You know how you get mad sometimes? And then you fault yourself for getting mad? That's what I'm talking about. Like, sometimes we're talking about, let's put it this way, and I talked about this the last time. I was walking, we was getting the car fixed one day, and the guy said, well, I'm gonna, my woman said, I always say she's my wife, although I'm not married, but I am married, because nobody, I've been with her for 6 years, but no white person or nobody can, by law, can physically marry you. Marriage means a union of two energies. So basically, that's alchemical, it's an alchemical term. So whoever you are with and bond with, that is your wife, so you might say my wife. In the spiritual, African sense, we getting the car fixed one day, and the mechanic said, I'll put the key in the car. Because I said, I'm going to shut, because when she got off from work, the place would be closed. He said, well, the car will be outside, and I put the key in the car. And so I just figured he locked the car. So I was supposed to have to keep my key in my pocket. So when I went, because her key was locked up in the car, so when we go get the car, the only way we can get in is through my key. And for somehow I walked out the damn house and left my key on the dresser. And the damn house was locked, but was no problem because I used to take her key to unlock the house. But now, her key locked up in the damn car, and my key locked up in the house. So I'm mad as shit at myself, frustrated and mad. I'm walking down the damn street, cussing. And after a while, the same energy that you feel in a high or something that you get in ecstasy was the same damn energy I was feeling. So we're talking about that type of thing through sexual energy, aggression, through lust. Lust is good. We're not talking about, I ain't talking about, you know, looking at somebody's wife or whatever and stuff like that. Well, goddamn it, if a motherfucker fine enough, that's your own universe. You can look at that booty and, you know, as long as you ain't showing it, you know what I'm saying? That's just your own shit in your universe. You the God and stuff. That's what I'm saying. Or whatever the deal is. If a nigga, you know, you see it all and you say, well, I must not think that way. No, fuck that. My damn spirit. This shit does have a mind of its own. It's another entity, it's another essence. So you think that, you know how you say, I must not stop thinking these impure thoughts? The Bible and all the church, you must think those impure thoughts, because that's how this stuff line up. So you're saying this is awfully radical, but we're talking about the end time cycle when things must change. First of all, you must understand one aspect about this thing, and what you must understand in this particular part. Number one, we're not getting any better. And the white boy never had the solution to make anything better because he's not a utopian principle. He's always been, he's gonna do one thing, he's just gonna rule this motherfucker, he ain't gonna have it at all. Then again, on the other hand, we understand even with the conscious movement that we have dwindled down to just a small group of people. So this means that the future that you're looking for them to come here, it's got to happen, and it's got to happen with us. You see what I'm saying? And we don't have 1,000,000 years, so we're talking about now. I'm telling you. Back in '94, when my girl first went on the mounds and started channeling and getting these psychic things, I used to ask a lot of questions. And at first I thought it was up there, but it was only this energy that was inside of us that was answering back. And I said, damn, what took y'all so damn long? Shit, been out here suffering like hell. What took y'all so long? And they said, we were waiting on you all. Which is talking about this generation now. It was supposed to happen 1,000 years down the line. It will be some other motherfuckers, and we'll be dead right now. Talking about some we shall overcome. Because we got it.
It was for us.
It's for us. We're the ones supposed to do it. Now this is the difference between what's the New Age movement. The New Age movement is talking about this individual achievement to this spiritual thing. And what we're talking about is the occult realm, where we talk about we are here for one thing and one thing only. We have to destroy the fucking earth. So that's what we're talking about. We gotta make the lines gotta be drawn. There's all the stuff that you dreamed about in the future that was supposed to come. It's coming, but it ain't coming from some outside force, because that outside force, them motherfuckers up there, they don't want to get up off no heaven. Right. They're trying to hang around as long as they could. In the Rig Veda, Indra, which is Yahweh, Jehovah, Zeus, or even Ra, because Ra is different than Amun Ra. Ra overthrows Apep, the great mother, Alpha Draconis. That male entity says, it is our contention, me and the host of heaven, that we never raise those particular ones up there. As a matter of fact, it even states in the Rig Veda that their essence alone is to always be in opposite to you. So they love, God does love us. He loves your physical body, which he exists through. He hates your soul, because your soul is beyond him. So God does love you, because he is the God of the day, of the living. He is the God of the living. He hates your soul. Your soul is the God of the dead, because it's not necessarily a part of this particular realm. It just is trapped in this particular realm. It's not even local to this realm. It is the other dimension. So he loves you. Yes, he loves you, his physical creation, his jailhouse that entrapped the soul. But he hates your soul, who is the real essence of you.
The prisoner.
Right. He hates the prisoner, but he loves the jailhouse. Now, the jailhouse that he loves, now, first of all, there's nothing in the universe that exists at all, right now. The only thing that exists is the jailhouse, but let me show you what the jailhouse is. The jailhouse is the physical brain. That is the heaven that the devas are in. This is the one that brings forth all this light to make these two fucking eyes work and make you think that all this shit is real. This brain, and telling your body that all this is real. Remember in the movie, what is reality? It's the signals that wire the brain or whatever. The wiring of the brain.
Sensations.
And the, the electrical magnetic force field that wires the brain. That's the heaven realm. The hell realm is the pineal brain, which the energy comes from the nocturnal world, the spinal cord, or the Luciferian world, which is the lowest root chakra, and comes up. So the Christ rises up into the pineal brain. Some people have two brains. Get the book Quantum Psychology by Robert Anton Wilson, where he says some people have two heads, some people have one head. So the white boy is only, so the physical brain is his world, and he exists through the physical brain. That's what his heaven is.
One head man.
The one-head man, and basically what we are one-head man, because our other shit is
dead,
dormant. But the Hades, or the hell realm, is the pineal area. That's the other brain.
Two-head.
Two-head man. The brain that we know of as a physical appearances and the world that we know of is the matrix brain. And it sits on top of the Luciferian brain that's in the underworld, the deepest part of the subconscious. Two worlds, heaven and hell. His heaven is the God of the living. He's the God of the living, which means he's the fucking warden of the prison house. Now, the key here is the yogis are able, through meditation, to tap into those regions of the brain. Although they can see through the physical, they're still a part of that particular universe that is comprised of the brain.
Yeah, heaven, but heaven is an illusion.
Heaven is an illusion too. It say this heaven and this hell will pass away.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying in the Bible? So they are able to go into the different regions of the brain through meditation, and they are duped into thinking that they are free. They are only free from the first level of the goddamn jailhouse. You see what I'm saying? They free from the damn kitchen or whatever, the shit house or whatever. Basement.
Yeah.
Trustee.
You see what I'm saying? They trustee members now. You're right. Trustee members and shit. Because they got carpet in that realm. Don't necessarily mean it's the shit. It's still goddamn San Quentin. Rikers Island. See what I'm saying? You get where I'm coming from? The true shit is beneath all the bullshit.
Yeah.
And that's what so there's a difference. So now going back to this particular part, we're talking about death. Death is an entity. The knowledge of death, they say to know me. The true Christ is to know the knowledge of death. To know me is to know death. You see, death in the sphere of the Kabbalah is Darth. Damn, lift came on. See, that's an illusion too. You know what I'm saying? I bought my girl some shoes. She said, I don't like the mugs. So I said, well, shit, I'm gonna buy me a pair of those damn shoes with it. And she didn't like the ones I bought her. And all right. And so I went over next door and got me a pair. But shit, that's an illusion too, to think because you pay some money for some shit. I got them on sale as 160. I got them like for 60 or whatever type thing, a nigga up and down know. But my point is, the illusion is they supposed to be very expensive shoes. But hell, look at the lift come off in the middle of the damn election.
That's an illusion.
So be an illusion too. Yeah, so there's a movie you need to go get called Videodrome. A Videodrome is they take out people and kill them on the video. And they say that people watch this sick thing, they have a woman, they torture her, and then they kill her. But after all, man, people get hooked in it. Get hooked on it. And the creator was watching it, and he said, I created videos on these random acts of violence on the videos. He said, first of all, he said that the TV is the mind's eye of the future world. He said that the future world will be given to man, or man will be ruled by the damn TV set. Came out in 1981 or 82. He said, this Videodrome that I created has now caused a new tumor in my brain. Then the series of James Wood played in the movie. They put in another tape, and the same guy who created, he said, well, I found out that this new tumor in my brain that is caused by this random act, seeing this violent thing, this aggression, is not necessarily a tumor at all, but a new growth, a growth of a new organ in my head. That's talking about the pineal gland. He said, and I suspect that this new organ is giving me these visions will in fact become reality, and the reality as I know will become an illusion, because the organ is giving him these illusions. But he said as he go on, the organ will become the reality. This new growth in his head, which is this new organ, was dormant, is now growing. and said, what is now an illusion will become a reality, and what is a reality will become an illusion. He said, after all, in reality, what we perceive it to be anyway, only your perceptions and things. The same thing what I say right now, if I come and curse you out, and there's only one curse word, I curse you out, and you get all mad, be crying and shit. And yet I didn't say the word damn, and the only curse word that we know is damn. And then you have to literally use it in the context of cursing somebody in the original context of what it was mean to damn somebody. But not just to say the word damn. But isn't it funny that the word that is the only curse word is the one that people get the least offended by? That lets you know that's a form of the same mind control. Programming. You see what I'm saying? A programming. But the movie Videodrome deals with that particular thing. But this particular part here, let's see if I can, let's see if I can do the right thing to get it. See what happened. The knob came off on this thing, but y'all all right? Is this interesting?
Yes.
I don't want to bore you. What I'm trying to say is see, you got to understand, white people have been having these discussions for years. These rich white people, this is what they do. They don't have no building. They have a big ass mansion, can hold about 200-300 people. And I used to notice this thing too. I used to notice this. We used to laugh at this. My mama used to say, you know, that's the way white people party. They just have some music going, piano, some drinks, and they have a whole lot of discussion. And that used to be their party. No dancing at all. And we used to think that shit was funny. But in actuality, that's the way you get into certain realities of your intellect. Is your party is a discussion. Is that your party is a discussion that is furthering your intellect. Well, I'll figure it out in a minute. Hold on 1 minute. Cut this light back on. I'll just show it. As long as I put it on the camera. You all been hip to the Kabbalah, the tree of life. You've seen it before. In this middle sphere is Doth. Also, you know, Doth is the sphere on where the third eye is, or melanin. But Doth is also known as death. As a matter of fact, probably the word Doth, or dot, which is the black dot, is probably a primal word for the word death. So when I say this word death, what I'm talking about is the essence of that particular melanin is what we call death. It's just that you think of death as something else because you on this side and all the, you know. But what we call death is in actuality an essence and an entity or an energy known as the angel of death. Now, but it's interesting, the angel of death in Egypt, which is, angel of death is Satan in Hebrew, which is a later version. The same angel of death in Hemmitt is Osiris. But Osiris is also represented as the deepest part of our subconscious and our soul. So Satan and death, which just so happened to be in Egypt, our soul, is what our soul is. It is the prior existence of the world in which this particular world is covered over and come into being. So therefore, going back to this thing again, you must understand that thinking like a human or any type of way that you think is divine that you have been taught ain't gonna cut it. Now, let me show you. I want to show you something here based on the powers of chaos. Because they got law in this particular Elric series. They got law, but I want to show you something. I want to read something to you. The cults and the gods. I want to read something to you. Y'all bear with me. 1 minute. If I can't find it, it might be in Melvin Bonet, but I got one little page left to turn. Yeah. Okay, law and chaos. The battle between law and chaos is a long-lasting theme in Michael Moorcock's writings. It says that the balance swings sometimes the law, and law just means the physical laws of the universe, and sometimes the balance swings to chaos. In this particular case, in this time and cycle, it's swinging to chaos, but this particular chaos will not give rise to another breakdown of a mutation. Because the same mutant down here is the same thing that happened, as above, so below, that happened in the universe. You got the mutant, which is the white boy, or a mutation. No, they don't even put him in anything. This just put a mutation in natural law. They have a mutation with a gene mutate, an albino. Well, in actuality, that's what happened with the universe. It was the uncreated, mutated, and brought on a mutant creation, which we call creation. You see what I'm saying? Which we call creation. And just like any mutant is only there for a small limit of time, although it seems like a couple of billion years to you, it's only there a small limit, which means it's not going to be there for eternity. You see what I'm saying? So now, let me go on. I want to say, I want to show you something here. The balance between chaos and whatever, solid chaos. There's a point in here where they say that the Merlin Bonet, which is the pre-human kingdoms, used to worship chaos. They say, well, they used to worship chaos, and how can anybody worship chaos? They say this is hard for a human to understand. Where the human life is all based on, his entire life is based on a structure of laws that is relevant to the physical. But because the gods of Merlin Bonet, or the entities of Merlin Bonet, do not have physical body, you understand what I'm saying? Then chaos will be something totally different in them than what it would be to a human. Because a human understands that chaos is detrimental to his own fiber and being because he's in the physical realm. In this case, we're trapped in a jailhouse and started thinking that this shit is divine and we're supposed to be this way. You see? Whereas to a God outside of the physical realm that does not have the physical realm to measure it by, it would literally be the ultimate reality anyway. You get where I'm coming from here? So therefore, that's what we have to revert to be, is somehow get a grasp on the understanding of just what I'm talking about in your mind. You see what I'm saying? Now, in the story, to go on, in the Rig Veda, there's a story based on Rudra. Now, Rudra is nothing but Osiris in the Rig Veda in the Indian text. He's also Dionysus in the Greek thing. Here's a good book on Dionysus, Dionysus, which they said that the text, the worship of Dionysus, which is a Greek god, is this cult that worship Dionysus is foreign to Greece. It came into Greece. Some trace it back to Rudra in India, but also to Dionysus is also identical to Osiris. You see, there's two books. There's one by, there's a real one that this guy, his name is Carini, and he has one, and he's dealing with more of the social element of Greece and showing all this pottery. But this one deals with the myth more down to it. The one by Walter F. Otto, O-T-T-O, Walter F. Otto, Dionysus, D-I-O-N-Y-U-Y-S-U-S, myth and cult. This is the Greek. So why do you want to give us this particular aspects of Osiris if we already got Osiris? The Osirian drama of the Osiris and Hemmitt, to try to understand the nature of this particular part of this particular god, they only give you one aspect, and we only get one aspect to come down to us, and that's Plutarch's translation of it, which is the Greek writer who translated the actual part, which was given to him by the Egyptian sages. The other aspect is coming off of the papyrus, but more of it is more of the funerary rites of him descending into the underworld, or him laying there, and some of it is ritual and stuff, but we don't get the true essence on what this shit is talking about. So sometimes you have to go outside of the actual culture to get a true essence on what is the nature of this particular god. In this case, it's Rudra. In India, it's Dionysus or Dionysus in Greece. So I say to get a greater understanding on Osiris, outside of the ritualistic text in Egypt is the only one they give us, you need to go and get Dionysus or Dionysus or get Rudra. And in here, what it is I'll give you the aspect of the Greek Dionysus. He's born of an earthly mother, and Zeus is his father. But on the other hand, his symbol is also a mask. He puts on different illusionary forms of mask, which means he only puts on these masks because he understands when he comes in contact with the human, because he's such an advanced entity, so the human mind can't come in contact with advanced cosmic forces, in this case advanced chaotic forces. So it has to be filtered down into the aspect on the way the human can accept it. And basically the God forms that we have, and I told you the last time, are myths contrived to protect our sanity. In other words, it's much more monstrous and chaotic than what we're dealing with here. I'll give you 3 versions of it. So he becomes the gods of the mask, but then again we understand that masks are fundamental to Africa. So you'll know that this Dionysus gets his start, although they tell you he lines up with Osiris. He also gets his start as an African symbol of God. He's also a god of pandemonium, which is chaos, and also silence, which represents something outside of the physical also too. He's also is a part of the world of the bewitched, which is talking about like a world, a bohemian world that does not necessarily coincide with the physical laws or the spiritual laws of what we know of God that's supposed to be all divine and loving. He's a god of somber madness. He enjoys making the people who come in contact with him mad, crazy.
Yeah.
Because the madness and the craziness also symbolizes something outside of the routine level of this physical reality. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's a god of wine and intoxication, which is also represents melanin in India, because Rudra is also a god of Sama, and Sama is the Indian word for melanin. So he's a god of the vine, the grapevine, but also in Jesus, a god of the wine. You see where some of these concepts come from, even in the Christ myth or the Jesus myth. You see what I'm saying? He's a god of moisture. So there go that water thing also again. You see what I'm saying? In his entire existence, while he is existing in this particular plane or on other dimensions, he's always surrounded by women. The women, he comes in as a baby with these women nursing him. He's the God that sets over orgies. He's the God that sets over all types of sexual practices. Also Rudra does too. But he always is around women. That means, why is he always around women? He's not a patriarchal God. He's a matriarchal God. And the women, this is their son that they're bringing to the world. So this is the son of the mother and the matriarchal realm, other than the son of the father.
So he's a physical
Slave.
Now this is our true nature. In so many words, when you break it down, Rudra and Dionysus is the pineal gland. But this is the god of the woman. Remember I told you it resembles more of a clitoris in the brain than it does the elongated penis.
Yeah.
But he's the god of the woman, which means this is the son of the great mother. But it's not talking about the abortion son. This is the son that she sends to clean up that abortion. You see? Huh? Alistair Crawley? No, this is Oto. This is the guy's name. This is not the OTO. That's a different aspect. But he would be a form of AWAS in that particular part. So now, so this Dionysus story. Now the Rudra story is basically they had in the beginning they had the uncreate, which is the uncreate of the fullness of the uncreate. Because you only are taught creation, you think that the uncreation is nothing, which is something in itself. It's just that you can't perceive of it because you gotta see something or experience something with this world only told you, which is reality.
This is the reference.
Yeah, this is the reference, so therefore we don't see nothing in that. But the uncreate is the fullness, which means everything that is supposed to be in the universe is already there.
Yeah.
Now there's two aspects of that. Maybe there's two aspects of that. Maybe there was actually a mistake or a flaw that led to the creation, or maybe the flaw itself was a form of the uncreate to go to another level. Maybe it wanted to, although it was perfection, it wanted to perfect perfection. And how do you perfect perfection? You put a flaw. If you got wine, which in so many words, no, you got juice, which in so many words is just as perfect as anything in the universe, is perfect. But to change that juice, it's got to ferment. That's the only stage that juice can do to become another substance is it has to ferment. Just another process. And basically, this is a fermentation process in which we do, and that's why he's also the god of the wine. So Rudra, the story is you have the uncreate. This god, Pastor Johnny, he's Indra, he's Brahma, breaks loose, has a daughter, screws his daughter, the daughter gets pregnant, an incestual act, and the whole thing comes into the creation of the universe. Rudra, which is the son of the mother, comes down and falls down here to kill his ass. And this punk God, the same Yahweh you think is all beautiful and omnipotent and all powerful, do you know that you get the earlier things of the same God, Yahweh, or Jehovah, or any of this man? Do you know that motherfucker begged for his life? He begged like a baby for Rudra to spare his life. That same bitch up there that you worshiping. Now meanwhile, Rudra is your actual energy. You getting this stuff?
Yeah.
So do you understand that your actual energy, when it first confronted this abortion, this same abortion, big like a damn baby, to spare its life, the concept is in the mythology, Rudra understands to prevent this from happening again, he must fall and become a part of Pastor Johnny's creation. You understand what I'm saying? To kill it from the inside out so it won't happen again. So Rudra literally becomes what we have been going through. You see?
It has let it play itself out.
Let it play itself out. Let it run its course. In so much of it run its course and I'm trapped inside of it, I become the ultimate reality, because what I was that was strong enough to him to beg his life, can you imagine what's going to happen when I become even stronger by being encased in something condensed chaos?
Ain't no contest.
Hey, right? You see what I'm saying? So now, it's just a matter of waking up.
Yeah.
So, in the concept, or in the contest, everything that's in the world happens after that. In the end, he's now Shiva. Shiva and Rudra is one and the same. Shiva forms a pillar, Setanu, which is a stone pillar or a penis, which is the pineal. And in so many words, what he does is he literally sucks Rudra's world into its pineal and he destroys it. Let me give you an example. Go get the movie, give you an example. Let's go get the movie, the one that Charlie Sheen was in, The Arrival. You remember they had that little ball, they put it in the damn room, little ball, and and it started turning around and it sucked up the whole room, that's what your pineal gland is going to do. But the energy that it has to use to do that is the energy of your ancestors in so many incarnations being able to break away from the body, and each person that dies, that's the original soul, it gains up enough rotation and a spin as a vortex to suck it in. So it is the ultimate microcosmic black hole that is the same macrocosmic black hole that you are seeing in the illusionary universe.
Yeah.
And that's what this pineal energy, throw in some fucking fire from the Kundalini and all this shit is.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? That's what this particular Rudra and this whole concept is doing. And also, he's also connected with Orion and Sirius in the Rudra material and Dionysus material in this particular Rig Veda and all this. He's also connected with Orion and Sirius, so we're also talking about the same Osiris energy that ferments. Y'all getting this, or is this too?
No, that's it.
You get, you know, because it gets even worse than that. Huh?
You all right? Go ahead.
It gets even worse than that when we, because tomorrow we got to go into these, into these no good ass gods. It's some some other stuff we have to deal with also too. We have to deal with also too. But let me go to some of these notes and stuff, because I want to get some stuff out that I want to talk about also too. Y'all all right now? All right? Okay. Now I want to deal with some stuff here. Let's see here. The obelisk, which we thought was Osiris' penis, is actually representing the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? Because number one, it's sticking upright. You see what I'm saying? It's sticking upright. Let me show you another aspect of this thing. Look at this. You have your Star of David. You have your Star of David. Doing sex, this would be the head of the penis. The woman's pubic hair also is the
Kuni.
in the upside down triangle. You get the science?
Yeah.
It's also shaped like a pyramid going down, and his penis is shaped like a pyramid going up, as above, so below. And this is also a form of the same aspect also too. Of these particular, what the Star of David, which is also, that's what it was later named. These things is like the Star and Crescent are older aspects of it. Now it's interesting because there's a book called, there's a good book that I want you to get. This is probably one of the best psychiatrists or psychologists living. This book is called Dreams in the Underworld by James Hillman. This is probably one of his best, he's got several books out, but this one is probably one of his best monumental works. And he's like a Jungian psychologist, but he's later, so therefore he's advanced the work, but there's a whole lot of stuff up in here. But even in here, he's going by another guy named Carini, and so now Dionysus is Osiris. Okay, but in here he's even drawing the parallel in Dreams in the Underworld that Dionysus, which is Osiris, and Hades, what you call hell, is one and the same. You see, the Lord of the Underworld is otherwise known also as Hades, which was called the keeper of the gates and the closer of the gates. According to the legend of the bringing up of Samael from the underworld, and Dionysus descended hither to learn. I'm going to get to the particular part. And he also brings up his mother. In so many words, it also says when he's going to break down in here, he's going to break down Hades up in here. And when he breaks down Hades, it's going to be just the same as he's going to make the breakdown of Hades and Dionysus, and it's going to be the same, which is also Osiris. He's also going to break down a section in here called on black. And he also says that mainly in white people's dreams, because they do have a residue of melanin, the villains that they see in their dreams, and they got it recorded from the Dark Ages on up, the villains that they mainly see in their dreams is black people. So therefore, when they wake up, when they come in contact with you, they automatically treat you like a villain because subconsciously they've seen it also in their dreams because it's haunting them. You see, because it's a psychological aspect. Now it's interesting because in the book, the guy Richard Cavendish, he put out the black arts that you can still get. But he put out another book in 1990, Black Arts in 71, which is 68. Then he put out a book in 1975 called The Powers of Evil. And in that particular book, he explains on the white boy throughout the Dark Ages, seeing the white boy throughout the Dark Ages, in his mind, the devil was always depicted as black people. You see, and they got several paintings of the black man being the devil. Even when you go get the movie, if you go get the movie, Which We Are, if you understand what that shit really means. If you go get the movie Clash of the Titans, and you'll see that the enemy up in there is Calibus. If you look at Calibus real good, he got nappy hair. But in the book, he's explained how the white boy, throughout all his visions, when he thinks of his enemy or the devil or what frightens him, it's only what frightens him. His visions always became the black man. He talked about the hideous Ethiopian and all this particular stuff. When he saw these devils from far, when they got up on him, they were black people, and it was just as terrifying. Yeah, yeah. And so they see these particular black people in his book, and I think this is what got the book banned to the point where they don't print it no more. They just tell him, you know, sometimes these book companies will say, here's $2 million. That's what you would have made if the book would have in 35 years of it selling. Here's $2 million. Take it out of circulation. So when you don't see books ever again, and he could make this money, that's because somebody then came in and paid him money to take the book out of circulation. So, but on the second page, when he gives the conclusion of why all these white people throughout history see black people in their dreams as well as being the devil or as equated to monsters, he also says that it has something to do with the alchemical process of the white mind, and basically, in so many words, it has something to do with the pineal shit that's atrophied or whatever, or being calcified. But even, you know, what's the name talks about that when they tap into certain aspects of their own being, they start hearing voices and call it the devil. And obviously Richard King, who mentioned that in several of his lectures, when he was studying all that stuff on the pineal glands in these mostly on the collegiate library shelves, he must have was getting out a lot. Based on the case studies when they give all this stuff. He must have was getting that a lot. Because also there's a book called Liquid Dreams of Vampires that's out. And basically it's a psychological book on all these white people that always dream of Dracula. You see them, they always dream of Dracula, and they studied this thing in vampire studies that there's thousands of them that identify with Dracula and all this because they've been getting it from their dreams within so many words. What they don't say in the book, when you put two and two together, the book Liquid Dreams of Vampires, what they don't say is basically they're dreaming of the same black people that come out as Dracula too. Because, you know, he wears the black cape and all this kind of thing here and all, you know, and he's hell with the damn women and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like the sensuous black man or whatever the deal is, you know, and stuff, you know. Like Rudy Ray Moore says, the sensuous black man and the most fuckingest motherfucker on the earth. And but my point is we're dealing with psychology here, so y'all gotta grow up now. Basically, that's the whole thing that they're dealing with also too. You know, ultimately too. But it's interesting. Remember, I was telling you that I don't know if I told you, but sometimes I say things in lectures and it just come. And I was saying that basically that the reason why these white women like the black man, because there's a couple of rhythms that the white boy don't hit, although it's natural to us. It's just sex to us. To them, it's the ultimate experience, and it's also probably the same way with the black woman when it comes to the white man. There's certain rhythms that they can't hit, that when they get there in pure ecstasy. And that's why the white girl is going after this black man, all because the white boy little PB don't work no more. But he got the Viagra and shit, but you know, still, yeah, why do that with the Viagra man when they can get the damn super stud? But it's certain, and it might just be something slightly that they just cannot do that's almost on a metaphysical level in sex that they can feel, which with you is just regular sex. But to them, you understand what I'm saying? It's something this the ultimate experience, and so the white girl is going after that. Well, it's interesting because the boy in Indianapolis, he deals with a lot of my tapes, and he goes up and he asks white people curious questions as like he's ignorant, you know. So this girl to go with this white guy, this black guy, and he was like, you know, well, what is it about this black guy and all? And the girl said, it's a difference in the rhythm or the way they screw compared to the white boys. So she validated the same thing. You see, she validated the same thing. So this book deals with a lot of that, dreams in the underworld. And so much, because also the underworld is also symbolic of melanin. That's what it is. Now, dreams in the underworld, because also Richard King also talked about that the underworld, that melanin is always connected with dreams. Now, in the Cthulhu mythos, which you go get any of the Del Rey books and you can get the best of H.P. Lovecraft volume. There's 6 volumes of the best of H.P. Lovecraft. Which is, H.P. Lovecraft basically is a group of monsters that is supposed to take over the world. Let me read some of this so I can get you into this. In so many words, this is what's going to happen other than the religion. The religion that we hear all this shit that's happening, in so many words, is thousands of years of trying to weave it into the human condition so we can have some type of earthly experience on how the whole rapture thing is supposed to happen. You understand what I'm saying? But on the other hand, this particular way is the way it was prior to we weaving the human condition into it on what used to happen. So to get a synopsis of that, I want you to get the best of H.P. Lovecraft, Del Rey books. Del Rey books. There's about 3 volumes. They got little small books. They sell the little small books. But if there's about 3 or 4 volumes where they took all the small books and put them in 2 and 3 volumes. There's about 3 or 4 volumes where you can get it all. I want you to get the whole thing, but I want you to get his actual stories. Because he had a whole bunch of dreams on how this thing was supposed to go down.
That's Lovecraft?
H.P. Lovecraft. He had a whole bunch of dreams on how this thing was supposed to go down. And he wrote the Cthulhu mythos in the early 20s. I think he died in like 1937. Mm-hmm. And how he died, he came down with brain cancer because he was recording this stuff, and these actually, our energy, which is these pre-human monsters, came and they channeled to him. Now this is the interesting part about it. This is how you know it's real. So there have been debates on whether his stuff was fiction or real. Well, first of all, this is how you know the stuff is real. Number one, he was a known racist. And yet he talks about these pre-human, ultra supernatural forces and these beings that used to rule the earth before man came. In this case, before we fell into man. But yet, his chief messenger from these outside forces that used to rule the universe, the chief messenger in the human form is a black man coming from a known racist. See, psychologically, a known racist would not put the only human aspect of his great pantheon of super cosmic beings that's supposed to be more superior than white people, period. And he thought that the British was the ultimate. And more superior than the British, the only link would be a black man. When we know shit, it ain't nothing for them. All their heroes are white. That means that he had to be telling the truth. See where I'm coming from? Because a racist would never take the mythology that's going to make him famous, and did make him famous, and the chief human figure as the hero, which is connected to the outside forces, to be a black man, the black pharaoh, or the black man. That means that what he was getting was real. It just so happens that over the course of him channeling this information, he got tired of it and decided he wasn't going to do it anymore. He quit writing, and the energies inside of him developed into a brain tumor and killed him. So he died fairly young. Now, I want to get into Cthulhu, which is nothing but the pure melanin on the inside of you, which is this particular entity, which the sister was saying, I'm trying to get some of this stuff that you're talking about. Well, there's mythology to try to make you understand. You just go and read H.P. Lovecraft and identify with them damn monsters they got up in there. You are a monster. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, that means that you ain't got time for no being obedient and all this kind of thing and sin. What the fuck a monster give a damn about sinning and shit? You're a goddamn monster. You know what I'm saying? But that's what your soul is, the monstrous soul. Hey, you give a damn about whether you send somebody or who you screwed, and whether you drank some wine or whether you dance to some music that ain't gospel, and you a fucking monster. You a damn monster, and you worried about some fucking what's that old nigga that's jumping around for church's chicken and stuff on? Kirk Franklin and T.E. Jakes and all that shit, and you a damn monster. You know what I'm saying? Right. You want to bite the heads off of biddies and babies and stuff, and you talking about some sinning and stuff. So this is the concept of what I'm trying to get you to understand. You got to identify with what your soul is. And this Cthulhu mythos, and let me explain something to you. To let you in on what the secret societies of the Illuminati has been studying, they have been studying this. As a matter of fact, since his death, there's over maybe 10,000 volumes of bibliography and so-called mythology and stories written on the Cthulhu myth, yet it don't supposed to be real. Now what kind of damn people would spend 50 to 60 years in developing a mythology that's supposed to be fake? They understand that one man's reality is another man's illusion, and because the cracker tell you something is an illusion, you understand? That's because he don't want you to be into it. You understand? So now, it starts off with Cthulhu. Cthulhu is also, you can trace it all the way back to Egypt. There's a guy, in South Africa, there's a guy called Nkulunkulu. Nkulunkulu. Same shit. There's also a guy called Tulu or something in West Africa. This is what this is. Cthulhu is the great old one, resembling, I don't want to get, they give you his octopus head, humanoid, and a great, they talk about how he looks resembling a clawed octopus head humanoid with great bat-like wings. That's just basically giving you the chaotic form. He's trying to introduce you into a chaotic form, something that's so hideous that your mind goes mad. You get it? Gargoyles would be the same thing, basically. That's why they put those gargoyles up on after they kicked the Moors out of Spain, in remembrance of the Moors, they built gargoyles all over Europe to represent the black man's nature as a most ultra-cosmic powerful being. Y'all alright? Yeah. Now, Cthulhu sleeps beneath the Pacific Ocean, according to the legend, and he will one day awaken and rule the world. So, the sleep is just talking about your ass asleep. The ocean is always talking about the waves in the ocean up under the consciousness. It's talking about you being at a dead level of consciousness. You'll even find out that in other mythologies other than the Plutarch mythology of Osiris, he wasn't cut into pieces, he was drowned in some other mythology. That's also talking about your consciousness that was on a ultra supernatural being being submerged into the physical level. Jeremiah even talks about it, how he says that you got 4 heads of a beast, 3 beasts, and the 4th head is the head of a man. That means that the other head used to be a beast, but it got wounded, and when the head healed, it became the head of a man. That beast that they're talking about is the pineal gland. Y'all getting this? Okay, so he sleeps one day he will rule the world. Rule the world. Upon the arrival of the earth, to the earth, Cthulhu took up routine residence on the continent of the Pacific Ocean. Well, remember that all the earth was at one landmass at this particular time, so it doesn't necessarily matter. Where they built the great stone city of Rayleigh. At the first Cthulhu spawn encountered residents called the Elder Things, that was your dinosaurs, who had dwelt on earth millions of years before the coming of Cthulhu. Following the war in which Cthulhu spawned destroyed all the Elder Things. Well, even Richard Hoagland on Art Bell said that the NASA had done research on the dinosaurs and found out that they had a whole lot of nuclear radiation on the bones, like they was destroyed. But then again, what is our force but a subatomic nuclear power? So they destroyed the Elder Things, and the land cities of 2 species, and they declared peace and agreed not to harass each other. So on one thing is they destroyed some of them, but they also, even your boy, the guy Hakeem Bey said that they even got accounts of black man at one level as we became more and more physical, where we also lived in harmony with the dinosaurs. They were about like the pet, just like that Flintstone shit. You know, the motherfucker got on his collar and shit. You know, Bam Bam, whatever that nigga named, Dino or something. Following this arrangement, Cthulhu enjoyed many years of freedom in this world. During these millions of years of humanity slowly evolved. That means, if you understand the mythology, Cthulhu and themselves became more condensed into a human figure. Cthulhu spoke of these new beings through telepathically and through their dreams, because Cthulhu is actually the pineal and the spiritual seed speaking from the inside out. You get how this goes? You see what I'm saying? Y'all getting this? Telling them where to find statues in the images that he had brought down from the stars, instructing them the proper worship of the Lord of Rayleigh. Cthulhu, in this way, the Cthulhu cult was born. This is nothing, Cthulhu is nothing but a form of Osiris also. One day the disaster struck, and may have been the vengeance of the unknown deities changed from the stars and the moons and ripped from the earth. And in so many words, to make a long story short, Cthulhu in them was imprisoned in a stone city of Rayleigh, which is nothing but deep into your subconscious. They say, but one day Cthulhu will rise up again and destroy the earth. Now, the Dionysus story or the Rudra story is also in, this is all coming from the Lovecraft book, is also a form of the god Nyarlathotep. Nyarlathotep is also called crawling chaos. Now this is the messenger. This is the black messenger. This is the black messenger, who is the person that is on the scene today, which is nothing but your own essence. Your message is also trying to learn this shit and being the messenger from your subconscious to your consciousness. This particular Nyarlathotep, the mighty and the sole messenger of the outer gods, he is said to dwell in the caverns beneath the center of the world. That's also talking about the center of the brain. Accompanied with mindless flutists, he often sends messages and performs services of the outer ones, therefore, throughout space and time. Nyarlathotep answers to every whim of his masters, which is talking about your physical body. The black man answers to this particular inner self. And he is also contemptuous of them as well. as well. Crawling chaos is said to act as the mediator between the outer ones and their worshippers, as well as carrying things between the great old ones themselves. So basically, he's a link between the other realm of entities, which is on the inside of us in our physical bodies. However, in few such cases is reported. In fact, Nyarlathotep may be a personification of the telepathic powers of the great old ones. Excuse me, I gotta slow down. However, he seems to have a distinct personality with the great old ones. The inhuman minds might find it difficult. Now, in so many, I'm trying to get to the point what I'm trying to say. In so many words, they say at the end, this particular entity, which is you, on the scene today, trying to figure out this stuff, will rise up and will destroy humanity after a series of lectures, knowledge, and fact-finding, and all the shit that you've been going through. That's why I say that we the ones that's going to do it. Based on the science, when you really break it down, they're talking about all this stuff that you are learning. You yourself, the black body, because he's called the black man. You yourself, after learning what you have to learn and figuring this out, will rise up and destroy humanity. You see what I'm saying? My point here is, this Cthulhu mythos that I'm talking about, the only human figure is Nyarlathotep. The other one, his inner self, is these particular demonic, bestial gods. We'll get more into some of that stuff also tomorrow.
Is that like those, I see the Kabbalah, when they talk about those seals of Solomon?
In the Goetia or the Kalipos also too. They talk about those demons and stuff like that. Those demons is nothing but us. Also get the movie,
Phantom.
not only Phantoms, but also get the movie with Jada Pinkett in there. She becomes the doggone Messiah. She saves the white man's world for another couple of years. Demon Knight.
Yeah.
Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah.
Demon Knight. And he said in the beginning these demons used to rule the earth. That is nothing but your inner energy. And we're going to line this up tomorrow also too on how this particular thing actually happened. As far as the way the gods also want to actually stop this but don't have any kind of way of also doing it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into a question and answer. Well, what time is it? 10 o'clock. Okay, so how many hours is that? 3? 7 with her and stuff. Well, this is good, so because I got to take into account that she spoke. So let's go into a good question and answer, and we can get the ball rolling for that for another 2 hours. What's that?
Yeah, I was dealing with the Gnostic scriptures.
Yeah.
And you know, you got the posterity or the bloodline of Seth.
Yeah.
And then they go into Noah, and then it's Jahath and the other one.
Mm-hmm.
What's the distinction between the bloodline of Seth and the bloodline of Noah? As far as amongst black people.
Okay, you know Japheth, Ham.
Yeah.
Japheth, Ham, and Shem.
Yeah.
See, why it's hard to line up is because some of this stuff is metaphysics. And because white people that's interpreted now were not the original priests to put it together, they can't understand what's going on. Japheth, Ham, and Shem is in fact the 3 major glands in the brain. Ham just so happens to be the pineal gland that secretes the melanin. You see what I'm saying? So what you're dealing with here is more of a combination of what these particular sons of Noah is these particular glands. Ham, Japheth, and Shem. Ham being the middle pillar, which secretes the pineal gland. The other one is a part of the pituitary body or whatever, and that's what that is actually dealing with. Some of the myth is not necessarily literal generations as it is a transformation of the in reality of something.
So is that what they mean by it's like it's an aspect of the generations of Seth?
Yeah,
it's one and the same, but it's like an aspect
it's one in this thing. Seth would literally be the literal melanin within the glands, because he's a substance. You see what I'm saying? So all this particular stuff is actually metaphysical. You have to think of it that way ultimately, because the myth starts to break down and starts not to make no sense, because there's always going to be holes in it if you don't think of it metaphysical. One of the best stuff that you can get is Hilton Hotima's books, especially Hilton Hotima's book called Awakening to God Within.
That's right.
Awakening to God Within, and his other book, Tetragrammaton. But he has several books out. But that Awakening to God Within will put you on the way. Now, good part about it is the group helped research to put it out. I'll give you the address in a minute. They just was bought, they used to do the spiral bound books. They were bought by another company, and now they're printing them in regular bound books. So Hilton Hotima book shows you all the glands and what their relationship is in the Bible.
That's what it's one of those health books.
Yeah, see, Hilton Hotima is one that you don't, anytime you don't find people that does extraordinary work and you don't find them in white people's bibliography, that means he went too far. And so basically what happened was after 1950, they said anybody who's writing on any esoteric stuff, they have to limit the amount of times that they can say the word pineal gland. They can even say third eye, because most people don't know what that is. But pineal gland is an actual gland that does not work in white people. So they can argue that the third eye could just be my mystical soul or whatever. So they had to limit the amount of times they said the word pineal gland. You know, I got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of New Age books and occult books, and I can almost count on my hand, on one finger, the ones who literally talk about the pineal gland. You see, so by Hilton Hotima was one of the few people other than Richard King, which was later, you know, that's a later thing with the black side, but we're talking about white people, one of the only white people who constantly showed just volumes of stuff on the pineal gland as the central apex of his whole books. He's the one that also, like Gerald Massey, that does not get added in white people's bibliography. They got a way of basically making you a social pariah to the academic world. And when they do that, that's the way they ban you now.
They don't play ball, so they get rid of it.
You see, it's just like one of the best books everybody should own, one of the best books written, was banned in 1940. Everybody should own a copy of Celestial Ship of the North by E. Valencia Scranton. If you buy that book for $35, I'll guarantee you, you will thank me after the first goddamn chapter of that shit. It is one of the few books that has two books in one book, as well as an extensive glossary. Everybody should own E. Valencia Scranton's book, Celestial Ship of the North. It's in print by Kessinger Publishing Company. I'm the one that found this book in 1993 by mistake. I was looking for some Massey stuff and ended up running up on it and ordered it along with it, and this book came in and it was unbelievable. One part of the book is done with basically black history and the whole ancient Typhonian concept of this history. The other part is also done in astrology, but it's not that old basically astrology you get in these regular. This shit, it drops all the stuff and breaks it all down, even on the biblical aspect. But it has a serious glossary and two indexes. It's a must-have. You see what I'm saying? It's a must-have. Even on page 16 or 19 in the book, she's the one that concluded that Africa must be bridged between Saturn and Jupiter in this astronomical configuration, later on known as the Sigi ceremony, must be bridged in Africa by Africans, so Africans can come into an earthly new existence in that particular book. So that's a book that you must. That's a book that you must have also too. That particular book. What's that, sister?
How do you? I wanted to ask a question while you talking about chaos.
Yeah.
Or the images that you have in your mind.
Yeah.
Things that you think about.
Right.
When you back by yourself. Something that brings spirit to a person. So you just accept it. I mean, how do you? Because you said this is something you have.
Well, the good part about one thing about fear usually disappears after you have the knowledge of a thing. Fear is only the uncertainty because you don't have a certain amount of knowledge of something. Once something becomes knowledgeable, You know, the first time anybody, you get into some stuff, you might read some stuff on the devil, you might throw the book on the ground. But as you go into something, you learn it, and it becomes straight up energy and science.
So you just let the thoughts roll. I mean, you know, it's like, it's
Yeah, but see, now since you understand,
prevent yourself from thinking about it. You just let your mind just go.
yeah, but you're gonna deal with it for the simple fact that you have been introduced in some knowledge to it, even if you talk about tonight. It's not gonna have the same effect on you. Everything is a series of programs. Just like that damn nigga that you thought you knew, found out he was a crazy deranged motherfucker. From then on, he don't have the same effect on you, and your nose is not that much wide open, because you know a side of his ass that you didn't know before. He'll always be different from now on. Well, it's the same thing, and anything that you learn, your eyes become wide open. You know what I'm saying? Your concept of it changes.
But are you, okay, once you start seeing that,
Yeah.
you see these
Yeah.
minds,
Yeah.
whatever, you're supposed to go look past that? Or what?
You're supposed to go through it. That's the whole thing with the dragon slayer. The dragon slayer is nothing but the actual dragon slayer's own soul that he's not used to. And once he slays the dragon, he becomes illuminated. Christ conquers Satan. Satan is just the pre-existence of the primal worlds, and Christ, which is now the crystallization of the same aspect, has to get used to what he's created out of. So that's like you getting used to your own soul. You see, so when he overthrows Satan, he only literally goes through the Freddy Krueger aspect of it. That he thinks is something that's wicked and all that type of thing, based on the human condition that tells him that all that stuff is evil. And one of the worst things that could ever happen is 2,000 years ago, everything is evil. You see what I'm saying? Like the book, the complete book of demons and devils say, well, what is considered a demon? Everything that ain't in the Christian canon, the Christian canon. So it became even more stuff heaped on people. You see what I'm saying? But it even also goes in to say that even the Egyptians and other earlier cultures, the original people, because those cultures lasted for thousands of years. So the original people who inhabited that culture, they put down a certain amount of information that was dealing with the different aspects of the soul. And as time went on, thousands of years later, even the Egyptians and other civilizations, the younger people lost the meaning of it. And by they could not understanding it, they all lumped it as being evil. You see what I'm saying? And that's because they lost a certain amount of knowledge of that particular thing. The original meanings were lost. And so basically everything that we've been taught that is evil is basically the original meanings of those things are lost, and we're looking at it from a modern perspective, but one man's God is another man's devil. You see what I'm saying? Is another man's devil. So those original meanings were lost, and that's so that's what that particular aspect is actually talking about. You see what I'm saying? Give me some questions.
The concept that you said about the meditation, or better yet, what would be a better way of us handling the energy? Is it just to accept the fact that it's all running the same?
See, my point is this here. The New Age teaches you to meditate so you can get rid of negative energy. So that means if you've already put it in your head that what you're going to see that you're not used to is going to be negative. And that's going to act as a blockage. And one thing about the spirit, your spirit automatically has a shutdown switch. And when it comes up with stuff that is fearful and it doesn't understand, it shuts down. So therefore it's just a series of a retardation of a process. Once you understand it, and you basically have to work at your subconscious and get it in your head that you are only seeing your own self, then what happens is you can go further with it. So H.P. Lovecraft says, well, man is so far removed from the past until when he looks back at his own soul in the past, he's frightened at what he sees. So it's just a series of learning and a series of dehumanizing yourself with all what you think is divine. See, that's the shit that get us, this old divine shit. Right. You see, oh, this divine and all pure love. All that old shit. You see what I'm saying? Well, what is love when the concept of love that we only know is illusionary? If this is an illusion, if this is a matrix, then even this word that we gotta have more love when you have only been taught that love is illusion, you understand what I'm saying? Then in actuality, that is the damn venom. That is the poison of your concept of love that the Christian concept tell you that you got to love. When you know in your, it's like one sister came downstairs, and the sister I was telling you at first that I told her, I said, she was straight in the front like she knew some shit, and I said, God and the devil, and then that mother turned back into a damn holy sanctified Christian and ran upstairs. The other sister said, that ran this shop, she runs this health food store. She said, when I opened up about 2 months ago, I didn't know nothing about all the herbs and stuff. I was just trying to learn. The Spirit told me I needed to open this store. His sister used to come down and she, oh, well, I know all about this herb and this kind of thing. And she said, I used to not like her, and I had to work at that. I said, no, you're supposed to follow your first spirit. You didn't like that bitch. You didn't supposed to like her ass because she was fucked up. See, that's some moral dogma that you have learned to tell you that we must work through this shit, and what you do is you get shut down on the same level. Your first thing is what you do. It's like my grandmama. I used to bring friends home. My grandmama, I don't like that nigga. Right off. She didn't like him. And we used to curse and raise hell about grandmama, you wrong and all this. And my mama say, she usually right when she say that shit. And sure enough, that same nigga be done got over on us. So when she said I didn't like her, you see what I'm saying? And my girl like that, she said, I say, this brother he is real cool. She said, I think that nigga phony. Something wrong with him. You see what I'm saying? So when she said, she thought, I had to get past, I really didn't like her. I said, no, see, that's what you've been taught. Don't get past shit. This old love shit, don't love nobody that's fucked up. What is love but only your perception? And somebody done bent your mind and shit, and now you hugging all kind of damn people who ain't shit. Which leads to hugging up the white man and shit. But he's on point. He know how to hug your ass and then go and down murder your ass at night. Right. You see what I'm saying? So this whole thing about, some people say, we gotta love all people. You ain't, fuck that shit. You ain't gotta love no damn body. Your spirit done told you that people all messed up. And your ass done got somebody out of you telling you, oh, we gotta love everybody. That's slavery.
So in a way, they kind of squash that whole into, because I'm like in here in some meditation programs, and they say, well, some thoughts not yours, and some negative thoughts come up.
Yeah, and they also tell you got the heart chakra got to be open through love. No, right. The love that they're talking about is truth. See, the ancient word for love is different than the modern word for love, which is highly infatuated and brainwashing technique. You understand what I'm saying? Brainwashing technique. This romance bullshit. The ancient word that they were talking about was being true to something and cutting through to its essence. You see what I'm saying? Being true to something. Not just, this love, this other concept. So the yogis is all talking about this. We gotta love everybody. Now that's humanly impossible. You know what I'm saying? Some shit don't make no damn sense. That's a bunch of words in your head that you love what? Be against the people who are my children. In the Gnostic scripture, they ask the Christ up in there. They say, is it good to separate from people not like us? He say, indeed. He say, indeed. He say, we are better than them. Indeed, you should separate from people who are not of your kind. You see what I'm saying? You see, so this whole concept of love is a theology of 2,000 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? And we can't break that shit. Loving some old goddamn biscuit-eating cracker and stuff and all. In your mind. They didn't do nothing. They run the fucking world. What the hell you didn't do nothing? That bitch did something. You went down to the bank and didn't get no loan. She did it. Part of the same damn system. And ultimately, when it come down to it, they would not think twice than to give your ass the shaft and to say what they got. Always a master-slave relationship. So that's another thing we got to get out of too.
What about when they say people is a reflection of you? That's why.
Huh?
They say people that maybe you don't like is a reflection of you.
People that you don't like is a reflection of you.
It's like that metaphysical 101.
Yeah, they put that in
And it's very common.
People that you don't like is a
Like
reflection.
you have a problem with somebody, then it's a reflection.
That's
You have a
different.
problem with
That's
somebody.
different because we do have a lot of psychological things and we do have a lot of jealousies, and that's a reflection. That's different. You understand what I'm saying? They're just telling you to work through certain mirror images.
But some things is a gut feeling, you just like, something not right about that.
But then again, on the other hand, that's a difference. There's a difference between they tell you that you can feel envious of a person and don't like a person because that person mirrors something that you admire. That's what they're talking about. But we are also talking about people that your first gut feeling say something ain't right with that person. That's different. You see, and that's different. And see, what's happening here is with the new age thing is we got a lot of psych. See, because white people are all fucked up. If they didn't find some damn solidarity, some restraint and shit, there wouldn't be nothing and stuff, because they're just a ball of all kind of messed up psychological things. You see what I'm saying? But we're talking about your true essence on what your spirit sends you. That's different than, and you know the difference between when you jealous of a person and you admire a person and it comes out negative towards that person because you're not working, than what I'm talking about when it comes to you. See, this is some shit that the white boy can't logically rationalize on paper, on how you supposed to use the same damn method for every damn shit. We're talking about the African sense, but you know a nigga is messed up, and you know when that person got it going on, and you want to level that person because you feel inadequate. That's a difference. You see, that's a difference. You see, what I'm dealing with is, this here, because and I'm not jacking myself, I'm just trying to tell you where I'm coming from. Because I have nothing at stake here as far as no leadership or no followingship or no literally no money and stuff, you see what I'm saying? I'm only for the results. I'm gonna die for the results. So I've seen past the bullshit. So all this this foolishness about, some of these things where you talk about, you reflect what you want and all that, that's basic metaphysics. But we, in the process of learning how to cope in this society, we must not rule out the fact, and we must not get rid of the fact that we are living in the critical stage of the time of Armageddon. And I'm not talking from a Christian perspective. You understand what I'm saying? So Elijah Muhammad say, you should always think of the end in this kind of madness. The book of law say always desire death. So we also talk about a concept is you must understand the time cycles. There are time cycles based on basic functions that we used to set up the mystery system because we had so many thousands of years to be on the planet. What we're talking about is in time. We're talking about, just look at the outside world. So circumstances dictates agenda. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to say is there's thousands of damn gurus out here. You understand what I'm saying? But this whole Celestine prophecy bullshit, or everything gonna be alright, and that's white people shit. We get the damn last laugh, because our ass is the one that got the damn put up our ass. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, on that particular thing, we talking about destroying the doggone world. And that's what, and I'm not saying, now see, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the other seminars are not valid. There's the law of relevancy. Everything is relative. But on the other hand, there should be people that come in that talk about the ultimate factor of what is supposed to happen at this particular time. Now the other person might come in and they might deal with basic metaphysics. They are supposed to be doing that because in a process of learning, we need all of that. Don't get me wrong. That way we don't put down nobody that's doing a certain amount of things. But then again, on the other hand, we also supposed to understand this particular fact factor that's upon us, because this is what the white boy is doing, what he's working this shit. When he resort to killing his own beloved child, John, that means some serious stuff going on, and we got to take advantage of that thing also too. That's what I'm saying also too. You see, so that's the part. Give me some more questions. Huh? We're not talking about reaching the people. We're only talking about reaching the people. No, they can't. No. The people ain't gonna do shit but die. They are the ones that were chosen to bring this thing about. And you all were chosen. We all were chosen. That's why you sitting up in here tonight. We are the people that's supposed to bring it about. You see what I'm saying? They say, I said, what were y'all waiting on? I told the guards that, which I was just telling my own self, I said, we waiting on y'all. We are the generation to bring this thing about. Man, and I don't want to seem like, I don't want to get it, but I'm just saying, this is some beautiful time, man.
It is.
That we can get together like this and just talk like this. Because you miss it when we don't do the shit. Because you go back into that crazy world and stuff. So, even to the point where as anybody coming to the table giving any type of insight, even on trying to ward off everyday things, that's all good, because that's all a part of the process. But we are doing it for the people, but for the mere fact that they are not able to comprehend it. We are the representatives of thousands of people. You represent thousands of people that can't get it. You have to get it. That's how what the gathering does. The gathering of the masters. And we are all masters. If you weren't the master,
You wouldn't be here.
you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be able to comprehend this shit. You would have been up at TDJ's giving him $1,000. But like C. Freeman L. say, they are there because they supposed to be there. He used to always say that. Those people are there because they are supposed to be there. You see what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that ultimately, because they wouldn't be able to get it no other way. You see what I'm saying? But that has nothing to do with us and the masters. And we're the ones that's supposed to bring this thing about, because we are the people that their scriptures are talking about. The upper room, I saw an army in the sky, all that. We are those people, and we must not fall short of that. So therefore, on the other hand, we got to be about that business also while we sustain ourselves. That's one thing that has to be clear.
So that's the doctrine of enchantology.
Huh?
Enchantology.
Yeah. Right. That whole thing, and it's talking about now.
That Jacob's ladder picture.
Yeah.
With all that morbidness, body parts getting chopped off and everything.
Yeah.
And the fellow finally come up to him and says, what you're perceiving as evil and negative is that you got to get up out of here.
Right.
It's time to go.
Right.
And you're fighting because you don't understand.
He's trapped because because it's just like the movie Sixth Sense. He still thought that he was living. It's the same thing with the movie Ghost. He couldn't do nothing with the powers of what a dead person can do because he was still bound to a physical body. The guy said, you trying to kick that can with the physical foot and your physical foot gone.
Amen.
You got to do it with your force and your essence.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about here. And the sister was like, I'm trying to get this thing, we're talking about your force and your essence. Which is what that aspect is about also too. Give me some more questions.
Oh, Bobby, you were talking about breaking the cycle of reincarnation.
Yeah.
And how's that done?
The cycle of reincarnation was the same like the force, like I told you, that ball that was in the arrival that sucks everything into it. Well, they had a force that was set forth at first to keep us trapped in this particular jailhouse. That force would zap us back up in there if we didn't have enough knowledge on how to break it. Well, that force now is broken down and literally is dead. So the cycle of reincarnation is broken and we don't have to come back. The only ones that's coming back are the ones that was in transition years before the thing was dead. You see what I'm saying? So basically what's happening is you got this cycle of reincarnation that's broken, and that's the big black hole that they're seeing out in space, which is also on the inside of us. You see.
Reincarnation.
The light, if you have a light that's in existence, yet all the scripture says that there's a new light that is supposed to be created, and that kingdom has not been created yet because we still up in here. So what is that light there? If the kingdom is not created, that light has to be the old illusionary light. It's basically the astral light or the astral plane. And when you went towards that light, basically it will suck you back into reincarnation. At this particular time, you're supposed to go to the darkness because that's where all of our true energy is stored up.
The black holes.
The black hole. And in going to that darkness, you're literally moving towards the true essence of your own self. You aligning your own self with that true essence. When you go to the light, that means you don't have the knowledge and you're going outside of yourself to another illusion. You see what I'm saying? To another illusion. You're going outside of yourself also. You see, what's that?
So in the meantime, we just continue to study and wait on the ancestors to guide us, or what do we do?
You basically, see, I want to tell you all the good methods and the good news, but that's what the suffering Messiah does. When your eyes are open, you become like that priest that went crazy when he found out this was an illusionary world. When your eyes are open, you're presented with the task of still being down in this bull. But you have to go through a series of processes to get on top of it. And that series of processes is to try to understand it all. You got one of the essence already because this shit ain't nothing. It ain't, you know. But on one of the other things also too, it's kind of good to know that you got a certain urge that you might want to fulfill or something, you know what I'm saying? And it might not be something that's moralistically right, but since this is an illusion, you can go ahead and do the shit any damn way. You know, I'm not saying nothing to land your ass in jail, but I'm just saying, you know, it might be, you know what I'm saying? It might be, I don't know. Even if it's coming laughing at a damn retarded mug, I'm going to hell for you. You know that motherfucker funny. I don't know her like now. Well, hell, do it. Because this is therapeutic. It's only an illusion anyway, so laugh.
And don't condemn yourself.
Huh? And don't condemn yourself because you can only condemn yourself based on your mindset. You see what I'm saying? So we got enough to work out to keep you occupied. Just to understand that particular part. But I cut through the bull, you know what I'm saying? Now there's also other types of exercises and stuff to get what you want and different things like that. And I've talked about that for a while. And not saying that that's not valid. I'm just saying that at the point right now, that's what I'm exclusively dealing with right now, is that particular portion, because I understand it more. And because you understand something, that means it's what you need to get out to the people. You see what I'm saying? So, I don't, personally, I think, don't be so quite selfish too. Not talking about you, I'm just saying, don't come to certain seminars all the time just to help your personal life. You see what I'm saying? On what you can get out of something, when the prize is understanding. So even there, it's not, I'm not talking, it's not a throw up on you, but basically we've been taught that we go to seminars based on the white person to help our personal lives. You know, I was in Borders bookstore and they had a seminar, some guy's psychologist, and he's all talking about the Western culture, how it's messed up. But then again, I don't want to talk shit about the Western culture, he says. But the Western culture's messed up. And in so many words, he was trying to box these sick, pathetic white people to justify their little old lives as being white people, how it's all right. You see what I'm saying? And giving them the damn Kool-Aid for the cancer that they got. Where in actuality, he's seen the damn enemy and it is their ass. You see what I'm saying? So on one aspect with us, sometimes things are not necessarily what you can therapeutically get out of something to improve your life. You understand what I'm saying? Because whether you like it or not, if you pay the water bill, here come the light bill. Here government gas bill. It's non-ending. You can't get on top of this shit. So don't even worry about this shit at all. But there needs to be alternative lessons on how to overthrow the whole thing. So, and that's what we're talking about here. You know, that's what we're talking about here. You know what I'm saying? So now, I want to tell some people, some people is real messed up, and the Spirit say you're supposed to be telling them that they need to kill themselves. They need to die. They need to get off the planet. They need to get out of the physical. And that's really the answer and stuff. You know what I'm saying? We cutting through the chase. Like I see this guy, he in a damn wheelchair. He got a stomach. No ding dong or nothing. Nigga, you need to die. You need to get you some damn cyanide capsules and kill yourself, man. He ain't even got a stomach, motherfucker got a chest.
What's the point? What's
the damn point? But we've been trained that the life is so beautiful and we need to hang on to this life. And nigga ain't got nothing but he got ribs. And I was saying to myself, that brother need to kill himself. But he don't know that. His freedom is right around the corner. You understand what I'm saying? But he don't know that. I saw a guy in New York. He had a hole in his whole face was gone. He had a hole. All of this was one big hole that reached to the back of his head. And he had a fake face on top of the shit. But he doesn't understand that he needs to kill himself. He needs to take himself out. Because somebody has taught him that this is precious. You see what I'm saying? So there's a solution to all self-help. Kill yourself. I'll tell you what, let my pee-wee fall off. I'm calling midnight train to the damn graveyard that night.
You in Michigan, man, we got it.
See what I'm saying? Like Steve, at Superman.
Oh yeah, Christopher Reeve.
Christopher Reeve.
No point.
This nigga sitting up there on a goddamn table. It's glad to be alive. Nigga, you supposed to... Are you crazy? Your ass supposed to been dead since damn 95. But see the ignorance. This nigga a table man. He ain't no different than a picture on the wall. Look at the human spirit, my ass. That nigga's supposed to be dead.
So the stuff that Dr. working on is good.
That's why they had to shut his ass up. That's why he was shut his up. He was opening up a new dimension and teaching the people another way of reality. That was the Osirian realm. Rudra, which is Osiris in India, they say when you talk about killing somebody, when you talk about death, you're giving over to the side of Rudra. And Rudra is the ultimate Messiah. They say in the beginning there was Rudra, which is the son of the mother, and ultimately everything must go back to Rudra. And that's your pineal gland. And what's that?
The biggest bullshit about even these people that are, you know, like you said, the guy with the face and Christopher Reeve, that the whole system is spent on killing you and seeing if you could deal with it. You know what I mean? The doctors prescribing these drugs,
right.
slow death.
Right.
We holding on to
and we holding on to stuff. We holding on to stuff. All because we've been taught that something is precious and it's the damn jailhouse. It's the jailhouse. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about literally going upside down, inside out. You see what I'm saying? And so my point is this here. Now, if you get out of the moralistic things, what I said, the stuff makes common sense. But now, if you add what you have learned all your life, I'm a crazy man. That's the program. See the difference? And what you know to be true in your heart, what I'm saying, and what you was taught to be true, which is the doggone programming. And that's the difference. You see, that's the difference. You see, what's that?
when you make this line of transition, when you talk about like other dimensions
Yeah.
and other heavens being an illusion, about to make the transition tonight, how do you know you're not going to go to this other illusion as opposed to going to this origin of?
Good question. Number one, you would go to the illusion if you didn't have the knowledge to go to the dark side, because you just been taught that for whom much is given, much is required. But a lot of people now, upon leaving the physical body, they literally, the energy is so strong until they literally sense that they don't have to go to the light and they go to the dark side because we're closer to that particular cycle. That particular cycle. Because it's broken, that particular cycle is becoming the dominant faction of the universe anyway. A factor of the universe anyway. You know what I'm saying? But even if you went to the illusion and it's really milk and honey and shit, just, you can, that's cool too. You can hang around up there and, you know, bounce some beach balls and shit and stuff, whatever they do up there and all, you know, for a little while until it's time to do it, because this thing is on 2000 season and it's going right down to what it is. I mean, it's literally, when I'm thinking about it, since there's no such thing as space and time, it's right on time. I just look at my process. A nigga from Mullen, South Carolina, it's a form of alchemy. Alchemy is a process of taking something and turning something into it. Turning something into what it was. You're talking about a person that was academically, hell, I still can't spell to this day if I don't record it out of the book. But basically, I was an artist and it was based on all art. And like I said, I really didn't study until I was 30. I don't know how I did it. A little bit of cheating involved too. But my point is we're talking about an alchemical process, and I know that I didn't go through that transformation for us to have another 1,000 years. And I'm not just talking about just me and it's all wrapped around me. I'm just saying all this what we have experienced. Because ultimately that white boy knew in 1989 or 79 or 76, you know, we can keep these niggas down here forever. And we just pay everybody off and give them their house and their car. You see what I'm saying? So for the mere fact that he went against which would have been so easy to do.
His best interest.
His best interest, and killed us all off, and not only that, took us through some hell that we started thinking conscious because we was beat into it. And a lot of times beat into it is not you personally yourself that got beat into it, because life is pretty much good for us when you think about other people. But we was beat into it when the world around us started getting fucked up. And you can't stand the contradiction of seeing the world around you and the people that's closest to you that way. He could have basically paid us off.
Kept you dead.
And kept us dead. But for the mere fact that he brought hell on, it means it means it was beyond his power. And this thing is meant for us now. That's the point we got to get to. You got to stop looking in the damn future. I say it over and over, and this stuff sounds like a broke record, but you got to start looking at now. So your questions should be all geared towards now and not what better life you can have because you live in that. It's pretty much as good as it's going to get. You see what I'm saying? Including, especially us as black Americans, we shouldn't be hollering at shit because every ghetto nigga can go to the mall. And that's more than most people on the planet can say. You know what I'm saying? Even they say if you go down to Jamaica, a poor motherfucker in Jamaica is totally different than a poor person up here. They're almost like two different dimensions. You really want to see somebody poor. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of this scan this and scan that. You know what I'm saying? Poor people in other countries, you see what I'm saying? So even when we look at that, that's just a form of perception on what we call poor. You know what I'm saying? We ain't seen no damn poor until we go to the islands or go back to Africa or go somewhere and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, you gotta look at this particular part. They don't know that they poor.
That's good.
See what I'm saying? It's just see, and our struggle is that somebody done broke into our damn playpen and told us that we poor. That wasn't even a concept with us until a few years ago. And what fucked us up are them damn automobiles. More than them houses, them fucked up automobiles. They say they say that automobile is what destroys black people more than anything. You see what I'm saying? Is that thing, that illusionary vehicle. You see what I'm saying? Like Dr. Ben said, you ain't made it nothing, you just buying cars.
Nowhere to go.
Stuff. That's why the cracker will give you a car faster than he'll give you a damn hot dog stand loan. Hot dog stand might cost $10 and he might say no. And the car might cost $15,000 and he might say here it is. Depends on your perspective, but he know what time it is. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, we're dealing with that time. Give me some more questions. What's that? Yeah.
I hear you mentioned the pineal gland.
Yeah.
Is there a stone or jewel that represents the pituitary gland?
The pituitary gland is supposed to be Isis. The pineal gland is supposed to be her son Horus, or maybe her, depends on the mythology, her husband Osiris. So the pituitary gland would probably be any stone that you know of that would be a feminine stone that also represents the moon. So me personally, I can't say what is a lunar stone. Maybe somebody can give you more information who studies stones on the lunar aspect. But the pituitary gland is supposed to massage the pineal gland, or it literally provides the nourishment for the pineal gland or the flow of melanin, and it's always the feminine substance, or it's always the feminine aspect of that. And all, and we're not, you know, so the pituitary gland is mostly seen as Aset or Isis. So basically, I'm saying the best way to do is, you know, any type of lunar or feminine type of stone, that's what would represent that. I wouldn't know. But I'm just saying, if you, in the question of stones and all, you just line up what is feminine would be more your pituitary, mothering nature of that. Because the pineal gland is still something that's manifest, and the pituitary gland is something that basically is something that gives nurture to the pineal, is basically the concept of that.
So she's like the hidden mother.
Yeah. It would be like in one older mythology, it would be Neptune, which is unmanifest. You see, of Neptune, she's the unmanifest housewife. So she would be a form of the pituitary gland. In other mythology, it could also be the virgin womb of Isis or Aset. You see, it depends on what mythology you deal and line it up, but it's all the same thing. We're talking about the principles. Now, give me some more questions.
So you said, the more indigenous people that the white man killed, the stronger the remnant would be, because they will go to live inside.
Exactly. It's just making you strong. Remember, even in Star Wars, where Obi-Wan Kenobi said, if you strike me down, I'm just going to become stronger. Well, in one concept and all, if you notice in the second, right after they struck him down, he started communicating with Luke Skywalker. Use the Force, Luke. Luke no longer had to wait for him outside to come up and tell him to put down the shield and fight. He could have a communication with him, use the Force. Luke, remember when in the second movie, he told him you ought to go to the Dagobah system. That means in actuality that he became a concept of the next living body. And he appeared to him, you know, he appeared to him when he was dead. He had just as much conversation in the second movie. In the third movie, when you put them all together, he's supposed to be dead. So that's what that also means. That's the covenant, or whatever, the real gathering. In other mythology, in the Hebraic mythology, Solomon, which is also Osiris in other mythology, he has a whole bunch of demons, and he has to bind these demons up in his signet ring. But when he binds the demons up, he can use the demons to do whatever task he wants. The demons actually become his latent energy. Same concept. You see, so the other concept in the Horus mythology is Horus, when he's a boy, they are his guides, the gods. But when they become his, when he becomes a man, they become his servants, because he literally polarizes all the energy. There's a good comic book to explain this thing if you get it. They're just starting it out, so the story has to develop. There's a comic book called Darkness. It's a comic book called Darkness, and even though it's a white boy, you'll see him. He always got these demons all around him. That's his energy. And it's called Darkness. They're just starting out with it. You know, I think they started it in May, and you can get all the back issues if you go to the comic book store. But it's Darkness, and you'll see all these demons all around him, and that's what this comic book is dealing with. And what you do now is you got to go and follow these series and stuff, because as the information gets closer to year 2000, the more and more they'll start putting them in these comic books. And the one to start following is Darkness, spawn dark ages as well as spawn undead. These are new roles and stuff like that. And you should, and I will suggest that as the next couple of months come down, they're gonna start revealing stuff through those comic books. As well as any of these series, you see, even Batman got a darkness series, which is a part of the same darkness thing. So even these series, they're gonna start revealing what's going down all around us in the world, the universe, and the inner worlds in these comic books. And that's the real deal newsstand. That is the New York Times. You see, in those comic books. They got a few women. They got a few women in these comic books. It's supposed to be the fate of the universe. I can't think of the name of them right now. They're supposed to be the fate of the universe. I think one is fantasy. I don't know what it is. There's some women that's supposed to be the fate of the... And although they're white women, don't worry about that. That's just their way of doing it and stuff. But basically, these things is also lining up the same way. So that's one also too. Darkness, Spawn is going to be getting real good. Spawn Undead and Spawn Dark Ages. And just read them month to month and you'll see that they'll develop into something as we go into the 2000. They're going to start going off the hook. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they will reveal their stuff through the comic books. So when you go there, just look at the ones that might let your spirit. You'll see there's tons of them, but some of them look real mysterious. And just pick them up and just start following the things. You know, they only cost like, they're still only $1, $2, $2.50. You know, so that's still a pretty good price. You know, and I'm starting, because that's where they're going to start filtering all this stuff that's getting ready to go down. You see what I'm saying? In the comic book stores. Because like I said, they've already trained you that we are all time, big time, we are educated now. So therefore, we dare not get our stuff from the comic book because that's not kosher for the white man. That's exactly the way he gonna put the shit. Because he know, he dictates where you gonna damn get your shit. You still reading old ass stuff and he putting all the stuff out. He revealing it through the movies, the comic books, and Japanese animation. And all that type of stuff. You see, he's going to be repeating it. And these game things I'm talking about also too. Game things. So they got this movie, Lost Souls coming out. Supposed to be real good. And End of Days is coming out. Angela Bassett is in a sci-fi movie where she on a spaceship. Of course, she got to kiss the white boy, but you know, they got to put her up in there because they got to have the black person up in there. So they got all this stuff that's coming out, especially in these next months going to the winter solstice. There's going to be a whole lot of shit jumping off. Give me some more questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If love is not real, then what is that that you feel when you're in a relationship with somebody? What is that? I mean, I can, if I...
That is real. That is real. Yeah, no, that would be considered an aspect. See, there's different types of love. That would be an aspect of love. But really what you feeling, and let me break it down metaphysically, what you feeling. Alchemically, what you are feeling is the union of energies that you brought about. You can choose to bring that same feeling about with anybody that you get around. Because you ever been in... I done been in love with somebody that I didn't want to be in love with at that time because I had to run around in my ass and I did not want to be in love with her. But the shit had my ass. Broke down like a dog running in the night. I alchemically brought that about based on tapping into that energy, and it's usually done also through sex as well as a form of a union of energies. That's something different.
But if you're having sex with something that's not real, right? I mean, you said this realm is not real. Then
No, their soul is real. You came in contact with them based on your visual contact. Their soul is what is real, and that is what you're having the union with. The reason why we say that, because even John Henry Clark said that this whole concept of I got to have the perfect date and it's got to be the perfect thing was not really an African concept. Why was that? Because they understood with the right energy If you put it together, it was going to manifest into that anyway. That's the union of the alchemical energy that we all possess. You understand what I'm saying? The other shit is highly infatuation when we get into the logistics of all this stuff here and how I pick a man and all that. What you're dealing with is pure energy. And you can turn that energy on. You know you can turn that energy on because, goddammit, a man can meet another motherfucking man and be just as much in love with it and fall it all out and shit. He chose to tap into that particular energy. They gave people be just as much in love. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about actually a union of energies. You see what I'm saying? It just flows better when it's with your own species half. You see what I'm saying? Other than dookie love or whatever.
So is there such thing as soul?
Huh?
So you saying there's such thing as a soul?
You know what? My ex-girlfriend that lives in Long Island was my soulmate. My current girlfriend is my soulmate. We have several soulmates. And you could also understand it also too, because I knew one girl, she was in a situation where she was hounding this guy because she knew that this guy was her soulmate. What she found out was that this guy was her soulmate in a previous incarnation. And she was actually being a damn nuisance to the point where she was, you know, but she was right. So my point is that varies. You see, that varies and stuff based on incarnation also too. But we're just talking about a union of energies.
But it's like when this realm goes.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can't really select based on individual.
No, when this realm goes and all, we're talking about being one force. Back into the uncreate. Remember, even if you get all ancient mythology, one of the aspects of what really tore us apart was
About it, just let your mind just go.
yeah, but you're gonna see you're gonna deal with it for the simple fact that you have been introduced in some knowledge to it, even if you talk about tonight. It's not gonna have the same effect on you. Everything is a series of programs. Just like that damn nigga that you thought you knew. Found out he was a crazy deranged motherfucker. From then on, he don't have the same effect on you, and your nose is not that much wide open, because you know a side of his ass that you didn't know before. And he'll always be different from now on. Well, it's the same thing, and anything that you learn, your eyes become wide open. You know what I'm saying? Your concept of it changes.
But are you, okay, once you start seeing that,
Yeah.
you see these
Yeah.
minds, whatever,
Yeah.
you're supposed to go look past that? Or what?
You're supposed to go through it. That's the whole thing with the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer is nothing but the actual Dragon Slayer's own soul that he's not used to. And once he slays the dragon, he becomes illuminated. Christ conquers Satan. Satan is just the pre-existence of the primal worlds, and Christ, which is now the crystallization of the same aspect, has to get used to what he's created out of. So that's like you getting used to your own soul. You see, so when he overthrows Satan, he only literally goes through the Freddy Krueger aspect of it. That he thinks is something that's wicked and all that type of thing, based on the human condition that tells him that all that stuff is evil. And one of the worst things could have ever happened is 2,000 years ago. Everything that's evil. You see what I'm saying? Like the book, the complete book of demons and devils say, well, what is considered a demon? Everything that ain't in the Christian canon. The Christian canon. So it became even more stuff heaped on people. You see what I'm saying? But it even also goes in to say that even the Egyptians and other earlier cultures, the original people, because those cultures lasted for thousands of years. So the original people who inhabited that culture, they put down a certain amount of information that was dealing with the different aspects of the soul. And as time went on, thousands of years later, even the Egyptians and other civilizations, the younger people lost the meaning of it. And by they could not understanding it, they all lumped it as being evil. You see what I'm saying? And that's because they lost a certain amount of knowledge of that particular thing. The original meanings were lost. And so basically everything that we've been taught that is evil is basically the original meanings of those things are lost, and we're looking at it from a modern perspective. But one man's God is another man's devil. You see what I'm saying? Is another man's devil. So those original meanings were lost, and that's so that's what that particular aspect is actually talking about. You see what I'm saying? Give me some questions.
The concept of what you said about the meditation, or better yet, what would be a better way of us handling the injury? Is it just to accept the fact that it's all running the same?
See, my point is this here. The New Age teaches you to meditate so you can get rid of negative energy. So that means that you've already put it in your head that what you're going to see that you're not used to is going to be negative. And that's going to act as a blockage. And one thing about the spirit, your spirit automatically has a shutdown switch. That when it comes up with stuff that is fearful and it doesn't understand, it shuts down. So therefore it's just a series of a retardation of a process. Once you understand it, and you basically have to work at your subconscious and get it in your head that you are only seeing your own self, then what happens is you can go further with it. So H.P. Lovecraft says, well, man is so far removed from the past until when he looks back at his own soul in the past, he's frightened at what he sees. So it's just a series of learning and a series of dehumanizing yourself with all what you think is divine. See, that's the shit that get us, this old divine shit. Right. You see, oh, this divine and all pure love. All that old shit. You see what I'm saying? Right. Well, what is love when the concept of love that we only know is illusionary? If this is an illusion, if this is a matrix, then even this word that we gotta have more love when you have only been taught that love is illusion, you understand what I'm saying? Then in actuality, that is the damn venom. That is the poison of your concept of love that the Christian concept tell you that you got to love. When you know in your, it's like one sister came downstairs, and the sister I was telling you at first, that I told her, I said, she was straight in the front like she knew some shit, and I said, God and the devil, and then that mug turned back into a damn holy sanctified Christian and ran upstairs. The other sister said, that ran this shop, she runs this health food store. She said, when I opened up about 2 months ago, I didn't know nothing about all the herbs and stuff. I was just trying to learn. The Spirit told me I needed to open this store. This sister used to come down and she would, oh, well, I know all about this herb and this kind of thing. And she said, I used to not like her, and I had to work at that. I said, no, you're supposed to follow your first spirit. You didn't like that bitch. You didn't supposed to like her ass because she was fucked up. See, that's some moral dogma that you have learned to tell you that we must work through this shit, and what you do is you get shut down on the same level. Your first thing is what you do. It's like my grandmama. I used to bring friends home. My grandmama, I don't like that nigga. Right off. She didn't like him. And we used to curse and raise hell about grandmama, you wrong and all this. And my mama said, she usually right when she say that shit. And sure enough, that same nigga be done got over on us. So when she said I didn't like her, you see what I'm saying? And my girl like that, she said, I said, this brother, he is real cool. She said, I think that nigga phony. Something wrong with him. You see what I'm saying? So when she said, but she thought, I had to get past, I really didn't like, I said, no, see, that's what you've been taught. Don't get past shit. This old love shit, don't love nobody that's fucked up. What is love? Only your perception, and somebody done bent your mind and shit, and now you hugging all kind of damn people who ain't shit. Which leads to hugging up the white man and shit. But he's on point. He know how to hug your ass and then go and down murder your ass at night. Right. You see what I'm saying? So this whole thing about, some people say, we gotta love all people. You ain't, fuck that shit, you ain't gotta love no damn body. Your spirit done told you that people all messed up. And your ass done got somebody out of you telling you, oh, we gotta love everybody. That's slavery.
So in a way they kind of squash that whole into, because I'm like in here in some meditation programs, and they say, well, some trying to show us that, you know, some negative thoughts will come up.
Yeah, and they also tell you got the heart chakra got to be open through love. No, the love that they're talking about is truth. See, the ancient word for love is different than the modern word for love, which is highly infatuated and brainwashing technique. You understand what I'm saying? Brainwashing technique. This romance bullshit. The ancient word that they were talking about was being true to something.
Yeah.
And cutting through to its essence.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Being true to something. Not just, oh, this love, this other concept. So the yogis is all talking about this. We gotta love everybody. Now that's humanly impossible. You know what I'm saying? That some shit don't make no damn sense. That's a bunch of words in your head that you love what? Be against the people, oh my children. In the Gnostic scripture, they ask the Christ up in there. They say, is it good to separate from people not like us? He say, indeed. He say, indeed. He say, we are better than them. Indeed, you should separate from people who are not of your kind. You see what I'm saying? You see, so this whole concept of love is a theology of 2,000 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? And we can't break that shit. Loving some old goddamn biscuit-eating cracker and stuff and all. You know in your mind. They didn't do nothing. They run the fucking world. What the hell you didn't do nothing? That bitch did something. You went down to the bank and didn't get no loan. She did it. Part of the same damn system. And ultimately, when it come down to it, they would not think twice than to give your ass the shaft and to say what they got. Always a master-slave relationship. So that's another thing we got to get out of, too.
What about when they say people is a reflection of you? That's why.
Huh?
They say people that maybe you don't like is a reflection of you.
People that you don't like is a reflection of you.
And it's very popular right now.
People that you don't like is a
Like
reflection.
you have a problem with somebody, then it's a reflection.
That's
You have a
different.
problem with
That's
somebody.
different because we do have a lot of psychological things and we do have a lot of jealousies, and that's a reflection. That's different. You understand what I'm saying? They're just telling you to work through certain mirror images.
But some things is a gut feeling, you just like something not right about them.
But then again, on the other hand, that's a difference. There's a difference between they tell you that you can feel envious of a person and don't like a person because that person mirrors something that you admire. That's what they're talking about. But we are also talking about people that your first gut feeling say something ain't right with that person. That's different. You see, that's different. And see, what's happening here is with the New Age thing is we got a lot of psych. See, because white people are all fucked up. If they didn't find some damn solidarity, some restraint and shit, there wouldn't be nothing and stuff, because they're just a ball of all kind of messed up psychological things. You see what I'm saying? But we're talking about your true essence on what your spirit sends you. That's different than, and you know the difference between when you jealous of a person and you admire a person and it comes out negative towards that person because you're not working, then what I'm talking about when it comes to you. See, this is some shit that the white boy can't logically rationalize on paper, on how you supposed to use the same damn method for every damn shit. We're talking about the African sense, but you know a nigga is messed up, and you know when that person got it going on, and you want to level that person because you feel inadequate. That's a difference. You see, that's a difference. You see, what I'm dealing with is, this here, because and I'm not jacking myself, I'm just trying to tell you where I'm coming from. Because I have nothing at stake here as far as no leadership or no followership or literally no money and stuff, you see what I'm saying? I'm only for the results. I'm going to die with the results. So I've seen past the bullshit. So all this this foolishness about, some of these things where you talk about, you reflect what you want and all that, that's basic metaphysics. But we, in the process of learning how to cope in this society, we must not rule out the fact, and we must not get rid of the fact that we are living in the critical stage of the time of Armageddon. And I'm not talking from a Christian perspective. You understand what I'm saying? So Elijah Muhammad say, you should always think of the end in this kind of madness. The book of law say always desire death. So we also talk about a concept is you must understand the time cycles. There are time cycles based on basic functions that we used to set up the mystery system because we had so many thousands of years to be on the planet. What we're talking about is end time. We're talking about, just look at the outside world. So circumstances dictates agenda. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to say is there's thousands of damn gurus out here. You understand what I'm saying? But this whole Celestine prophecy bullshit, or everything gonna be alright, and that's white people shit. We get the damn last laugh, because our ass is the one that got the damn foot put up our ass. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, on that particular thing, we talk about destroying the doggone world. And that's what, and now I'm not saying, now see, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the other seminars are not valid. There's the law of relevancy. Everything is relative. But on the other hand, there should be people that come in that talk about the ultimate factor of what is supposed to happen at this particular time. Now the other person might come in and they might deal with basic metaphysics. They are supposed to be doing that because in a process of learning, we need all of that. Don't get me wrong. That way we don't put down nobody that's doing a certain amount of things. But then again, on the other hand, we also supposed to understand this particular factor that's upon us, because this is what the white boy is doing, but he's working his shit. When he resort to killing his own beloved child, John, that means some serious stuff going on, and we got to take advantage of that thing also, too. That's what I'm saying also, too. You see. So that's why. Give me some more questions. Huh? We're not talking about reaching the people. We're only talking about reaching the people. No, they can't. The people ain't gonna do shit but die. They are the ones that were chosen to bring this thing about. And you all were chosen. We all were chosen. That's why you sitting up in here tonight. We are the people that's supposed to bring it about. You see what I'm saying? I said, what were y'all waiting on? I told the guards that, which I was telling my own self. I said, we waiting on y'all. We are the generation to bring this thing about. Man, and I don't want to seem like, I don't want to get it, but I'm just saying, this is some beautiful time, man. It is. That we can get together like this and just talk like this. Because you miss it when we don't do the shit. Because you go back into that crazy world and stuff. So, even to the point where as anybody coming to the table giving any type of insight, even on trying to ward off everyday things, that's all good, because that's all a part of the process. But we are doing it for the people, but for the mere fact that they are not able to comprehend it. We are the representatives of thousands of people. You represent thousands of people that can't get it. You have to get it. That's how what the gathering does. The gathering of the masters. And we are all masters. If you are the master, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be able to comprehend this shit. You would have been up at T.D. Jakes giving him $1,000. But like C. Freeman L. say, they are there because they supposed to be there. He used to always say that. Those people are there because they are supposed to be there. You see what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with that ultimately, because they wouldn't be able to get it no other way. You see what I'm saying? But that has nothing to do with us and the masters. And we're the ones that's supposed to bring this thing about, because we are the people that their scriptures are talking about. The upper room, I saw an army in the sky, all that. We are those people, and we must not fall short of that. So therefore, on the other hand, we got to be about that business also while we sustain ourselves. That's one thing that has to be clear.
So that's the doctrine of enchantology.
Huh?
Enchantology.
Yeah. Right. That whole thing, and it's talking about now.
That Jacob's Ladder picture,
Yeah,
with all that morbidness, body parts getting chopped off and everything.
Yeah.
And the fellow finally come up to him and says, what you're perceiving as evil and negative is that you got to get up out of here.
right,
It's time to go.
right.
And you'll fight because you don't understand.
He's trapped because because it's just like the movie Sixth Sense. He still thought that he was living. It's the same thing with the movie Ghost. He couldn't do nothing with the powers of what a dead person can do because he was still bound to a physical body. And the guy said, you trying to kick that can with the physical foot and your physical foot gone.
Amen.
You got to do it with your force and your essence. And that's what we're talking about here. And the sister was like, I'm trying to get this thing, and we're talking about your force and your essence. Which is what that aspect is about also too. Give me some more questions.
Oh, Bobby, you were talking about breaking the cycle of reincarnation.
Yeah.
And how's that done?
The cycle of reincarnation was the same like the force, like I told you, that ball that was in the arrival that sucks everything into it. Well, they had a force that was set for us at first to keep us trapped in this particular jailhouse. That force would zap us back up in there if we didn't have enough knowledge on how to break it. Well, that force now is broken down and literally is dead. So the cycle of reincarnation is broken and we don't have to come back. The only ones that's coming back are the ones that was in transition years before the thing was dead. You see what I'm saying? So basically what's happening is you got this cycle of reincarnation that's broken, and that's the big black hole that they're seeing out in space, which is also on the inside of us. You see.
Reincarnation.
The light, if you have a light that's in existence, yet all the scripture says that there's a new light that is supposed to be created, and that kingdom has not been created yet because we still up in here. So what is that light there? If the kingdom is not created, that light has to be the old illusionary light. It's basically the astral light or the astral plane. And when you went towards that light, basically it would suck you back into reincarnation. At this particular time, you're supposed to go to the darkness because that's where all of our true energy is stored up.
The black hole.
The black hole. And in going to that darkness, you're literally moving towards the true essence of your own self. You aligning your own self with that true essence. When you go to the light, that means you don't have the knowledge and you're going outside of yourself to another illusion. You see what I'm saying? To another illusion. You're going outside of yourself also. You see, what's that?
So in the meantime, we just continue to study and wait on the ancestors to guide us, or what do we do?
You basically, see, I want to tell you all the good methods and the good news, but that's what the suffering Messiah does. When your eyes are open, you become like that priest that went crazy when he found out this was an illusionary world. When your eyes are open, you're presented with the task of still being down in this bull. But you have to go through a series of processes to get on top of it. And that series of processes is to try to understand it all. You got one of the essence already because this shit ain't nothing. It ain't, you know. But on one of the other things also too, it's kind of good to know that you got a certain urge that you might want to fulfill or something, you know what I'm saying? And it might not be something that's moralistically right, but since this is an illusion, you can go ahead and do the shit any damn way. You know, I'm not saying nothing to land your ass in jail, but I'm just saying, you know, it might be, you know what I'm saying? It might be, I don't know. Even if it's coming laughing at a damn retarded mug, I'm going to hell for you. You know that motherfucker funny. I don't know like now. Well, hell, do it. Because this is therapeutic. It's only an illusion anyway, so laugh.
Don't condemn yourself.
Huh? And don't condemn yourself because you can only condemn yourself based on your mindset. You see what I'm saying? So we got enough to work out to keep you occupied. Just to understand that particular part. But I cut through the bull, you know what I'm saying? Now there's also other types of exercises and stuff to get what you want and different things like that. And I've talked about that for a while. And not saying that that's not valid. I'm just saying that at the point right now, that's what I'm exclusively dealing with right now, is that particular portion, because I understand it more. And because you understand something, that means is what you need to get out to the people. You see what I'm saying? So, I don't, personally, I think, don't be so quite selfish too. Not talking about you, I'm just saying, don't come to certain seminars all the time just to help your personal life. You see what I'm saying? On what you can get out of something, when the prize is understanding. So even there, it's not, I'm not talking, it's not a throw up on you, but basically we've been taught that we go to seminars based on the white person to help our personal lives. You know, I was in Borders bookstore and they had a seminar, some guy's psychologist, and he's all talking about the Western culture, how it's messed up. But then again, I don't want to talk shit about the Western culture, he says. But the Western culture's messed up. And in so many words, he was trying to box these sick, pathetic white people to justify their little old lives as being white people, how it's all right. You see what I'm saying? And giving them the damn Kool-Aid for the cancer that they got. Where in actuality, he's seen the damn enemy and it is their ass. You see what I'm saying? So on one aspect with us, sometimes things are not necessarily what you can therapeutically get out of something to improve your life. You understand what I'm saying? Because whether you like it or not, if you pay the water bill, here come the light bill. Come the gas bill. It's non-ending. You can't get on top of this shit. So don't even worry about this shit at all. But there needs to be alternative lessons on how to overthrow the whole thing. So, and that's what we're talking about here. You know, that's what we're talking about here. You know what I'm saying? So now, I want to tell some people, some people is real messed up, and the Spirit say, you're supposed to be telling them that they need to kill themselves. They need to die. They need to get off the planet. They need to get out of the physical. And that's really the answer and stuff, you know what I'm saying? We cutting through the chase. Like I see this guy, he in a damn wheelchair, he got a stomach. No ding dong or nothing. Nigga, you need to die. You need to get you some damn cyanide capsules and kill yourself, man. He ain't even got a stomach, motherfucker got a chest.
What's the point? What's
the damn point? But we've been trained that the life is so beautiful and we can hang on to this life. And nigga ain't got nothing but he got ribs. And I was saying to myself, that brother need to kill himself. But he don't know that. His freedom is right around the corner. You understand what I'm saying? But he don't know that. I saw a guy in New York. He had a hole in his whole face was gone. He had a hole. All of this was one big hole that reached to the back of his head. And he had a fake face on top of the shit. But he doesn't understand that he needs to kill himself. He needs to take himself out. Because somebody has taught him that this is precious. You see what I'm saying? So there's a solution to all self-help. Kill yourself. I'll tell you what, let my pee-wee fall off. I'm calling midnight train to the damn graveyard that night.
You in Michigan, man, we got it.
See what I'm saying? Like Steve, at Superman.
Oh yeah, Christopher Reeve.
Christopher Reeve.
No point.
This nigga sitting up there on a goddamn table. And I'm glad to be alive. Nigga, you supposed to... Are you crazy? Your ass supposed to been dead since damn 95. But see the ignorance. This nigga a table man. He ain't no different than a picture on the wall. And people, look at the human spirit, my ass. That nigga's supposed to be dead.
So the stuff that Dr.
That's why they had to shut his ass up. That's why he was shut us up. He was opening up a new dimension and teaching the people another way of reality. That was the Osirian realm. Rudra, which is Osiris in India, they said when you talk about killing somebody, when you talk about death, you're giving over to the side of Rudra. And Rudra is the ultimate Messiah. They say in the beginning there was Rudra, which is the son of the mother, and ultimately everything must go back to Rudra. And that's your pineal gland. And what's that?
The biggest bullshit about even these people that are, you know, like you said, the guy with the face and Christopher Reeve, that the whole system is spent on killing you and seeing if you could deal with it. You know what I mean? The doctors prescribing these drugs,
right.
slow death.
Right.
We holding on to
and we holding on to stuff. We holding on to stuff. All because we've been taught that something is precious and it's the damn jailhouse. It's the jailhouse. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about literally going upside down, inside out. You see what I'm saying? And so my point is this here. Now, if you get out of the moralistic things, what I said, the stuff makes common sense. But now, if you add what you have learned all your life, I'm a crazy man. That's the program. See the difference? And what you know to be true in your heart, what I'm saying, and what you was taught to be true, which is the doggone programming. And that's the difference. You see, that's the difference. You see, what's that?
When you make this line of transition, when you talk about like other dimensions and other heavens being an illusion, about to make the transition tonight, how do you know you're not going to go to this other illusion as opposed to going to this origin of?
Good question. Number one, you would go to the illusion if you didn't have the knowledge to go to the dark side, because you just been taught that for whom much is given, much is required. But a lot of people now, upon leaving the physical body, they literally, the energy is so strong until they literally sense that they don't have to go to the light and they go to the dark side because we're closer to that particular cycle. That particular cycle. Because it's broken, that particular cycle is becoming the dominant faction of the universe anyway. A factor of the universe anyway. You know what I'm saying? But even if you went to the illusion and it's really milk and honey and shit, that's cool too. You can hang around up there and, you know, bounce some beach balls and shit and stuff, whatever they do up there and all, you know, for a little while until it's time to do it, because this thing is on. 2000 season, and it's going right down to what it is. I mean, it's literally when I'm thinking about it, since there's no such thing as space and time, it's right on time. I just look at my process. A nigga from Mullen, South Carolina, it's a form of alchemy. Alchemy is a process of taking something and turning something into it. Turning something into what it was. You're talking about a person that was academically, hell, I still can't spell to this day if I don't record it out of the book. But basically, I was an artist and it was based on all art. And like I said, I really didn't study until I was 30. I don't know how I did it. A little bit of cheating involved too. But my point is we're talking about an alchemical process, and I know that I didn't go through that transformation for us to have another 1,000 years. And I'm not just talking about just me and it's all wrapped around me. I'm just saying all this what we have experienced. Because ultimately that white boy knew in 1989 or 79 or 76, you know, we can keep these niggas down here forever. And we just pay everybody off and give them their house and their car. You see what I'm saying? So for the mere fact that he went against which would have been so easy to do.
His best interest. His
best interest, and killed us all off, and not only that, took us through some hell that we started thinking conscious because we was beat into it. And a lot of times beat into it is not you personally yourself that got beat into it, because life is pretty much good for us when you think about other people. But we was beat into it when the world around us started getting fucked up. And you can't stand the contradiction of seeing the world around you and the people that's closest to you that way. He could have basically paid us off.
Kept you dead.
And kept us dead. But for the mere fact that he brought hell on it, means it was brought hell, it means it was beyond his power. And And this thing is meant for us now. That's the point we got to get to. You got to stop looking in the damn future. I say it over and over, and this stuff sounds like a broke record, but you got to start looking at now. So your questions should be all geared towards now and not what better life you can have because you live in that. It's pretty much as good as it's going to get. You see what I'm saying? Including, especially us as black Americans, we shouldn't be hollering and shit because every ghetto nigga can go to the mall. And that's more than most people on the planet can say. You know what I'm saying? Even they say if you go down to Jamaica, a poor motherfucker in Jamaica is totally different than a poor person up here. They're almost like two different dimensions. You really want to see somebody poor. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of this scan this and scan that. You know what I'm saying? Poor people in other countries, you see what I'm saying? So even when we look at that, that's just a form of perception on what we call poor. You know what I'm saying? We ain't seen no damn poor until we go to the islands or go back to Africa or go somewhere and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But then again, on the other hand, you got to look at this particular part. They don't know that they poor.
That's good.
See what I'm saying? It's just see, and our struggle is that somebody done broke into our damn playpen and told us that we poor. That wasn't even a concept with us until a few years ago. And what fucked us up was them damn automobiles. More than them houses, them fucked up automobiles. They say they say that automobile is what destroys black people more than anything. You see what I'm saying? Is that thing, that illusionary vehicle. You see what I'm saying? Like Dr. Ben said, you ain't made it nothing, you just buying cars.
Nowhere to go.
Stuff. That's why the cracker will give you a car faster than he'll give you a damn hot dog stand loan. Hot dog stand might cost $10 and he might say no. And the car might cost $15,000 and he might say here it is. Depends on your perspective, but he know what time it is. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, we're dealing with that time. Give me some more questions. What's that? Yeah.
I hear you mentioned the pineal gland.
Yeah.
Is there a stone or jewel that represents the pituitary gland?
The pituitary gland is supposed to be Isis. The pineal gland is supposed to be her son Horus, or maybe her, depends on the mythology, her husband Osiris. So the pituitary gland would probably be any stone that you know of that would be a feminine stone that also represents the moon. So me personally, I can't say what is a lunar stone. Maybe somebody can give you more information who studies stones on the lunar aspect. But the pituitary gland is supposed to massage the pineal gland, or it literally provides the nourishment for the pineal gland or the flow of melanin. And it's always the feminine substance, or it's always the feminine aspect of that. And all. And we're not, you know, so the pituitary gland is mostly seen as Aset or Isis. So basically, I'm saying the best way to do is, you know, any type of lunar or feminine type of stone, that's what would represent that. I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying, if you, in the question of stones and all, you just lining up what is feminine would be more your pituitary, mothering nature of that, because the pineal gland is still something that's manifest, and the pituitary gland is something that basically is something that gives nurture to the pineal, is basically the concept of that.
So she's like the hidden mother.
Yeah, it would be like, in one older mythology, it would be Neptune, which is unmanifest. You see, of Neptune, she's the unmanifest housewife. So she would be a form of the pituitary gland. In other mythology, it could also be the virgin in womb of Isis or Aset. You see, it depends on what mythology you deal and line it up, but it's all the same thing. We're talking about the principles. Now, give me some more questions.
So you said, the more indigenous people that the white man kills, the stronger the remnant would be, because they will go to live inside.
Exactly. It's just making you strong. Remember, even in Star Wars, where Obi-Wan Kenobi said, if you strike me down, I'm just going to become stronger. Well, in one concept and all, if you notice in the second, right after they struck him down, he started communicating with Luke Skywalker. Use the Force, Luke. Luke no longer had to wait for him outside to come up and tell him to put down the shield and fight. He could have a communication with him, use the force. Look, remember when in the second movie, he tells him you ought to go to the Dagobah system. That means in actuality that he became a concept of the next living body. And he appeared to him, you know, he appeared to him when he was dead. He had just as much conversation in the second movie and the third movie. When you put them all together, he's supposed to be dead. So that's what that also means. That's the covenant or whatever, the real gathering. In other mythology, in the Hebraic mythology, Solomon, which is also Osiris in other mythology, he has a whole bunch of demons, and he has to bind these demons up in his signet ring. But when he binds the demons up, he can use the demons to do whatever task he wants. The demons actually become his latent energy. Same concept. You see, so the other concept in the Horus mythology is Horus, when he's a boy, they are his guides, the gods. But when they become his, when he becomes a man, they become his servants, because he literally polarizes all the energy. There's a good comic book to explain this thing if you get it. They're just starting it out, so the story has to develop. There's a comic book called Darkness. It's a comic book called Darkness, and even though it's a white boy, you'll see him. He always got these demons all around him. That's his energy. And it's called Darkness. They're just starting out with it. You know, I think they started it in May, and you can get all the back issues if you go to the comic book store. But it's Darkness, and you'll see all these demons all around him, and that's what this comic book is dealing with. And what you do now is you got to go and follow these series and stuff, because as the information gets closer to year 2000, the more and more they'll start putting them in these comic books. And the one to start following is Darkness, Spawn Dark Ages, as well as Spawn Undead. These are new roles and stuff like that. And you should, and I will suggest that as the next couple of months come down, they're gonna start revealing stuff through those comic books. As well as any of these series, you see, even Batman got a Darkness series, which is a part of the same Darkness thing. So even these series, they're going to start revealing what's going down all around us in the world, the universe, and the inner worlds in these comic books. And that's the real deal newsstand. That is the New York Times. You see, in those comic books. They got a few women. They got a few women in these comic books. It's supposed to be the fate of the universe. I can't think of the name of them right now. They're supposed to be the fate of the universe. I think one is Fantasy. I don't know what it is. There's some women that's supposed to be the fate of the... And although they're white women, don't worry about that. That's just their way of doing it and stuff. But basically, these things is also lining up the same way. So that's one also too. Darkness, Spawn is going to be getting real good. Spawn Undead and Spawn Dark Ages. And just read them month to month, and you'll see that they'll develop into something as we go into the 2000. They're going to start going off the hook. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they will reveal their stuff through the comic books. So when you go there, just look at the ones that might let your spirit. You'll see there's tons of them, but some of them look real mysterious. And just pick them up and just start following the things. You know, they only cost like, they're still only $1, $2, $2.50. You know, so that's still a pretty good price. You know, and I'm starting, because that's where they're going to start filtering all this stuff that's getting ready to go down. You see what I'm saying? In the comic book stores. Because like I said, they've already trained you that we are all time, big time. We are educated now. So therefore, we dare not get our stuff from the comic book, because that's not kosher for the white man. That's exactly the way he gonna put the shit, because he know, he dictates where you gonna damn get your shit. You still reading old ass stuff, and he putting all the stuff out. He revealing it through the movies, the comic books, and Japanese animation, and all that type of stuff. You see, he's gonna be revealing it, and these game things I'm talking about also too. Game things. So they got this movie, Lost Souls, coming out. Supposed to be real good. And End of Days is coming out. Angela Bassett is in a sci-fi movie where she on a spaceship. Of course, she got to kiss the white boy, but you know, they got to put her up in there because they got to have the black person up in there. So they got all this stuff that's coming out, especially in these next months going to the winter solstice. There's going to be a whole lot of shit jumping off. Give me some more questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If love is not real, then what is that that you feel when you're in a relationship with somebody? What is that? I mean, I can, if I...
That is real. That is real. Yeah, no, that would be considered an aspect. See, there's different types of love. That would be an aspect of love. Really what you're feeling, and let me break it down metaphysically, what you're feeling. Alchemically, what you are feeling is the union of energies that you brought about. You can choose to bring that same feeling about with anybody that you get around. Because you ever been in... I done been in love with somebody that I didn't want to be in love with at that time because I had to run around in my ass and I did not want to be in love with her. But shit had my ass. Broke down like a dog running in the night. I alchemically brought that about based on tapping into that energy, and it's usually done also through sex as well as a form of a union of energies. That's something different.
But if you're having sex with something that's not real, right? I mean, you said this realm is not real, then
No, their soul is real. You came in contact with them based on your visual contact. Their soul is what is real, and that is what you're having the union with. The reason why we say that, because even John Henry Clark said that this whole concept of I got to have the perfect date and it's got to be the perfect thing was not really an African concept. Why was that? Because they understood with the right energy, if you put it together, it was going to manifest into that anyway. That's the union of the alchemical energy that we all possess. You understand what I'm saying? The other shit is highly infatuation when we get into the logistics of all this stuff here and how I pick a man and all that. What you're dealing with is pure energy. And you can turn that energy on. You know you can turn that energy on because, goddammit, a man can meet another motherfucking man and be just as much in love with it and fall it all out and shit. He chose to tap into that particular energy. They gave him be just as much in love. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about actually a union of energies. You see what I'm saying? It just flows better when it's with your own species half. You see what I'm saying? Other than dookie love or whatever.
So is there such thing as a soul?
Huh?
So you said there's such thing as a soul?
You know what? My ex-girlfriend that lives in Long Island was my soulmate. My current girlfriend is my soulmate. We have several soulmates. And you can also understand it also too, because I knew one girl, she was in a situation where she was hounding this guy because she knew that this guy was her soulmate. What she found out was that this guy was her soulmate in a previous incarnation. And she was actually being a damn nuisance to the point where she was, you know, but she was right. So my point is that varies. You see, that varies and stuff based on incarnation also too. But we're just talking about a union of energies.
But it's like when this realm goes.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can't really select based on individual.
No, when this realm goes and all, we're talking about being one force. Back into the uncreate. Remember, even if you get all ancient mythology, one of the aspects of what really tore us apart was the gods separated us from our species half. And we were running around trying to get that other side most of the time. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Separated from our species half. Which is basically separating us from our own components. You see what I'm saying? On that particular thing. But that is a union of energies. And that is a union of energies. What most of this scripture is talking about when they're talking about love, because obviously you can't damn love 1,000 people. Because if it's based on that kind of love, you can't screw 1,000 people. But then again, we know that it's got to be something different than that, because there's different degrees of love. You can't love your mother like you love your damn girlfriend. I hope not. Because I see some damn, I read some white people stories and shit where they screw the grandmama and the mama. Motherfuckers, I ain't never leaving this house. Shit. So my point is, that gets muddled. So when they're talking about the stuff in those scriptures that they misconstruing, that we need to be all in love and we are the world, that old bullshit. They were talking about being more like the difference between being lukewarm and being sincere. Your sincerity is your credentials. The other thing is a union of energies, a union of energies that you can experience. Otherwise, if it's not a union of energies, how can you fall in love? You know, I done been in love about 9 damn times. With all kind of incompatibility. How can you be in love with somebody that don't love you if it's just the union of energies? You see what I'm saying? And it's literally love. So my point is that gets to be abstract in an aspect, and I think some of it has to do with energy, and one of it is a principle which they are misconstruing when I'm talking about these people all this. Oh, we gotta love, and the bring this all about love and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And all that. When in your heart, not only do you know that white people are assholes, you know that 60% of black people you see, you don't want to be around no more because it's messed up down here in this cesspool and shit. You see what I'm saying? So I think that the lines have to be defined in that particular part. And as you get above the physical realm, a lot of that particular stuff does not coincide. And that's, you know, does not coincide, especially with some of these, like I said, that old Dalai Lama shit, he's a fake. You see, plus you must understand, even a lot of the stuff in Tibet where they, oh, don't kill the roach, don't kill the rat. That was age-old stuff that was misconstrued, and after thousands of years, it got out of hand. So by the time the damn, you know, the Chinese came up and, oh, don't kill the roaches, and the Chinese knocking you in the head, you're supposed to pick up some guns and shoot the damn Chinese. But that was later in stuff, and as you notice, the more stupid they got, the more lighter they got too. Other than the original black man of that particular land also too. So a lot of these so-called New Age people, the only reason why white people can flock to that shit is because it's watered down stuff anyway. And the ultimate reality is too much for them, and basically none of them support the so-called dark side. That stuff ain't got nothing to do with them. So they can be all Miss India and burn some damn incense and oh my karma dharma and all that old bullshit. Because hell, it was watered down before it came to them and stuff with a lot of these people from India. Because I know one thing too. People from India are some of the biggest races in the world.
Yes. Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Biggest races in the world and stuff. Like, it's interesting because the other day, this sister, she real nice, she let this sister from Bangladesh keep her child. And sure enough, babysit her child, the baby ain't up but a year old, and her children took a chair and threw on the baby leg and broke the down baby leg. And the Bangladesh woman, the baby was stiff and the baby was not moving, and the mama asked, is anything wrong? Oh, no, nothing's wrong with it, nothing wrong. And she went home again, and the baby wasn't moving. She called, oh, nothing wrong. She took her to the hospital, the damn baby leg broke. Then they go and get the police got to come there for the woman to admit that her children broke the damn baby leg. You see what I'm saying? And all, well, that's, you know, but my point is hell, I mean, most sisters will do about face and stuff, say, yeah, my child and them, they kind of messed up. You know what I'm saying with this thing here and all, but not just lie to the woman after you know your child and broke the leg. But anyway, going back to some stuff and all, a lot of this stuff here is charlatans. This out here with this old New Age stuff and all this type of stuff here. A lot of this particular teachings and stuff. But then again, that is directed towards the right-hand path, which is the demiurge of these particular ones' path to keep in line, to keep this thing going and stuff. And we are at a cycle right now that we got to destroy them so-called divas, because their time is up. You know, what's that?
Well, with the autumn equinox coming upon us, is there anything that we should be doing to channel more energy?
You know what I'm finding out in actuality, that all the energy is already in us. It's just that it's not aligned based on good thought process as far as aligning up. So what we end up doing is a perpetual cycle of going and chasing more and more energy, and the energy that we're chasing, when we get a touch of it, we have it with us all the time. So I think, and this particular time is being in the right frame of mind is more the thing, is a greater channel than, you know, a lot of things. I think sometimes we've gotten, over the course of the last thousands of years, we've gotten so caught up in the ceremonies. You see what I'm saying? Then the white boy comes in, he's got to do the damn ceremonies. You see what I'm saying? That's, and all. So we get even more drawn into the particular part and stuff like that and all. But I mean, the summer equinox is just as powerful, but then again, things tend to get past us for the simple fact that we constantly are looking for the ceremonial thing, but actually dealing with what we already have. We already have these latent powers that's lying dormant in us, and for some reason we're directed to think that the autumn equinox is coming up and this is the time, when in actuality you can harness that energy 24/7, and I think that's one of the things. I can say that these are times also to look forward to, based on he's got to run like a dog to try to keep things in order for his civilization. Because the more and more these cycles do come, physically his ass is threatened. So they look for a grand ritual, something major to be happening from Halloween on into damn Christmas.
Can you explain the red ball of light to the third eye?
You have that?
No, I just want you to.
You mean the red ball of light that the Indians put on their thing?
No, the energy.
The energy? It's interesting you said that because you know, there's different alchemical energies that melanin consists of. And you know, red, black, and green, the flag, the African, you know that originally comes out of Africa. You got a black dragon in alchemy, a green dragon, and a red dragon. And that's where that thing actually comes from also too. And you have the gold, which gold and white also represents illumination. So you all have that also in alchemical colors also too. Red basically deals with the root chakra. And so alchemically, maybe that's the type of energy that you're actually seeing, something that is manifesting from the lower levels coming into the higher levels. Because it manifests the root chakra, which is segment, is the fields of blood and all. Also, you know that what they call one of the heaven realms is called second air aru, which is the fields of blood, and the woman's menstrual fluid is a physical representation of that particular heaven realm. The fields of blood, you just bring it down and all, and basically that's the it's supposed to be cleansing the body on one aspect, but on the other aspect, that is in ancient Kemet, that is a form of the heaven realm. It's called the second Aru. So all of that stuff alchemically means it might mean something symbolically. You see what I'm saying? Based on that red dot or whatever stuff, it's based on energy. You see what I'm saying? But it's multifaceted when we talk about the melanin. And you know, that whole thing is the essence of all colors. You see what I'm saying? So it's probably your body process and the function of your soul comes with different symbology. C.P. Vanell talks about that, how your body gives off different symbols and stuff, and basically that's what most dream interpretation is, that we also think is literal, is a lot of it is symbolic, which means it has a greater meaning if it's symbolic. Then again, on the other hand, your dreams sometimes give you a lucid dream. There's some stuff that's going to happen also too. You see what I'm saying? So it's probably just a symbol of a process that is going on, because like we say, the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad also said that the apocalypse, there's apocalypse going on the outside of us and on the inside of us. Well, Donald Tyson also explains that too in the Beginner's Guide to Nookie Magic, that what we're talking about is a mental Armageddon, which is the real Armageddon, not necessarily physical. And that's these latent powers coming online. Also too. So give me some more questions.
You mentioned earlier that there are some people who should just go kill themselves because of the condition that they're living in. And I remember in your previous lecture where you said how it's important for us to realize that gods are in us.
Right.
So now, one of the things that aggravated me when I first started meditating was everybody telling me to just still my mind and don't think.
Right.
That seems crazy to me, but by you saying that we should manifest the Godhood within us, if we meditate with that in mind, then if something happens to this body, it ain't about like the gun or nothing, because we could just go because we have built up the God's in us, right?
Yeah, what you have just explained is the difference between the right hand path and the left hand path. The right hand path, the mind has to be still to get on the astral planes because they are delicate. The left hand path is a series of meditations where you literally deal with those latent powers and those thoughts and you bring them to manifest or line up a certain amount of energy. Because if you notice the left hand path, you also have sexual tantra involved. Now anybody know anything dealing with sex, you can't do that shit now unless you got a full mind of what the hell you doing. Especially for a man, or your shit gonna go. You see what I'm saying? So, obviously there's two systems that's going on and all. And one system is basically to still the mind and that whole 9 yards. And all that is still good exercise practices also too, because that's also talking about, you know, don't necessarily deal with the rational senses of the matrix also too. But on one other hand, and also too, those thoughts are a form of also of exercise too. Even when I was meditating sometime, when I really got good at it is when I used to go in and do work, where I literally used to create my own adventure within my body. You see what I'm saying? And that's also an aspect of the whole meditation process too. So it's two different aspects of that also too. You see what I'm saying? Because when you even look at books like Meditation of the Kabbalah, where they're talking about certain spheres that you need to meditate on. So meditation also can just be focusing on something too. Meditation of the Tarot, where they're talking about trying to memorize these archetypal images that the Tarot card has on them, and then meditating on them so you can tap into the different realms of your own alchemical breakdown of melanin and stuff. So I think it's got both things, but I think most of the left-hand path is not necessarily trying to shut down certain energies. You see?
Yeah, when you mentioned the meditating on the tarot, I've been reading the tarot cards again, and it aggravates me to no end to see all these so-called Hebrew symbols on the tarot cards. Is there an Egyptian tarot that has African Egyptian symbols on it?
Yeah. There's a book called
with the Africans.
It's this Crawley stuff.
Yeah, Crawley. Yeah, I like Crawley's deck, but I'm gonna tell you, there's a good deck that came out because it has a superior book. It's one of the best books, and not only that, they break down the different realms of the gods. It's set on the different levels of a book called the Book of Doors.
And the Metanetter have cars too.
Yeah, but but my point is, my thing is this here about that. The tarot is a system within itself.
Right.
So my point is you can't just take a little tarot deck and in the midst of your book throw the tarot deck up in there when the tarot deck is a book itself. It's a whole nother system. You see what I'm saying? Like that, and also too. I mean, it's good and all, but basically for divination, you can do the oracle and read stuff, but the tarot card is more than that. The tarot card is a whole system of picture windows of archetypal images that you need to be meditating upon and learning too. It's a window of the soul. So he completely removed the aspect of the arcana that didn't come out of Europe, it came out of Hemmitt and introduced to them by the Moors. So a lot of this stuff that we thinking is European, the Moors purposely gave it to them that way. But there's a book out called the Book of Doors. And when you get this thing, and not only that, this tarot deck, it comes in a box with the tarot deck and a superior book, but it's specifically made by detailing the process of alchemy, which is the key to Egyptian royal art. And by far, it's one of the best ones that was put out is this book of doors, because the book itself, hell, I had the book for 3 years. I had to think, I ain't even touched the damn cards yet. But it's just so damn superior, just the breakdown of the letters. And when they use words like Kim and Cam, and also Cam also means chaos. I'm saying, you know, and this is by far one of the superior Egyptian decks. But then again, don't count off the Crawley deck either, because see, the Crawley deck, spite the paintings or whatever you think, the Crawley deck was specifically, there was notes in there that was given by Awas, who is also Horus, in that Crawley deck, and it is a very valuable piece. It was given by Horus or whatever and all, and it was his last book that he wrote after he got a lot of stuff together. So that's one too, especially the book too. But this book of doors, man, is unbelievable. The book itself is superior, and I highly recommend it. I highly recommend it. I recommend also the Vodun Tarot deck, because I look at the bibliography in which they did it when they put that book to the New Orleans Voodoo Tarot deck. Because I look at, see how I line it up, I look at the books in which they did to make the book. I look at the actual books in which they did and what they had to study, and they had to study some very serious stuff. So I highly recommend that one too. As a matter of fact, what I did with that particular book is what I did with that particular tarot deck is I went and took all the symbols and drew them on a white piece of paper, and I just got up one morning and I covered my entire room with all these symbols. And I covered one wall with that alone, and then I covered the entire room with different symbols, and come to find out what it was, I just got up one day and did it, and my spirit was doing it because the woman on top of me was crazy. And basically we were sleeping right up under her energy. You see what I'm saying? Right up under her energy. And she was one of them fools that her and her nigga fight all day, and then they lock up in the house and have sex all day. And all week and stuff like that and all, you know. But she was, this babe here was out of her mind, so yeah, that had a lot to do. What's that?
When I went to Egypt, it was like I was out of my body, and I was experiencing everything, and then when I left and came back home, I felt like I left something there, and then reality, I knew that this wasn't real. You know, I knew something was different about me. And also I wanted to say, did you say something about the right path since you left?
Yeah.
And since I'm right hand dominant, I use that most of my strength and my energy is in my right. Would you think that it would be recommended for me to use my left more so to open up?
Yeah, those are processes of exercises, but what we're talking about here is mostly planes of thought.
But see, my thoughts are like, you know, I don't use that part of my body, or you know, that part of my brain.
Well, let's say you're not using that part of the body because you're not using that part of your brain or something like that. So my point is to bypass it, you can still just do the thought process.
Okay.
See, the thing about it is you got to override a lot of the other thing, because you can get stuck in the tools. You see what I'm saying? So it would be most of the thought process. But then again, the left hand path also means the reversal of all things too. You see what I'm saying? And not necessarily left-handed, since everything basically in the society is talking about right hand. It's talking about the reversal of everything, or what they call the hidden side of things too. You know, the hidden side of things also too. I'll give you an example. When the first time somebody called me, they got the book, The Greater Key of Solomon, and the guy called me and said, man, why you this book got all these damn demons up in it, with the whole thing. And before I even really started studying that aspect, I said those demons is not talking about, I just said it. Those demons are not talking about demons as you know it, they're talking about energies, and that what you think is demon is the most powerful energy. Long before I even got into it, I blurred that out. I blurted that out and stuff like that and all, and that's basically because at that particular time I was always turning things around. I was really involved in that process of turning everything over and all. So automatically that came, and later on I was able to do the academic side of that particular part too. You see, so give me some questions.
I'll go back to the thing about love, because to me is why I got to a discussion about this earlier. You said that it's a unity with energy of that other person that you feel. Because if that's the case, then you should feel. How come I don't feel that when I have community energy from the universe, something like that, or it seems to be different with a woman.
Well, first of all, the universe is a lesser entity than people. Universe is an illusion. People is real, especially if it's got a real deal soul. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? That's really abstract. The universe and shit, a bunch of cold planets and dead stars and all that kind of stuff. And the energy that we feel, we attribute to the universe and give it power. That energy is all coming from us, the real inner universe. That ain't nothing but a hologram out there that don't exist no way. It's only a reflection on what's going on the inside of us anyway. So when you feel the energy from that person, you are feeling the universe, because that is the real deal source of all that power. You see, the source of all that power. Now, I can say also too that some people you have a great relationship also based on past incarnations. Like the girl I'm with now, I was with her in the mystery system, and I was teaching her, and we both got through out because I started screwing her. So here it is, I guess a couple of thousand years later, she came back and we completed the process. You see, and that's what the sister gave me when the whole thing went down. But my point is and also, like I said, she had visions of me when she was a little girl and all too. But we're still talking about energy more than we're talking about this abstract form of love that we put on it. Because if it was just the one true love, you would never be able to fall in love with anybody else. Although we can say there's different degrees of love, and maybe that other person, the time was right, you just kicked it off better. You see what I'm saying? So it just, and if you want to call that love, I guess that would be an ancient way to call it also too. I'm not saying that also too. You see what I'm saying? But this is an argument that the Christians have. Well, if there's no such thing as God, how do you explain love? We explain in the scientific element of energies. You see what I'm saying? Of energies. You see what I'm saying? Like that and all. And it's got to be energies and stuff, because the simple fact, you hang around a dog long enough, you learn to love it. Got to be energies. And some of that is just basically getting used to something. Some of it is a series of habit. Because you can be just as much in love with the white woman. A lot of it is a series of habit and stuff. And a lot of it is overgrown infatuation. You know what I'm saying? She might have slobbed on that Jimmy the right way and all. Just saying the way it is. Use expression, but I mean, we all adults here, you're like, oh, you see what I'm saying and all, but obviously we know something is going on, because damn, it seems like to me, this love sure wears off a lot. You see what I'm saying?
I agree that because people change all the time.
Well, I'll tell you another thing, the reason why I know it's a union of energies. Because I know that basically by being on top of this thing now, me and my woman's, my wife might well say, our energy changed based on the sex thing. It went to another level. Don't mean that I don't love her as much or whatever the thing is, but hell, we don't have to do it all the damn time. It changed based on we went to another level. But we keep thinking that you must don't love it as much. We don't do it as much. You went to another level. The first part was the process of getting used to something. Then you see, then after that, because you have sank and become one with that person, more is not necessarily better. You know, often is not necessarily as better as, you know, basically, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it don't take as much, you know what I'm saying?
Quantity over quality,
You know, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying, you know. And also based on the mind and all that type of thing, you know what I'm saying? Shit, with me, yeah, once a week is enough. And it's not just me. My girl is the same way, but we going to another level. And basically, what tears it up is trying to constantly, physically trying to perform all the time when it ain't supposed to be that way. Then you really get tired of a damn person. Because you are going against the will of what your body is telling you and your mind is telling you. But we ain't taught that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But we going to another level. You see, but our egos tell me that I'm supposed to be hitting all the time. You done been in the motherfucker 6 years and you see, you know what I'm saying? But then again, I know people that's dead that still do it every damn night. And it's not necessarily a lot of time they don't do it because they actually want it. They do it because they think they're supposed to be doing it. You see what I'm saying? And because they think they're supposed to be doing it, they physically perform that way. So it depends on perspectives also too. You see what I'm saying? So we even talk about that is on another level and all, but we just talk about nothing but still dealing with certain energies, and when that energy gets to a certain level in the way you do things, you know what I'm saying? You know.
Okay, I'm just want to let you know we're just gonna take a couple more questions. Then, you know, we're gonna end it for tonight, so everybody can come back tomorrow.
Yeah, because I got shoot, man, I got so much notes and stuff, man. I mean, we just grazing the surface, you know. So, anybody else? Any more questions?
I think you asked a question earlier about going beyond the astral plane. So if we're talking about the astral plane, and we're not really getting to anything at a higher level, then what plane then do you
our plane,
the real? And when you're talking about plane, what are you saying?
Yeah, see, the planes are illusionary planes.
That exist simultaneously?
Yeah, that is for the real.
How many planes or levels are we talking about?
Well, see, there's several astral planes. I don't know, some people say 9 dimensions, some say 13, 19 astral planes. There's different worlds, but the mere fact that they're existing simultaneously means that they're not real. What the Osirian thing and the African thing was dealing with the ancestors and all, they were dealing with the death realm. So it's not necessarily the planes, it's dealing with what is called core, and it's dealing with a substance that is beyond that, and it just so happened to be the death realm because it just so happened to be the leftover stuff from the other realm that preceded that realm. So it's now called the death realm as opposed to this creation. You see what I'm saying? But it's not, it has nothing to do with astral planes at all. It's basically a morbid type hell looking place. Like if you remember you saw the movie The Matrix?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Well, when you go see it and all, you're gonna see that they exist in a realm that ain't really the most pleasing place to be. Outside of the illusionary matrix, which is all glitz and glamour and all that kind of stuff, but by it not being real. The other place, that's just this morbid looking desert-like place that they are all into at that particular time. So I'm tired of eating the same old cold food and all this kind of thing. But that is the only thing that can give birth to the other dimension, or what we call the other reality. And so basically we're talking about the hell region, which is opposite all planes. And although it's morbid now and stuff, it is the realm that later on will become the crowning glory. You see what I'm saying? And in so many words, this particular dimension depicts the same thing. We live in a hell region in our side of town. And even if you don't live in a fucked up side of town, you still live in a form of hell based on the system. So there's no way around it. That's called an exile. So it's always, in this realm, those things that depict the things outside of the astral plane is always in exile, the desert, you see them, the wilderness and all of that. And that will give over and overthrow these particular illusionary realms.
And when we're speaking of these various levels or planes, are we ascribing a certain quote-unquote reality to it? Or are we simply thinking in terms of our own consciousness?
It's a form of your own consciousness. Okay. It's a form of your own consciousness. They all exist in this brain. Our normal brain exists certain dimensions and certain realities too, and that's where we go to also. Even after this brain deteriorates, because your thought process is still locked up in there, you can remain up there. You see what I'm saying? It just depends on what aspect, you know.
I have one more question. There's talk or things have been written about how we vibrate in tune with the Earth's rotation and axis.
Yeah.
It's been called the rotational rate. Did you comment on that? Have you heard that expression, the rotational rate?
Yeah, it's called the metronomics. Yeah. Okay. Well, because the Earth is all a form of the original Gaia, then it too is all connected with us being the original people. And so because the Earth vibrates and all that, we're doing the same thing.
Is there in harmony? There's a harmony and a rhythm that's basically...
In actuality, the Earth and us is one and the same. It took on a physical characteristic and we took on a physical characteristic. But because this is an illusion, we are all one of the same things. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that is separating is this brain on us telling us that it's a different entity. It's all the same energy. You see what I'm saying? The inner Earth and that whole nine y'all, but it's called the Mother Earth. So we are the people of the mother and not necessarily the father, which is an abortion son up there acting like a fool. You know, you see. That type of thing. And the mother becomes the actual satanic energy and the butt of all that is evil. We're going to get into some of that tomorrow in Nana's descent. Also too. We got a lot to cover also tomorrow too. And all too. So like I said, really man, I don't know man, this tomorrow is a lot of stuff, so, you know, because this was all off my head today, so. I didn't even hit no notes, but just what you call it, but no, I got out what I needed to say because this is now getting to the point where it's becoming too mechanical, and I can't even operate on it other than just a sentence and then go into it.
So you're saying you was improvising today, just soloing?
Well, actually, I wasn't really improvising. I think my soul is carrying me this way because I think it's, you know what I'm saying? This is really mechanical and stuff, and it's really rejecting this type of aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying what I have to say here, but I'm doing it in a whole nother way and all. You see what I'm saying also too? And tomorrow I'm gonna have to do it that level too because there's a lot of scholarship and we gotta, you know, deal with that aspect, you know. So any more questions? Well, I guess that's it till tomorrow, so please come back. Well, for one reason why they say still come back and all, because the simple fact is, it's not like anybody that comes and does any speaking is a normal thing every week. So therefore, you should just come back for the simple fact it's something that don't come around as much. And you will miss it if you don't. Not necessarily that I'm just a great speaker and all, it's just that we need to, that's a part of the gathering is we need to commune more and stuff. And that's why it's always so good to be around your people. You know, and because we so few far in between, it is especially good. You see what I'm saying? What we are literally doing is participating in a great work itself. In the coming of this whole divine realm or whatever you want to put it, the upper room, in the upper room, meeting in the upper room, that's us. And now what we're talking about is in actuality, it's manifesting. You see what I'm saying? So please make it back tomorrow also too. You know, too. So yeah.
Same time tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now,